Late in the evening, a conversation took place in one of the skyscrapers in the city. The customer offered $30 million for Luo Qingstan's life. The man in the blue tracksuit with the hood hiding his face was not even in agreement for 50. A man in a gray business suit irritably slammed his hands on the table and shouted that he would agree even to $1 billion American dollars. The mercenary smirked and advised that next time he should first familiarize himself with the rates before giving the assignment. The young man explained that the potential assassination of Luo Qingstan had always been a priority target among the other orders. When the man heard that the minimum price was $10 billion American dollars, he turned pale. The killer explained such a high price by the fact that the girl has unusual pupils. No one else in the world has such. Belle possesses a pair of blood-red demonic eyes that can see through almost anything in this world. $10 billion is a high price to pay for the cooperation of 10 countries. They worked together to destroy the girl. The customer even stood up from the table in surprise. He couldn't believe that eliminating Qingstan would be so problematic. Meanwhile, on one of the exotic beaches, a sun umbrella was safely protecting a dark-haired girl relaxing on a lounge chair. She thoughtfully considered the small ball, shimmering in the sunlight in all shades of green. It did not look in any way extraordinary, though the girl had been assured that it was the most valuable object of the country of Ems. Closing her eyes, she carelessly tossed the unwanted balloon behind her back and declared that she wasn't interested at all. A white circle with inscribed writing formed around the green sphere. The shaking activated the explosive mechanism. A white flash of bright light was the last thing the dark-haired beauty saw. The explosion was reflected in her ruby pupils. The bright glow came closer and closer, blinding the girl more and more. The beachgoers scattered when they heard the huge rumble. The blast wave raised a cloud of sand on the deserted beach. Only the dark-haired beauty remained in the chaise lounge forever. The soul of the dead girl was transported to the mainland of Zhenyang. On its western side was the country of the 9 Witch Mountains. Amidst the mountains, a girl beaten to a pulp was oohing and awing. The man picked her up by the hair and shouted to the victim that he had not yet had his fun. He kicked the white-clothed beauty in the stomach with anger and pushed her away, resenting that the girl was too weak. She had hit the ground with her head and was now not even moving. The leader shouted indignantly that the girl was definitely dead now. One of the men in purple outfits with green inserts apologized. He lost his temper and misjudged his strength. The boss grudgingly demanded that the man check the girl's pulse immediately. Maybe she was still alive and not all was lost. Meanwhile, the beauty opened her eyes. A bright light illuminated her face. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. The girl slowly lifted herself off the ground and touched her forehead. It was all very strange. She had just been on the beach. In addition, something happened to her eyes. The world around her was blindingly bright, and she couldn't see anything at all. She brought her palms close to her eyes and realized with horror that she couldn't see anything even close up. She was probably blind. All the colors of the world faded for the girl. She could only recognize the contours of her hands and the outlines of objects in the darkness. The beautiful woman could not believe that such a misfortune had befallen her. She looked at the palms of her hands and absent-mindedly exclaimed that she was blind. The girl saw silhouettes of men who smiled and came closer and closer to her. She was still alive, and it was possible to continue the game. Smiling lustfully, the green-eyed man reached out and put his hand to the girl's face. She was very beautiful, and it made him blush. To the young man's surprise, the beautiful woman nimbly grabbed his wrist. It was very suspicious, for she had said she was blind. Convinced that these men wanted to use her body, the girl smiled faintly. It was to her advantage. Luo Qingstan grabbed her opponent by the throat and squeezed him hard. The man didn't even have time to do anything. The ringleader was surprised. Even when the girl was perfectly healthy, she couldn't match them in strength. And now her cultivation was broken. The man was deluded. At that moment, the beauty activated her pupil vision. No one in the entire world possessed such power. After recovering her pupils, Luo Qingstan clearly saw the 4 men and their strength, which exceeded 2,000 units. She smirked and exclaimed that they had many weaknesses. The girl pushed her opponent away with a quick movement. Nothing could stop her now. Belle ran towards her enemies. No one could escape the reckoning. Spreading out, Luo Qingstan leaped high into the air. A massive cane was clutched in her left hand. With a glint in her scarlet eyes, the girl exclaimed that she would help them leave this world since they were tired of living. The battle dragged on for a long time. It was already late in the evening, but the group of men were still unable to overpower the beauty in a deadly dance. A few more men arrived to help them. Despite the superiority of the enemy, Qingstan easily evaded the attack. Breaking through the enemy barrier, she slashed her enemies one by one, staining the ground with their blood. The 2 opponents standing closest to the girl received the fatal wound virtually simultaneously. The beauty simply slit their throats. Choking on their blood, the men were still on their feet, but were already letting out a death rattle in their agony. After a few minutes, the entire squad of fighters was finished. Luo Chingston snorted disdainfully. It wasn't difficult. Suddenly, the girl herself started coughing up blood. Her face twisted in pain. She couldn't even breathe because of it. When it passed, the beauty opened her clear blue eyes. Apparently, she was in a strange body and an unfamiliar place. Suddenly, a very bright flash illuminated the girl's face. She couldn't understand what was happening or where the light came from. The light source was so dazzling that Luo Chingston had to cover his eyes to avoid going blind altogether. The beam of light grew stronger and rapidly approached the girl, illuminating the entire stretch of dense forest behind her. A strong stream of energy hit the beauty and knocked her off her feet. The girl couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. This was a real shock to her. Luo Chingston immediately lifted herself up, leaning on her arm. This kind of strength was something she had never encountered before. Suddenly, the girl saw her opponents continue to attack her and send hostile beams of light in her direction. A lightning-fast reaction saved the warrior. She quickly jumped back without getting up from the ground to her full height. The deadly rays swept past the girl's face. She coughed up blood again due to the heavy loss of energy. These strange beams of light attacked Luo Chingston from different directions, making her move and dodge the attacks faster and faster. The warrior turned back perplexed to see what was going on and was very surprised. She had never seen anything like this before. A group of people in white robes stood in a protective sphere. The girl was sure that they were the ones who attacked, but humans were not capable of such blows. It was quite clear that the cultivator would not survive such a fight. She got up from the ground and ran away. Hiding behind a huge boulder, Luo Chingston furtively watched the beams of light cutting through the night forest. Suddenly, a powerful beam illuminated the clump behind which the warrior was hiding, and her beautiful face with ruby eyes. The girl noticed the incredible strength of those cultivators. They were much stronger than the previous opponents. Their spiritual prowess was at least 3 times greater than the bandits who had attacked her. The men in white clothes were very confident. Other than that, the cultivator realized that this wasn't all danger. Somewhere behind them is an expert. He is much stronger than his men. A protective sphere with a group of strangers approached the boulder. Luo Chingston realized with horror that the pursuers were already close by. There was no time to think. She had to leave the shelter, and she ran away. After gaining enough speed to maneuver, the warrior pushed off the ground and soared high into the air. Dodging several deadly beams, the girl sagged backwards in flight. Not a single beam hit the target. Immediately afterward, Luo Chingston gained altitude and disappeared behind the treetops in a few seconds. One of the men, whose faces were hidden under gray masks, said that the girl could not have made so many elusive movements. The leader exclaimed that Luo Chingston must be caught up and eliminated at all costs. They couldn't let her get away. The girl meanwhile moved quickly through the forest, jumping from tree to tree. She knew she couldn't win in a fair fight. During the warrior's flight, this forest seemed rather strange to the warrior. It was not like her usual world. Luo Chingston's face was illuminated by one of the beams. She had to close her eyes because of the bright light. She had never thought that she could travel through time before. The warriors chased the girl straight ahead, breaking trees. She regretted having to flee because of her weak body. The cultivator smiled at the warriors catching up with her and snorted disdainfully. She decided that she would temporarily let them feel stronger. After descending to the ground, Luo Chingston saw a small patch of forest not far away that was completely illuminated. She realized that this was a spiritual power cultivation array and was very happy. Fate had smiled on her today. Activating her ruby pupil vision, the girl saw that this was exactly what she needed right now. The cultivator quickly ran towards the lighted area. She knew that her pursuers would not dare to follow her. The moment the rays were starting to catch up with the girl, it was too late. She had stepped into neutral territory. This was the place to relax. The pretty girl stopped running and took a quiet step, looking around. It turned out that this midnight glow was caused by a large blue lake. A stranger was swimming in it. The young man felt some movement behind him and turned his head back slightly, determining what had disturbed his peace. Luo Chingston realized that the stranger was looking directly at her and blushed with embarrassment. She was a little uncomfortable being around him. The boy turned his head a few more degrees. The full moon illuminated his handsome face with the red mark on his forehead. The girl stopped in place. She could not take her blue eyes off the handsome stranger. The young man turned away and closed his eyes. His level of spiritual energy allowed him to see that the girl behind him could see nothing. It wasn't quite like that. Luo Chingston could only see the outline of a young man, but even that was enough to stare at him in love. Meanwhile, the pursuers had stopped. The girl they were looking for had disappeared. The leader demanded a better search. She couldn't have gotten far. The young man swimming in the lake heard the foreign voices and frowned. A little more, and he would have realized that the enemies were chasing her. Cultivator didn't even want to imagine what would happen if the stranger demanded to get away from the lake. Time was running out, so Luo Chingston scattered and jumped into the water, showering the young man with spray. Clamping her palm over the surprised guy's mouth, the girl stepped closer to him, still holding the cane in her hand. Smiling, the warrior woman said that due to the emergency, she was requesting permission to stay here. The cultivator made a pitiful face and assumed that the young man wouldn't be able to refuse the weak girl's request. Gaping, she lowered her cane a little lower, causing some embarrassment to the handsome young man. He exclaimed indignantly that the girl was only pretending to be blind. In fact, she could see perfectly well. Luo Chingston laughed embarrassedly and stated that it was only his imagination. In fact, she really can't see anything. The young man frowned. That was very much not true. The girl seemed rather suspicious to him. The warrior couldn't understand why the guy was looking at her so intently. Her hand slipped to the stranger's chest as if by accident. Luo Chingston looked into the handsome man's face and assumed that he had simply fallen in love with her at first sight. The girl confessed that her heart was pounding very fast when such nice guys looked at her, and ran her cane across the young man's chest. The warrior blushed and smiled slyly, explaining that there comes a point where she just can't stand it. The girl shyly ran her hand over the guy's chest, hesitating. She didn't know how best to talk about her feelings. Suddenly, Luo Chingston realized that she had lowered her cane too low and almost squealed with intense shame. Overcoming her embarrassment, the girl continued to stand next to the handsome stranger in the water. The young man frowned. Now he was sure that the stranger could see everything perfectly well and was teasing him on purpose. Luo Chingston bowed her head down and apologized. It happened by accident. The guy didn't even think of believing her. It looked completely different. The girl realized that it was better to change the subject quickly and exclaimed that all her wounds were healed. It turns out that the lake heals wounds. Seeing that the young man had closed his eyes, the cultivator assumed that the pretty kid was also healing his wounds here, which was why he was standing still. The stranger continued to remain silent. Luo Chingston realized that he would soon recover completely. She sensed a bad atmosphere. Jumping out of the magical lake, the girl cheerfully said goodbye to the stranger. She said that she had to hurry. The pretty girl slyly winked goodbye and stated that her hand had indeed slipped. She wasn't teasing the guy. The young man opened his eyes and stared intently at the stranger, frowning. He didn't believe a word this girl said. Lord Chingston wondered why he was looking at her like that. Yes, she had seen him naked, but she was also uncomfortable. The pretty girl immediately realized that the stranger was getting angrier and angrier at her, and ran away, cheerfully shouting that she was already leaving. Left alone, the young man said to himself that this girl was quite brave. No one had ever done that to him before. Luo Chingston had to admit that all of her wounds had healed in the magic lake. Even her cultivation had recovered to its previous level. The girl's musings were interrupted by strange, extraneous sounds. She turned around in surprise. A small piglet ran up to the warrior and squealed and clung to the hem of her dress. She couldn't understand what was happening. Luo Chingston crouched down and grabbed the piglet's hind leg. She assumed she was being chased by that guy's pet. The animal was floundering and squealing desperately, so the girl decided to let it go and set it on the ground, touching her finger to its head. The piglet looked at her with eyes as if begging her to keep it. Cultivators said that she could not be dissuaded. The shouts of joy from the pursuers could be heard in the distance. One of them had discovered the girl and informed the others. The warrior turned absent-mindedly at the shouts. The beast decided to go to extreme measures and bit the girl's finger until it bled, taking advantage of the fact that she gaped. Luo Chingston cried out in surprise and turned her head toward the piglet, jerking her hand away with her bleeding finger. Cultivator frowned and looked angrily at the beast, not sure why it had done that. A 5-pointed mark was on her forehead. The piglet defiantly turned away from her, pretending it was innocent. He had the same sign under his tail. The girl closed her eyes, trying to calm down and come to her senses. It was quite typical for wild animals to attack people. After a second, Luo Chingston opened her eyes and grabbed the piglet, starting to shake it. She angrily asked why the animal had bitten her. The leader of the white-clothed group smiled and said that they had finally managed to find the girl. Now she would definitely not be able to escape. The warrior slowly turned her head, viewing her opponents with unconcealed contempt. The man exclaimed in surprise that she had managed to recover her cultivation level and obtain the strength of a martial arts master. He decided that it was all about the heavenly mystery pill. The young man demanded that the magical artifact be handed over to him immediately. Luo Chingston ran away and suggested that the warriors could take the magic pill themselves if they had the strength. As she ran away from her pursuers, the girl contemptuously told herself that they only knew about the pill. Unaware of the magical lake, Piggy exclaimed indignantly that the warrioress herself is no better. She lets a bunch of losers chase her around. Suddenly, he felt his mouth tightly clenched. The beast never had time to tell the cultivator that she was doing wrong. Luo Chingston shook the pig with a smile. Shivering in fear, he confessed that he was actually an ancient divine pig. Through tears, the pig said that he was her contract beast and could not be strangled. Otherwise, her cultivation would be lost. The girl decided it wasn't time to deal with this strange piglet, whoever it was, and tossed it to the ground. She smiled to herself and said it was finally time to do some hunting and test out her new skills. Leaping onto her mistress's shoulder, the divine beast eyed the small crossbow embedded in her wristband with interest. He kept asking the girl about this weapon, and the cultivator asked to be a little quieter. The performance was starting. She deftly jumped into the tree, choosing a sturdier and higher branch. She was just in time. A moment later, her pursuers in white robes appeared at the tree. The leader ordered them to spread out and find the fugitive. Luo Qingston smiled to herself. In fact, she was only waiting for the moment when the enemies would split up. Cautiously looking around, one of the guys didn't notice a massive shadow fly right over his head. The deadly projectile slammed into the first victim's forehead and bled all over his face. The guy groaned, gasping for air. The girl whispered in her victim's ear that she couldn't afford to fight them openly. It would be a bit unfair. Rising up, she added that none of them can match her when it comes to talking about stealthy murder. The man who had discovered the body called out worriedly to Agent Number 6, not noticing that the crossbow was already pointed at the back of his own head. Several darts flew at the victim. The young man had just bent down to see what had happened to his partner. Thanks to that, the dart flew past him. When he heard the wind blowing lightly against his face, the warrior realized and frowned. He was not happy about this turn of events. The man started to slowly rise up to figure out the shooter and deal with him, but at that moment a dart stabbed him in the stomach. Before he died, the man remembered only the killer's long white boots and the pink hem of her dress. Leaving the leader bleeding, Luo Qingston rushed forward. She had to get away from the scene as quickly as possible. As soon as the girl ran away, several people appeared on the set. They were anxiously discussing the loss of Agent 13. One of them was scared to death. Given the way the girl had dealt with their boss, their chances of survival were slim. He exclaimed that the situation was far from in their favor and signaled his partners to retreat. Suddenly, a soft, ingratiating voice sounded behind him. Some girl asked who he was talking to. The young man turned pale. He sensed it was the same woman they wanted to kill, but he didn't want to believe it, so he turned around. Shivering in fear, the guy saw Luo Qingston standing behind his subordinates and smiling gloatingly. He began to panic. Continuing to smile, the girl slowly extracted the bloody pointed cane from her victim's body. She swung her arm with lightning speed, and one of the pursuers fell to the ground. The other guy's throat was gushing blood. The man's legs shook with terror. He trembled more and more and could not calm down. The young man stammered and asked who he was dealing with. The girl smiled and asked why he wasn't even trying to run away. She assumed that the guy wanted to go with them to the other world. The young man only now realized that he was being given the most precious thing on earth, and he shrieked with fear. Taking this opportunity, he didn't even thank Luo Qingston and rushed running towards the dense forest. The cultivator slyly squinted her eyes and informed that she was just kidding. She took careful aim at the fugitive. Several darts flew after the boy. He darted between the trees like a hare and was able to live a few minutes longer. The girl saw that a crossbow was inappropriate, so she rushed after him. The man shrieked in terror, sensing his death was imminent. Ahead of the fugitive, Luo Qingston turned around right in front of him and thrust her pointed cane into his forehead. The young man had no chance of survival. The young man had no chance of surviving. He continued to run fast by inertia, and inevitably ran into the sharp weapon himself. The girl smiled, shaking off her walking stick from the blood. The group of pursuers was over, and it was safe to continue. The full moon shone in the sky, illuminating the entire forest with a predatory glow. Luo Qingston decided that there was no longer any danger to her life. She sat silently by one of the dead warriors. A tall man dressed in white caught her in the act. It was the same young man from the Magic Lake. He noticed the warrior's crossbow and thought it was well made. The guy misjudged the cultivator's actions and thought she was actually thinking in twisted categories. Seeing that the girl was bent over the body of a defeated rival, the man realized that then on the lake everything was not accidental. She and corpses are not squeamish. The young man from the lake was mistaken. Luo Qingston was actually searching through the defeated enemies for trophies. Suddenly the girl felt that she was not alone here and raised her head, looking around in surprise. At that moment, the same strange stranger she had met at the lake appeared in front of the warrior. Cultivator immediately rose to her feet, resenting that you couldn't sneak up on people like this unnoticed. A tall young man in a white robe watched thoughtfully as the beautiful stranger rose from the ground. The young prince squinted his eyes and wondered perplexedly why the girl still wanted to run away from him. The young man summoned spiritual energy and directed it at the girl. It was like a magnet that drew her back to his companion. Trying to hide her excitement, Luo Qingston smiled nervously and waved her hand to the air in greeting. To her surprise, the guy didn't even try to reciprocate. He held out his hand to her. There was something hostile about it. The girl exclaimed indignantly that they should talk first. She'd already said that it was pure chance. The man didn't even try to listen to her. His eyes narrowed even more. Cultivator realized that the conversation was going nowhere good. She activated her pupil vision, turning her blue eyes into ruby crystals. It's easier to see the world now. The moment the prince reached for the girl with his hand, intending to grab her, the warrior easily stepped aside. The man couldn't believe the stranger was able to dodge his attack, and realized he needed to proceed more carefully. Taking advantage of his temporary confusion, Luo Qingston scurried away, hoping that the young man would leave her alone. But within seconds, the heir to the empire appeared right in her path and forced her to stop. The girl realized that this opponent was too strong. She wouldn't be able to defeat him, and she couldn't run away either. After regaining the blue hue of her eyes, the cultivator suddenly realized how she could get rid of that annoying guy. She smiled at the young man and winked at him. Pretending to faint, the girl began to fall slowly onto her back. She knew that the stranger was standing right behind her. The young heir watched the strange girl's actions with astonishment. He could not understand what was in her mind. Falling into the prince's arms, the self-satisfied Luo Qingston turned her head towards him and smiled happily. She said that the handsome man had fallen in love with her so much that he couldn't forget her, and that's why he was looking for her everywhere. The girl hugged the interlocutor by the neck and said that she could not resist his beauty, so she accepted his advances. Her lips reached for the prince's lips. Because of the situation, the girl got so much into the role that she actually blushed. The young heir did not let him finish what he had started. He had been carefully controlling the situation, but now it was time to intervene. The man reached out with both hands lightning fast and pushed the cultivator away from him. He couldn't let this happen. The prince shouted that it was too impertinent. The girl laughed back. She didn't even expect the guy to be innocent. Once at a safe distance, Luo Qingston showed the young man her tongue and thanked him for letting her go. The heir annoyedly realized that she had tricked him, but this beautiful face really couldn't leave him indifferent. Fleeing, the girl quickly traversed the dense forest and after a while found herself on the bank of the river. She crouched down on the grass for a bit to catch her breath and admitted to the piglet that she was very scared. The divine beast couldn't believe that she had provoked the boy, fearing him. He admitted that his mistress's ploy was not a bad one. The girl remembered the prince's face and said embarrassedly that she liked it too. The cultivator offered to finally talk about himself. She assumed that she was dealing with a talking demonic pig. The pig got angry and angrily replied that the girl herself was a demonic pig and he was an ancient divine pig. Luo Qingston incredulously interrogated her contracted beast. The warrior couldn't believe that she was facing the truest divine pig. Piggy proudly proclaimed that he had once been pig number 1. Even the phoenixes and dragons treated him with respect. The girl laughed. When the beast angrily informed her that he was telling the real truth, she admitted that she had never heard of such a thing. For a while, the cultivator sat silently on the shore, thinking about this world and her purpose. Involuntarily looking at the water, the girl saw her reflection. She was glad she looked the same as before. Suddenly, Luo Qingston remembered that she still found something interesting on that guy's body, and pulled the thing out of her pocket with interest. It turned out to be a massive gold token with inscribed writing. The girl couldn't figure out what the token was. At that moment, a terrible pain pierced her head, and the warrior pressed her hand to her temple. The voice in her head said it was a sign of the Dark Guard. It was these people from the Tianyu country who wanted to harm her. The cultivator worriedly asked whose voice it was. The girl felt a voice from beyond. She remembered the country of Tianyu. She asked the unknown interlocutor, why was she hurt if someone was against her engagement? The main character's name was Luo Qingston. She was from the Lower East country. She was considered the first beauty there. Now the former first beauty found herself in a strange world in the night woods. Unfamiliar warriors stood around the girl. Luo grudgingly asked them who they were. The interlocutor asked excitedly to the strangers, how did they know she was here practicing in seclusion? Suddenly, an unfamiliar girl came out of the crowd. She turned to Luo Qingston. The stranger called the girl First Miss and asked, how does it make her feel to be trash? The protagonist realized that Luo Xinyi was standing in front of her. She angrily asked the girl how could she. The protagonist remembered bringing medicine to her sick friend Shinya as she lay on her bed. The patient was lying on the bed with tears in her eyes. She wanted to thank her girlfriend. Sinston brought various medications to her friend. She wanted to help her get better. The girl hugged her friend and said she was very nice to her. The girlfriends were practicing strength training. Shinji was able to smash a wooden exercise machine with a powerful punch. The girl was surprised at her strength. She couldn't believe she was at such a high level. The girlfriend happily shouted to the Luo Qingston girl that she had a talent for martial arts. The main character told the girl that she too could cultivate someday. Xinyi ran up and hugged her friend. She said happily that she was the best. Deep night was over the outside world. The moon was shining in the sky, and there were still 2 girls in the clearing. Sinston asked her friend unhappily why she had done that to her. Xinyi said angrily to her friend that she was very stupid. She was amused because her friend expected her to be grateful to her. Sinyi grudgingly told her interlocutor that she wanted a position like hers. The protagonist is very angry. She didn't expect such a betrayal from her acquaintance. Sinyi grabbed her ex-girlfriend's face with her hand and asked if the latter was desperate. Shinyi glared angrily at her companion and said, "This is all just the beginning." After that, the girl scrutinized her ex-girlfriend closely. Shinyi seemed to take something from her interlocutor and tossed aside a few drops of water. Zinston felt like she was missing something. Her vision began to fail. Then the girl fell to the side. She didn't see anything else. Shinyi angrily told the girl that it was absolutely not enough to cripple her cultivation. The ex-girlfriend angrily told her interlocutor that she would make her blind. The main character was lying on the ground. She couldn't see anything and couldn't get up. The protagonist lost her vision and bloody tears dripped from her eyes. Shinyi said with a smile to her interlocutor not to blame her. She added that Zinston herself provoked people she shouldn't have. Then the girl told the warriors that the day after tomorrow she wanted to see Luo Qingston, who had lost her chastity at their city gate. The protagonist saw her friend leaving. She was going to take all of her glory and Zinston would be left crippled. The girl lay exhausted on the ground. She vaguely saw her ex-sister walking off into the distance. The warriors pounced on the girl. The protagonist thought that she would always pursue Luo Xinyi and make her die a miserable death. A magical piggy appeared. He asked the main character what had happened to her. Zinston touched her hand to her face. She said she was doing well. The girl opened her eyes. She said to herself that she felt damn good. The pig got very excited. He thought the girl was crazy. The protagonist realized that all her suffering was because of her friend Luo Xinya. Zinston decided to get revenge on her abuser. She told the former owner of her new body to rest in peace. The girl clutched the talisman in her hands. She remembered the Yuan royal family. The piglet asked excitedly to her companion if she knew who wanted to kill her. Qingston said that the Yuan royal family of Tianyu country wanted to kill her. She added that she has an engagement with the 5th prince of Yuan Mo. The girl explained that the prince belongs to the superior country. At the same time, she herself is the first beauty of the lower country. Zinston said that the prince does not think that they are a good couple. Piggy asked her interlocutor, why then did the groom get engaged to her? The girl explained to her companion that the prince was indebted to her mother. She had once saved him as a child. Zinston said very sadly to her interlocutor that her mother was missing. Piggy angrily said that the ungrateful prince had turned his back on the girl and even formed a plot against her. The girl explained that if the prince wanted to break his engagement to her, he must first break it. Suddenly a good idea came to Luo Qingston. She was very happy. The girl decided that she would let everyone know that royalty and heavenly pride were worthless to her. Zinston said happily to herself. She hadn't been this excited in a long time. She felt like torturing her victim to death. The piglet looked fearfully at his girlfriend as she laughed evilly. A bright day came. Birds were flying across the sky. The girl was still somewhere far away in nature. Luo Zinston touched her eyes. Her bloody tears were starting to dig in. The protagonist's eyes were getting redder and redder. She could obviously feel it. Zinston looked over and saw the heavenly bloodgrass dripping on her. Piggy asked the girl, could she really figure out how to cure her poison very easily? Zinston thought to herself that any secret formulas or recipes couldn't be hidden from her eyes. It was all thanks to her new pupils. The girl looked at her hand and said she could see toxic poison. The piglet flew up and was surprised at such words. Zinston replied to her companion that the medical ingredients incorporated the best medicine and the most toxic poison. The girl hesitated. She realized that such a strong poison could not even be made by the country of Tianyu. Piglet asked the person he was talking to, who else would she want to hurt her about herself? The girl attracts haters, he thought. Luo Zinston thought for a moment. She was very much interested in her little friend's question. The girl said cheerfully. The situation was getting more and more interesting. Zinston suggested the piglet go and find the ingredients to cure the poison, while a young boy was walking through the woods. He was looking for the main character. The guy told himself that the girl had already left and he was one step too late. Suddenly the stranger saw something interesting in the tree. He walked close to it. The guy noticed that there were some marks on the leaves of the tree. They looked suspicious to him. The guy looked closer and realized he was seeing the most toxic poison on the leaves. The stranger wondered about the main character. He realized that she had been poisoned with the most toxic drug. He couldn't figure out who she really was. The main character was walking through the woods. She was looking around very carefully. The girl saw the bystone flower in front of her. It can cool the blood and get rid of poison. In the other direction, she saw a translucent bone flower on the ground near a Zinston tree. It could remove cold in the body and stop pain. The girl walked through the forest thicket and scrutinized various medicinal plants. The protagonist told herself that there are actually no ingredients near the mountain that she needs to cure the poison. The pig told his companion that it would take a complex poison to extract it. The girl replied to her little friend that she would find another way for the cure. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something very suspicious from the side. The girl noticed as if something had flown past her. She couldn't make out anything. The piglet got excited. He shouted to the girl that he had gotten carried away by her words and had forgotten about the danger. The piglet angrily and excitedly shouted to his girlfriend that they had to get out of the forest right away or they were finished. Sinston became anxious and wary. She asked the piglet, "What is he talking about?" The girl took her little friend's hand in hers and asked, "What is he hiding from her?" The piglet answered the girl fearfully that he could not hide anything at all. Then there was a very loud noise above the forest, like an explosion. The violent sound startled the girl. She couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Sinston sat fearfully on the earth. Next to her on the grass sat her piglet. The girl excitedly looked up at the mountain. It was as if she saw something there. Chingston looked up and saw what looked like a huge palace floating in the clouds. At this time, in the East Country inside the palace, the prince was sitting with his sister. There was complete silence in the palace. The prince and his companion prepared for the tea ceremony. The tea dishes were ready. The smell of strongly brewed tea wafted everywhere. The guy sat at a small table across from his sister. They drank tea in silence. The prince's name was Yuan Mo. He was sitting and looking intently inside the teacup. The girl's name was Yuan Shui. She was the prince's twin sister. The girl turned to her brother. Mo calmly and grudgingly asked his sister, "Why did she come to him now?" The girl was silent. She was thinking about what she should answer to her interlocutor now. The prince told his interlocutor that he had warned her before not to provoke the first misses of the Luo family. Yizu became agitated. She shouted that the first miss of a lower country was unworthy of a prince. The sister told Strictly Brother that a girl from their country would be better than a Luo. She added that Mo ruined their family's reputation because of the girl. The prince thought. He was deeply affected by the girl's words. Mo told his sister that she will go to Chengdu soon. Shu told his brother that he can get any girl he wants and he doesn't need Luo. The sister grudgingly asked her brother, what good did he find in a Luo girl? Shu told the prince that he didn't even like Luo's girlfriend. She suggested canceling the engagement. The prince got up from the table. He was very much sick of his sister's words. Mo turned to Shui and asked her grudgingly, had she finished talking already? He added that he didn't have time for his sister. The girl became agitated. She turned sharply to her brother King. The prince replied unequivocally that he would marry his bride, no matter what. He added that Luo was destined to be his consort. The girl watched in silence as her brother walked through the open doors to the street. The princess thought happily to herself that the Luo Chingston girl should already be destroyed by a dead corpse. The protagonist was far away in the countryside at the time. She was running with her piglet. The girl saw a huge demonic white wolf rushing after them. Sinston asked the piglet, is the dangerous beast chasing them because of him? The piglet shouted fearfully that now was not the time to talk about it, and they were being chased by a divine beast. The girl was surprised to hear such words. She realized that they would have to save themselves. The girl looked up in surprise and saw the ruins of Heaven Sect in front of her. There were people floating in the sky. After that, some of the flying strangers shouted that they couldn't let anything be robbed, and the people soared toward the palace. At which time, the protagonist and her piglet fell to the ground together. Sinston angrily asked the piglet, what on earth has he done? The companion answered fearfully that he didn't mean to do it. There was still a huge white wolf behind him. The piglet shouted fearfully that it was actually a divine beast. Pig shouted to his companion that they should head towards the flying cultivators as soon as possible. He added that there were scapegoats there. Afterward, the girl and her companion soared upward where the other people were. Zinston was floating with a piggyback in the clouds. There were other cultivators around her. The cultivators started shouting to each other to run away and save their lives. Pig shouted to the girl that the cultivators wouldn't be able to hold the divine beast for long. He added for the girl to fly after him. The protagonist continued to fly away with the piglet. She asked her companion, how long will the monster chase them? Suddenly the girl stopped with her animal. They saw someone in the woods. Sinston noticed the previously familiar guy standing in front of her. Piggy explained to his companion that at the current moment, the guy standing across the street was the only one who could save them against the divine beast. Thereupon, the piglet prodded the girl and told her to go and seduce the stranger at once. The guy turned to the side and was surprised to see a girl he already knew. The protagonist felt very uncomfortable. She decided that this was the end for her. Piggy excitedly shouted to his companion that they didn't have much time. The girl concentrated. She decided to act as friendly as possible to the stranger. Sinston, as affectionately as possible, asked the guy to save her. The stranger looked at the girl with a scrutinizing gaze. He interrogated, does she really want him to save her? Sinston shouted at the guy in a resentful voice that if he didn't want to save her, he was a bad person. The stranger looked at the girl carefully. He thought about the inner thigh. At that time, the guy activated his magic skills. He prepared to stop the monster. After that, the stranger launched a magical blue lightning bolt from his hand. The protagonist was frightened. She veered to the side when she saw something fly past her. A magical blue lightning bolt struck the huge white wolf and hit it directly. The guy turned to the side and yelled that his inner thigh area was fine. The stranger looked away and noticed that the girl and her pig were gone. The guy was very unhappy. He didn't like that the main character disappeared so quickly. After that, the cultivator rose into the air to fight against the huge white wolf. Chingston said cheerfully. She had already fooled the guy 3 times by accident. Suddenly, the earth began to shake under the protagonist's feet. Cracks appeared. The girl was scared. She looked around and realized there was nowhere to run. Chingston had no time to save herself. She began to fall into a deep ravine. The main character fell from a great height onto a stone floor. She hit it hard. The girl stood up and looked around. She saw that she was in the ruins of an abandoned underground palace. Afterward, the protagonist heard the piglet calling her and asking her to save him. The girl looked at her companion and said grudgingly that he was being a stupid pig. Chingston saw the piglet was tied to a pillar with large chains. The girl asked unhappily, "Wasn't the totem a divine spirit animal?" The main character shouted to the pig that it was all because of him. The animal pleaded. The pig tearfully reminded his companion that they had a contract. The girl finally decided to help her 4-legged companion after all. The tethered piglet asked the girl to help him, for he was unwell. Chingston said grudgingly that she had never seen such an intricate shape before. Chingston couldn't figure out who had sealed the pig with such a special form of magic. After that, the girl activated her magical skills to help her friend. Eventually, all the chains that were restraining the pig broke, and the pig was set free. The protagonist rejoiced because she was able to save her companion from harm. A bright glow appeared around the piglet. Someone shouted happily that he was finally free. The girl asked excitedly to the piglet what the latter meant, at which time a bright white glow appeared and the little pig was thrown aside. A strange man suddenly appeared. He shouted to someone not to be presumptuous. The protagonist was scared and worried when she saw the stranger. The man looked at the girl and asked why she had broken his best formation. Chingston asked excitedly to the man who was he and what did he want. The stranger said that he was the master of this palace. He asked with interest to the girl, how could she blindly break his dharma? Chingston replied to the master of the palace that the eyes may be blind, but the heart is not. The man told his guest that he was ready to take her in as his successor. He added that the girl would do justice in the future in the name of the fairy palace. The protagonist did not like the offer. She refused the palace master. The man was surprised because the guest refused him. He added that there were many people who wanted to be his successor. Chingston replied to the interlocutor to go to those people who wanted to be his successors. After which the man shouted excitedly after the girl that he only wanted her. The man shouted after the protagonist that the assassin's palace was the holy land of immortals. He added that if Chingston had his legacy, she would be able to look down on the world. The girl turned around and replied to the man that she didn't want any unnecessary trouble. The host told his guest that he could cure her eyes. The girl replied that she could cure any poison herself. She didn't need any help. She added that she needed the fruit of the jasper heart and the dragon spirit herb. The man became agitated. He pointed his fingers at his guest and said it was her. After which the master put 2 of his fingers on the forehead of the surprised girl. A bright white glow appeared around the palace master and the protagonist. After that, the palace began to collapse. Stones fell everywhere. The cultivators didn't understand why the palace was collapsing. One of them said that someone had gotten hold of the inheritance. One of his subordinates asked the prince why he was visiting them. Mo replied to the subordinate that the ruins of the fairy palace are discovered once every 100 years. The warriors looked in amazement before them. They couldn't believe that someone could outrun them. The prince looked at his companion unhappily. He thought that she was dragging her feet in search of Lu Qingtong. The girl looked at the prince and told him sadly that she only wanted to find her sister. At this time, the scream of a flying monster sounded. A white divine beast was approaching the humans. The prince and his subordinates turned around with fright and looked sideways at the monster. Someone threw a huge burning ball at the monsters. The cultivators around them got scared. Suddenly there was a very strong explosion. The ground began to fall under the people. The cultivators were startled to notice how everything around them began to collapse, and a huge hole appeared. One of the men called out to the girl with consternation. He called her Mistress 3. Suddenly an unfamiliar guy flew past the girl towards the monster. Shinya stood next to the monster. She realized that the stranger wanted to finish him off. Prince Mo shouted fearfully and excitedly to his companion to go with him. The girl was still shocked by the strange guy next to her. She decided that he was very good. The guy swung around to hit the white monster. Shinya decided that the stranger was too good. The guy told the frightened girl that they had to leave, or they would all die here. Shinya looked admiringly at the strange boy. She decided that he would belong to her. At this time in the dungeon, the protagonist was opposite the palace master. A man named Tianmingu said surprised that he had followed the path of Nirvana Dao. Opposite him stood the female protagonist. Tianmingu told the girl that he didn't want to ask her for anything anymore. He wanted Luo Qingstein to inherit his skills. The castle keeper showed his companion the magical artifacts. He said he would help her transform them. Tian told the girl that she would be accepted as a master in the future and would not be abandoned until her death. The girl concentrated very hard. She closed her eyes and withdrew into herself. Zinston had sunk into her inner consciousness. Magical artifacts hovered around her. The man told the girl that the 9-story tower had many uses, but she would have to learn how to use it. The blade of life and death has a message from God. He will help the girl to honor the mystery of life and death. Tian told the girl to be careful when she uses the blade of life. The protagonist was annoyed. She didn't understand why she had to listen to the old man. Tian said with a smile to his interlocutor that he didn't have much time, so she should accept his gift. After 3 days in the Luo family, people came to see the head of the family. The man angrily asked the guests, "Why do they want to take the Qingtong girl's possessions, even though they still haven't found her corpse?" And then the head of the family slammed his hand angrily on the table. The man shouted to his guests to go and look for the girl. Xinyi said fearfully to her grandfather that her sister might have already died, as the mountain's landscape is going through great changes. The girl excitedly informed that everything her father and uncle do will be for the future of the Luo family. The girl fell down in a bow. She shouted that Qingtong was definitely dead already and Grandpa should let her go. The boy told his father that they should support the Xinyi girl as much as possible. He added that Xinyi has as much strength as Qingtong. The man angrily shouted to his companions that they were talking too much. One of the sons said excitedly to his father that if they did nothing now, their family would be doomed in the future. Another son told father to give the family treasures and a letter of recommendation to the Academy of Saint Romance to the hire. The man angrily explained to his sons that the treasure was commandeered for Sinton and a letter of recommendation for her as well. After which the father shouted menacingly to his sons that they had not yet found Sinton's body. He added that the treasure would belong to the girl forever. The man shouted angrily to his sons to get them all out of the hall. After that, the girl went up to her grandfather. She wanted to say something. Xinyi wanted to tell the leader of the family something very important. The girl smiled wickedly at the old man and said that he would not have the last word. The old man felt very angry. He couldn't even get a word out. Grandpa couldn't even stand. He collapsed in his chair. Xinyi came over to him. At this time, the protagonist was still in the heavenly palace. Zinston was sitting in a state of deep meditation. She was conducting cultivation. The girl opened her eyes. She felt that her spiritual skills had increased. Zinston thought to herself excitedly that she had interrupted into the War King's realm. Tian told the girl that she needed to hide her cultivation so as not to cause trouble. He added that he hoped that the Qingston would repay him with favor for his kindness. The girl was not happy. She angrily called her interlocutor a smelly old man. Tian told the girl that he would not be able to rid her completely of all the poison. He added that he would leave for Qingston some of his power in her eyes. The old man explained to the interviewer that her eyes would be able to regenerate once a day for 2 hours. Tian told the girl that she was already much stronger, and he could keep her. The old man told the girl that the pig near her was an evil and cunning animal, so he kept the piglet sealed in his tower. Tian told the girl that the pig's main weakness was the 9-story Linglong Tower. It was the only thing that could subdue him. The old man explained to his companion that she must not let the little pig escape. Qingston stared angrily at the disappearing old man, and she couldn't believe that Tian had told her seriously. The girl said that if she took the Heavenly Palace as her legacy, she received all past wrongs and ties. The protagonist told herself reassuringly that she didn't have to sympathize. Suddenly the girl heard the voice of a piglet. It was begging and pleading for her to save it. Zinston looked at her magic tower. She said the stupid pig wanted her to save her now. The piggy was spinning around inside the tower. The little piglet shouted to the girl that he might become a roasted pig very soon. The protagonist looked at the animal inside the tower and said it would be wonderful. The piglet yelled that he would listen to the girl and asked that she not leave him. The protagonist asked grudgingly to her little companion, "Isn't Thoth dead yet?" Piggy angrily shouted to the girl that she could use the seal of the contract. Zinston must feel that he was not deceiving her. The girl looked at her hand and noticed some kind of mark there. She realized that she really could. The 4-legged friend was flying around inside the tower. He was yelling at the girl to let him out of there. The protagonist told the pig that he'd fry a little longer. It would be payment for deceiving her. The protagonist got out of the underground temple. The sun was shining outside. Zinston accelerated and quickly jumped off the big mountain and onto the ground. The girl landed gently and softly on the green lawn. She decided to rest. Zinston said in a tired voice to herself that she was finally out of there. The girl decided to free her piglet. She made a hand gesture. Little Piggy was freed from the magic tower. The little piggy was very burned. Zinston told her little friend that he looked appetizing and burnt. The piglet angrily replied to his girlfriend that he knew what she was thinking. Zinston said angrily to her little friend that she had not kept him in the tower enough. The piggy was frightened. The girl was walking along with her friend through a mountain gorge. The bodies of cultivators were lying everywhere. The piglet was walking next to his girlfriend. He was scrutinizing and sniffing everything around him. The four-legged friend said the presence of the divine beast is still felt here. The girl realized that the guy was able to fight the divine beast himself. She asked the piglet if he knew this stranger. The little companion answered the girl that he did not know the fellow, and the stranger did not reach his past level. The girl looked carefully in front of her. She noticed something interesting. The girl saw someone's body in pools of blood on the ground. She looked closely. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a suspicious sound. She turned around. Piglet excitedly said that they could hear the sounds of a strange man. Zinston told the piglet that there might be a divine beast nearby. The girl decided to see if there were any other survivors around. She jumped off the cliff. The protagonist landed on the ground with her four-legged companion. There were many bloodstains around. The stranger was lying on the earth. He was very wounded, and there were pools of blood all around him. The girl, together with the piglet, carefully approached the stranger. They examined him carefully. Zinston looked at the guy and said regretfully that he looked like a demon. The four-legged pet examined the guy and said he wasn't dead yet, but there weren't many wounds on his body. The girl became worried and decided to examine the cultivator lying down. Piggy told her girlfriend she only wanted to examine the guy when he was unconscious. Zinston reached out to the stranger. The protagonist realized that the cultivator lying on the ground had an internal wound and needed to be checked. The girl gently took the guy's hand. She wanted to check if Tot was still alive. Piglet asked excitedly about how seriously the stranger was injured. Zinston said that half of the guy's meridian is torn, and the other half of the meridian will collapse very soon. The piglet became agitated. He shouted that it couldn't be that the divine beast had injured the guy so badly. The girl said that the stranger had some of his wounds old and the rest new. The pig was surprised that a cultivator in such a condition could fight a divine beast. Chingsteen looked at the guy and realized that he was treating his own wounds. She thought that if she hadn't absorbed some of the cultivator's energy earlier, he would have been completely healed by now. The girl decided that she owed the stranger a debt, and now she would do him a favor. The protagonist activated her magical skills to heal a stranger. The cultivator was still lying on the earth. It showed no signs of life. Zinston touched the patient. She realized that she couldn't heal him completely. She only had the ability to restore the guy's main meridian. The girl looked at the stranger lying there. She decided to help soothe his wounds. The protagonist tensed up. She gave all her energy to help the guy. The exhausted Kinston sat up and said that the stranger had his meridians very complicated. Chingston lay there and looked at the cultivator. She told herself that absorbing chaotic energy wasn't so bad for her. The girl brought her finger to the guy's nose. She said that she had threatened and lashed out before. The protagonist told the silent and unconscious cultivator that he wasn't allowed to give her any trouble, and she saved him. The piglet warned the girl to keep her mouth shut and be alert. Suddenly the stranger opened his eyes. The protagonist was very startled and frightened. The girl was very frightened and screamed. She waved her arms in all directions. After that, the protagonist couldn't hold on or bounced to the side. The girl got excited and realized she was falling right on top of the guy. Zinsteen couldn't help herself and plopped down on the stranger in a kiss. The main character was very frightened. She thought excitedly to herself that she was definitely a dead man now. The girl lay close and still looking at the stranger. He regarded her in surprise. The cultivator grudgingly and angrily thought to himself he could see this woman in front of him again. The guy didn't stay conscious for long. His eyes started to close gradually. After that, the cultivator completely closed his eyes and fell into unconsciousness. Piggy grabbed the girl's hem out of fear and said they had to think about what to do if the guy woke up again. Zinston said that the stranger, as soon as he woke up, he would immediately break her heart into pieces. The pig said he was scared to death. He asked the girl to keep going. Then the protagonist told the excited pet that she was hearing things. The girl looked over and saw the glowing body of the divine beast lying on the earth. The piglet asked his companion, "Is the dead divine white she-wolf already dead?" The protagonist and her pet stood looking at a huge beast with a trail of blood. The piglet approached the divine beast and said that the huge she-wolf was already dead, and there was nothing for them to see. At this time, the protagonist approached the dead divine beast and began to examine it. A girl discovered a small divine wolf cub on the body of its dead mother. The piglet said with surprise that the divine she-wolf had died to give strength to the baby. The girl gently stroked the little white animal. It slept with its eyes closed. The protagonist took the little pet in her arms. It fell asleep and purred. The piglet grudgingly thought that the little wolfie was acting even more spoiled and cute than he was. The protagonist told her pet that she'd make a contract with the wolf cub just like she did with him. Piggy advised the girl to give her new pet some blood from her finger. The girl listened to her pet. She put a finger of her own blood to the wolf cub's mouth. Afterward, the protagonist felt a spiritual connection between her and the wolf cub. The girl looked at the body of the divine animal. She told her pet that it was time to go. The girl ran on with her piglet. It was as if they were looking for something. The protagonist stood and held her new sleeping pet in her arms. The girl reached out her hand and activated a magic spell. The protagonist used a spell to activate the magic mark. Pigott asked, "What did the girl create the barrier for, to hide the lying guy?" The protagonist angrily yelled at her pet to shut up. The protagonist said it was time to come home to see her wonderful baby sister. She added that the thought of it makes her ecstatic. At this time, in the Luo family room, the Xinyi girl was sitting with her girlfriend. Xinyi said that nothing would be good if Zinstan's fate turned out well. The girl looked thoughtful and said that her sister could protect what was rightfully hers. The maid told her mistress that she was very talented and intelligent, and couldn't even be compared to Luo Qingtong. Xinyi told her interlocutor slyly, so that she wouldn't be so blunt in front of her grandfather. At this time, a servant came running in. He shouted fearfully to the girls that the first miss had returned. Xinyi was surprised and scared. She couldn't believe her sister was back, after which the girl, accompanied by her maid, ran for the exit. Luo Xinyi's mother saw the protagonist coming and said she was pretending to be a dead person. The woman continued to blame the guest for trying to pass herself off as a dead person. One of the servants became frightened and excited. He realized that he saw the real lady in front of him. After that, the protagonist slapped the woman in the face with a swinging kick. Sinston angrily asked her stepmother, "Does she really want to get rid of her so quickly?" The woman was angry. She grudgingly asked the girl how dare she hit her. Afterward, the stepmother turned to the servants and yelled at them to beat up the main character. Sinston ran up to the woman very quickly and swung around to hit her again. The protagonist swung her arm to knock her stepmother down. Sinston said the woman wanted to beat her to death, so there would be no evidence. The heroine told her interlocutor angrily that even if Grandpa found out, it would still be very late. The stepmother angrily shouted to the guards to hurry up and rescue her. The girl looked at her mother and her sister. She didn't understand how it was possible. Shinya couldn't believe that her sister was able to return home so easily and had her cultivation restored. At this time, the young cultivator woke up and passed into himself. He saw the mountainous terrain around him. The guy remembered to himself all the past events. He decided that the main character was the culprit of all his problems. After that, the guy noticed someone start to materialize in front of him. 2 guests arrived. They bowed and called the cultivator master. One of the guests was called Beiqing. He immediately bowed to his master. The other guy's name was Feng Yu. He told the cultivator that they had arrived very late, and he could punish them. The master stood looking at his subordinates for a very long time. He continued to be silent. Beiqing looked at his master with great attention. He saw that he was wounded. The boy looked especially closely at the master's face. There were scars. The Beiqing warrior shouted fearfully. His master had a bite mark on his face. The cultivator stirred. He swiped his hand across his face and felt that he actually had a scar. The guy thought about it. He realized that everything that had happened to him was the fault of a woman he didn't know. Beiqing looked at Master carefully. He said that it all looked familiar to him. The boy was silent. He looked away unhappily and thought of his own. Beiqing pointed his finger at the cultivator and said excitedly, "It's true." Feng Yu closed his friend's mouth. He explained to his master that they could have arrived earlier if there was no masking barrier. The cultivator hesitated. What alerted him was that there was a protective barrier and someone had healed his wounds. Feng Yu still continued to hold his hand near his friend Beiqing's mouth, after which the lads looked at their master with great attention. The master closed his eyes. He was silent, and a bright glow appeared around his body. The subordinates looked at their master. A bright glow emanated from him. The master said that his main meridians had recovered and therefore healed his wounds. Feng Yu was very surprised. He couldn't understand how his master could have his main meridians recover on their own. The cultivator realized that the strange woman was connected to the changes in his body. He decided he needed to find her. The guy turned around and started to walk away. He told his subordinates that they needed to get back first. At this time in the palace, the protagonist told her lying stepmother on Earth that she only uses sneaky and dirty methods. The woman was very frightened. She kept shouting to the servants to get the girl away from her. The protagonist swung her leg around to kick her stepmother. Sinston put her foot on her mother's head and said she would see who dared to do it. The protagonist then pressed her mother's head to the earth with her foot. Shinya ran up. She angrily asked her older sister, "What is she doing?" The protagonist took her foot away from her stepmother's face. She turned to her interlocutor. Sinston angrily told her sister that she thought that Xinyi had decided for herself to hide forever. The servants were very surprised. They realized that the real first miss had now come to them. Xinyi. As calmly as possible, she asked her older sister, "What is she talking about?" The protagonist walked away from her stepmother and toward her sister. The servants nearby watched. Sinston slyly and angrily told her sister that she missed her in her. Xinyi angrily couldn't understand how her sister could talk to her like that. The girl looked at her sister and realized there was something wrong with her. Xinyi could see that inside the main character, her energy had completely changed. After gathering her strength, the girl excitedly told the guest that she was not a Luo Qingtong. The protagonist replied to her sister that she really isn't a Luo Qingtong. After that, the protagonist leaned over to Xinyi and said that she came back from the other world and couldn't be the same Luo Qingtong. The girl was astonished. She realized that her older sister knew that she might be responsible for her death. Xinyi realized that Luo Qingtong was no longer the same as before. She was no longer able to manipulate her sister so easily. Xinyi thought that her sister had no proof of her crime. She decided that now she didn't have to be afraid of the Zinston. The girl told her interlocutor in as calm a voice as possible that it was just some misunderstanding between them. Xinyi told her sister that she hated her for sending her to the mountain to develop cultivation, but there was no way she expected that something could happen there. The girl said very excitedly to her sister that she was very happy because of Zinston's doing well. The protagonist didn't believe her sister's words. She gave her a scornful look. Xinyi told her interlocutor that she had advanced very quickly in her development and was already a rank 4 martial artist. Xinyi knew very well that her sister's rank was only a rank 9 battlemaster. The protagonist said that she wasn't particularly impressed by the level of her interlocutor in the form of a rank 4 master. Zinston told her sister angrily that she had no cultivation ability and everyone knows it. The protagonist touched her sister and said she was the one who gave her spiritual energy. Zinston told her interlocutor that she had given the energy to reach martial master. At that, Xinyi was only still at rank 4. The protagonist told her worried sister that she still wasn't trying hard enough. Zinston then patted her interlocutor on the shoulder and said that she was very disappointed. When the protagonist touched her sister, magical energy came out of her hand. Zinston closed her eyes. She decided to turn around and walk away. Her sister was left alone. The servants were very much surprised. They could not believe they had just seen their first miss. Someone from the warriors said that third miss had wasted her sister's resources since Shinya was still at rank 4. The girl turned around. She shouted menacingly to the servants to shut up immediately. Xinyi was very much angered. She couldn't understand how on earth her sister could share her spiritual energy with her. She realized that Zinston had become smarter after she died. The girl angrily shouted to the servants not to stand, but to help the second wife who was lying on the ground. The main character stepped aside. She wanted to meet her pet. The girl heard some startling noise in front of her. Something materialized in front of her. The piglet was floating in the air with the wolf cub. He said cheerfully to the girl that she was very wicked. The protagonist petted her pet and said it hid well. Little Piggy said back to the girl not to worry, at which time a little fluffy fox on top of the piglet hit him with his tail. The little pig didn't like his furry friend hitting her with his tail. The piglet shouted angrily at the fox, which hit him on the head again. The four-legged friend asked the girl, "Why does he have to take care of the fox cub himself?" Zinston angrily interjected at the pet, "Does he really want her to take care of the furry animal?" The protagonist came to the gate. She stood in front of it for a long time thinking, after which the girl very boldly opened the gate and decided to go inside. The protagonist looked inside the room. She didn't like it very much. Zinston saw that a dining room set stood before her. The walls were beautifully decorated. Piggy took a good look around the place. He said it looked like a brothel to him. The protagonist told the interlocutor that her room and her courtyard were in front of her. After that, Zinston turned around and angrily called out to her servants. She didn't like something. The girl asked angrily to the servants, who had touched her room. She felt something was wrong. The servant explained that there was a second wife and a second master in the girl's room. They had previously decided to move into this room. The protagonist angrily said that her family members were in a big hurry to appropriate everything, whereupon the mistress angrily told the servants to immediately throw everything out of her room within a minute. Luo Xinyi's girlfriend was in the room with her mother. She was helping her. The woman was lying on the bed. She was heavy and moaning. The maids were beside her. One of the maids came running in. She shouted at Shinya that her older sister had thrown all her and her mother's things outside and was burning them. Xinyi was very surprised and angry. The woman lying down cried out frightened. She felt sorry for her valuables. The girl thought to herself that she hadn't completely moved in yet, and so her things would still be intact. She thought that her sister had changed a lot since she had almost died. The woman angrily shouted that she would cut the main character into 1,000 shreds because the Zinston dared to burn her precious things. The daughter explained to her mother that she could not resist the Zinston in that condition. She added that they would not make any sudden movements for the time being. The mother was very upset. It was hard for her to understand where the world was going. Xinyi angrily thought to herself that she would definitely take revenge on Luo Qingston. At this time, the protagonist in the courtyard was standing near a huge bonfire where she was burning things. Zinston cheerfully told the servants that there was now no trace of strangers here, at which time the protagonist heard someone running towards her and called her name. An old man came running up. He hugged the girl very hard, for he was glad to see her. The girl excitedly realized that the man next to her was her grandfather. The old man told her that he sent men into the mountains to find her after she went missing. The grandfather told the girl that it was all his fault, and he shouldn't have let her go alone. The protagonist felt from her grandfather that he was really worried about her. Shinsten excitedly replied to the girl that she was fine. The girl told the old man not to worry as she was doing well. At this time, in a snowy big city, people gathered around a box with a baby in it. Someone said the baby girl was born with blood-red eyes. People crowded around the homeless girl with interest. Someone said that the child had been abandoned because of her red eyes. Passers-by were surprised to notice that the child was absolutely not crying. Someone said that the girl was cold-blooded and heartless. A man came up from the side. He went toward the homeless kid. The girl was still sitting quietly and calmly in the box. She wasn't crying. The stranger was badly and poorly dressed. He headed straight for the little girl. The man looked worriedly at the baby. He stroked his head. The stranger told the girl that he would take her with him. He added that the little girl would not go hungry. And then the man took the girl in his arms. He said that if they were to suffer, it would only be together. The cleaning lady angrily told the stranger that he couldn't even take care of himself. The man shouted at the woman that it was none of her business. Afterward, the stranger took the girl and carried her away to help her. The man took the girl and raised her as his daughter. He was like a father to the girl. Time passed and the man died. The girl was very sad. She sat by the body of her pupil for a long time. The girl sat looking at the dead body. She silently shed tears for the deceased. After that, the pupil got back on her feet and decided to make her own way in life. The grandfather told his granddaughter that from now on she was on her own. He added that he would surely find a remedy to cure her eyes. The protagonist realized that the mistress of her body did not appreciate her grandfather, who loved her and was close to Shinya and her mother. On the continent of Zhenyang, cultivators competed. They were divided into martial and spiritual cultivators. Martial cultivators developed fighting techniques and strengthened their bodies. Spiritual cultivators were busy developing their consciousness and spiritual energy. According to legend, the soul has a spiritual essence. Spiritual essence is known as the spiritual seal. Anyone who possesses it can become a spiritual cultivator and master. Such people are rare. Most people are martial cultivators. They evolve until their body reaches its limit. Spiritual masters can sense different kinds of energy between heaven and earth. Different spiritual seals give different abilities. Spiritual masters differ in cultivation. In the dark Imperial city, the cultivator was in his castle. The master asked his subordinates, did they find the girl he wanted? Fenyu told his master that he had made inquiries, but had not been able to find the mysterious girl. The guy was very surprised. He couldn't believe his subordinates hadn't found anything at all. The master asked his disciples Beiqing and Fengyu, did they really search everything accurately? Beiqing said they checked every corner but couldn't find the girl. The foreman told the boys to keep looking. He added that he had to find the stranger. The guy thought at first that finding the girl wouldn't be hard for him. He figured she was from another holy family. The master told his subordinates to check everyone entering and leaving the East Country. Then the guy abruptly stopped his subordinates. He wanted to say something else to them. Fengyu and Beiqing stopped. They looked questioningly at their master. The guy told his subordinates to forget everything, and he'd take care of it personally. In the Luo family study room, the protagonist sat with the old man. The girl was eating cookies. She looked at her grandfather silently and attentively. The old man looked at the protagonist with great attention and excitement. He was silent. Shinsten, eating a cookie, asked Grandpa what he would like to tell her now. The old man looked sternly at his interlocutor and asked who had damaged her eyes. Grandpa asked the protagonist, did Luo Xinyi give birth to her eyes? The protagonist replied to the old man that she herself would take revenge on all those who had harmed her. Grandpa angrily said that he knew that Shinya was involved in everything. He added that the main character's relatives wanted to ruin her reputation. The old man grudgingly and sadly told his interlocutor that he had not defended her well. Shinsten told her grandfather with a smile that none of this was his fault. The old man cheerfully told the girl that it was as if he had had an epiphany, and now his Shinten was an adult. Grandfather told his granddaughter excitedly that Xinyi could never get hold of the true treasure and pride of the Luo family. The old man took his companion's hand. He said he was about to show her something. Grandpa and the girl walked over to the wall where two large paintings hung. After that, the old man activated his magic skill. He pointed his fingers towards the wall. Magic caused a hole to appear in the wall, and it began to expand. Very soon there was a passage in the wall through which one could go inside. The protagonist was surprised because she couldn't even use her eyes to locate this secret door. The old man and the girl were walking through the room. There were huge racks of books all around. The protagonist was looking around. She saw shelves full of books. The grandfather told the interviewee that this was the true treasure of their family. The books described methods and secret techniques for developing spiritual cultivation. Shinsten silently and carefully looked around. She looked at the books. The girl saw some books on the shelf that interested her very much. The protagonist realized she had the literature on eye techniques in front of her. The old man told the girl that he would get her a book that was interesting to her. The protagonist reached out and confidently took the book she wanted from the shelf. Sinston stood with the book in her hands and looked confidently at the old man. Grandpa looked at the girl in amazement and said her eyes had changed. Sinston told her grandfather that when she went blind, she mastered a secret technique. She can now use spiritual power to see objects. The main character said with a smile to the old man that it's all about family heritage. The girl thought that thanks to the Luo family's eye technique, she could now safely use her eyes. The old man happily told the girl that he thought she wouldn't be able to cultivate their family techniques. The grandfather told the girl that she was born with very clear eyes. Eyes with unusual pupils are best suited for developing such a technique. Sinston said with a smile to her grandfather that he didn't need to worry anymore and she understood. The old man told the interviewee that she would have to work hard to discover her spirituality. The grandfather told the interviewer that he didn't have the eye technique, so he couldn't teach the girl anything. The old man explained that St. Romance Academy is the best place. Few people can get the honor of cultivating there. Sinston will get all her questions answered in this academy. Grandpa promised the interviewer that he would get her letter of recommendation back. Sinston shouted to her grandfather that she didn't need anything from the Tianyu royal family. The protagonist slyly said that if Luo Xinyi got a letter of recommendation, she was willing to give it to him. The girl gave the old man a sly look and said she wanted to call off the engagement. Grandpa was very surprised. He asked his companion, "Doesn't she like the fifth prince anymore?" The protagonist took an important artifact out of her pocket. She wanted to show it to her grandfather. Sinston told the old man that this seal belonged to the man who wanted to kill her. The girl told the old man that Luo Xinyi had done her a lot of harm, and she didn't want such a marriage. The old man was very angry. He clutched the seal in his hands and shouted that Luo Xinyi and her minions had a lot of self-importance. The grandfather told the girl that he would break the engagement at once. He added that the fifth prince was not worthy of his granddaughter. The protagonist told the agitated old man that she couldn't just leave. Sinston said they could not go along with their enemies, even though those enemies used low methods. The protagonist decided to explain to the old man what they should do now. Night had fallen over the manor. The birds sat silent in the tree. Xinyi was in her room, at which time a maid came in. She said excitedly that she had bad news for the third miss. Xinyi grudgingly asked the maid what had happened and why was she panicking so much. A maid told that there was a corpse hanging over the gate. The elder mistress screamed and wailed that it was the body of the first miss. The woman was questioned and said that it was Shinya who ordered her to say so. The girl was angry when she heard such words. She realized that everything had gone wrong somehow. The maid reported that the woman said as if she were a Shinya and ordered her to keep shouting the first miss's name while she seized the dismembered body. The girl jumped up abruptly. She shouted unhappily at her maid. She had made it clear that no one was to do anything without her. The girl thought about how many people might know that Luo Qingtong had returned home. She thought that it might have been Yuan Shui's fault. The girl remembered Shui saying that she wanted the protagonist to suffer total humiliation and lose her reputation. Xinyi was very much pissed off. She didn't understand why didn't Shui discuss all the details with her before she started following the plan. At which time, Arrow suddenly flew into the girl's room from the window at the side with a note. The girl was surprised and frightened after Arrow got stuck in her bed. Xinyi thought that along with the arrow, a secret security insignia had come to her. The girl, still frightened, walked over to the arrow and took the note off of it to read it. Xinyi opened and read the note. Along with it was a protective golden artifact. Xinyi thought that the conversation girl now remembered her. She decided to go out. The girl left her manor and headed out to meet the man she needed. Xinyi was walking through the estate. She had a hooded cape thrown over her. The girl was walking along the ground and didn't notice someone watching her from above in a tree. The warrior told his colleague that they needed to go and tell their master that Luo Xinyu had left the manor. The head of the Luo family held a meeting with his relatives in a separate room. Grandpa told the guests that there were people with evil hearts who were plotting against them. Old Man asked the people present who among them knew the details about the incident at the city gate. He asked who was the person who wanted to harm the Qingtong girl. The interlocutors sat in silence. They looked at each other and answered nothing. The old man told his guests to take their time and think before answering him. At that time, Grandfather heard a suspicious noise from behind. Someone was nearby in the next room. People gathered behind the partition. The guests around the old man listened attentively. Someone said to the seventh princess that she would do anything for her. The guest told the princess that she couldn't clean up the mess instead of her now. The guests listened carefully. They realized that the seventh princess must be nearby. The interlocutor said grudgingly to Luo Xinya that she didn't ask for anything to be done for her. Xinyi said angrily to the interlocutor named Yuan Shui, "Does she really want to burn the bridge she just crossed?" The girl threatened that if she was caught, she would tell everything. Zhu sat calmly at the table. She told her interlocutor that she couldn't even follow her instructions. Xinyi recalled that she had done everything Shui had ordered her to do. She had taken the protagonist to the mountains and destroyed her cultivation and poisoned his eyes. The girl angrily asked her interlocutor how come Zinston was able to return healthy and unharmed. At that time there was a very strong blow. The wooden wall shattered into pieces. Shinya girl was very frightened and worried. She didn't know that someone could have been eavesdropping on them. Xinyi saw her grandfather standing beside her along with his companions. Luo Xinyi was very much frightened. She realized that she wouldn't be able to justify herself now. The female interlocutor angrily said to Luo Xinyi that the latter was a very good sister. Then the girl threw off her hood and it turned out to be the main character. Xinyi was very surprised and amazed when she saw Luo Qingtong in front of her. Grandpa got angry. He swung around and yelled at the girl that she had a very evil heart. A powerful blow from the old man sent Shinya crashing into the wall. The girl coughed. She thought to herself fearfully that she had fallen into the protagonist's trap. The old man ordered the servants to tie up Luo Xinyi and bring her back. Grandpa said that the Luo family was not worth the Tianyu family. He added that he would immediately go to the country of the Tianyu to cancel the engagement. The people on the street were excited. They all chatted about the news that the Luo family wanted to call off the engagement. Passers-by talked about canceling the engagement between the first Miss Luo and the fifth prince of Tianyu country. The girl said that she had full confidence in the decision of the head of the Luo family. Someone even said that after the engagement was cancelled, the Luo family might be destroyed. The protagonist was cultivating in a secret room with her pets by her side. The piglet was eating a chicken leg with gusto. The fox was sitting next to him and growled pitifully. A piglet grudgingly told his furry friend that he wanted to steal his food. The protagonist turned around and said grudgingly that her beasts were very loud. She reminded the pet that if you make a fool pray to a god, it will split his forehead. The pig turned around angrily and said the chicken leg belonged to him. The pet turned around and asked the girl, what kind of fool and god was she talking about? Piggy told the girl that she still hadn't come up with a name for him. Sinston told her interlocutor that she would call him small-flavored Piggy. The pet told the girl that if she came up with a name for him, he would accept it. Next to him lay a fox cub that had already calmed down. The piglet said he had a strange feeling about his furry friend. After a week, the girl's cultivation level increased very sharply. She was in the library room. The protagonist sat with her eyes closed. She continued to improve her skills. During her deep meditation, the girl abruptly opened her eyes. A magic blade reflected in them. Bright lightning flashed throughout the library. It accompanied the cultivation process. Gradually, bright lightning bolts headed closer and closer to the bookshelves. After the lightning flashes, books started falling out of the shelves onto the floor. There was a lot of dust and smoke around. The pet told the girl that she could refract the light of her pupil with her sword. The main character told the pig that he's already a 3-star soul master. The girl said that she still had to think about how to get into the branch of the Tianyu Academy. The protagonist said wistfully that she knew very little about her soul seal. The pig replied to his mistress that he knew nothing, as he had been isolated from the world for a long time. Sinston said in a tired voice that she had to neutralize the poison in her eyes. She added to have the pet walk with her. The protagonist headed for the exit with her piglet. A servant came running in. He told the mistress with fright that the third miss had escaped. At this time in the Sky Pavilion, the cultivator continued to wait for news from his subordinates. The guy stood by the balcony railing and looked down into the clouds. The master was annoyed. He wanted to find the strange girl as soon as possible. Feng Yu said grudgingly to his friend that their whole trip was now postponed. Beiqing replied that he was worried about the master. Feng Yu then angrily tapped his friend on the head and shouted for him to see where they were now. The master ordered his subordinate to receive punishment in the Heavenly Judgment Pavilion. Beiqing replied to the master that he would do just that. The protagonist asked excitedly to the servants, "Is her sister missing?" The frightened servants fell down in a bow. One of them shouted that they had scoured the whole city but had not found the bluey. Zinston told the minions to get up as it wasn't their fault. To herself, she thought to herself that the people of Tianyu had a good information network. The protagonist thought to herself angrily that none of her enemies could escape, and she would demand payment from them. The protagonist told the servants she had to leave. The servants will now be in charge of the entire estate. The girl had strictly ordered them to kill anyone if anyone started mayhem while she was away. The servants told their mistress in a friendly and submissive manner that they were obeying her order. In the evening, the protagonist went out by herself on the roof of the building. There were no people around. Zinston activated her magic skills. Blue lightning bolts appeared. After activating the spells, a protective aura appeared over the entire estate. Pig asked the girl why she puts protection in her house. The protagonist replied that she does it just in case. The girl explained that wherever there is light, there is also darkness. Such a place is called the Dark City, or the Royal City of Shadows. The protagonist explained that in the Dark City, everyone can do whatever they want. In the Dark City of the Sea, even kill anyone and nothing happens. In a dark city, you can do anything you want just as long as a person is willing to pay for it. In the Dark City, you can have fun. This place has identical capacity to the other 4 big Shenshu. No one can say for sure where the Dark City came from. All we know is that its owner's name is Hades. Most often the owner of a dark city is called an honorary Hades. The protagonist and her companion arrived in the neighborhood of a dark city in the East Country. The girl and her pet scrutinized everything they saw in front of them. The protagonist saw a gloomy castle with a wall in front of her. She thought it was the gate to hell. There were a lot of skulls floating in the river near the gate. There was an ominous atmosphere around. Piggy said that if the martial artists fell here, they would disintegrate into bones. He added that the higher area of the dark city was even more dangerous than the gate. The protagonist thought to herself with hope that she would find the ingredients to neutralize her poison. The girl saw a lot of people near her. They were all standing near the gate. The protagonist noticed a huge spirit ship flying across the sky above them. The pig said that such a ship could travel 1,000 miles in a day. It could only carry supreme beings. Passengers with a dark city permit can get right in. It's a big dream for many people to get into the city as a guest. As long as the protagonist has the power, she can get herself permission to get in. The girl thought to herself. She realized that she needed to get to the spirit ship. The protagonist was looking closely. She saw a group of passengers leaving the ship. Sinston noticed the prince, accompanied by his acolytes, step off the side of the ship. At that time, a barrier began to rise in front of the dark city. People became wary. After the barrier was raised, the passage to the city was cleared. Suddenly, there was a noise from outside. A group of people appeared in the sky. They all headed towards the dark city in unison. Sinston thought that it might have been the master of the dark city. The protagonist was very much agitated. She looked above her at the palace. Someone shouted that Honorable Hades, who is the lord of the dark city, should be here. The people around them were saying that the Honorable Hades should be on the incoming ship. Everyone was excited. People were shouting joyfully that the Honorable Hades was now in front of them. The protagonist noticed a guy she already knew standing there with his subordinates. The master looked unhappily at his subordinate. Beiking was fearfully silent. Thereupon the lad fell to his knees before his master. He cried out fearfully that he had accidentally hit the switch. Beiking fearfully told his master that he could make his move. Feng Yu grabbed his friend by his clothes. He shouted that he would teach the guy a lesson himself, and he wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. Hades was silent. He showed with his appearance that he agreed to Feng Yu's proposal. After that, the guy thanked the master, grabbed his Beikin friend, and pulled him along. At which time, the piglet in the protagonist's arms said he couldn't see anything from that spot. Sinston looked closely. She spotted someone on the deck who looked interesting to her. The girl activated her magical vision. She looked ahead carefully. At which time the master, standing near the railing, scrutinized the crowd below him. Hades was looking closely at the people. He was searching for someone. The master saw a huge crowd of people bustling below in front of him. He sensed something. Hades felt as if there was someone watching him from the crowd. He decided that the woman he was interested in might be there. After that, the master shoved off and decided to jump down to the people in the crowd. Hades jumped over the railing very quickly and flew far forward. The master decided not to stop, and he flew over the wall of the fortress. The prince told his servants that they had to go and could not linger. After that, the prince thought dreamily to himself that he too might soon become as powerful as Hades. The protagonist stood in the crowd. She felt the master fly by. Sinston thought to herself excitedly that she was completely defenseless at that moment. The piglet told the mistress that they should hurry up and run away. Sinston thought to herself excitedly that this place was going to be very dangerous for her. With that, the girl sprawled and kicked off the ground with all her might to fly farther away. The heroine calmly jumped over the huge moat and flew on. The girl had the strength and energy to continue her flight and land. People from below watched as Sinston freely jumped over the moat and landed. Someone decided to also just try to jump over. A couple of people wanted to jump the moat. They failed and started drowning. The protagonist looked away. She noticed people drowning. Old man Luo arrived at Tianyu Palace. He was determined to break off the engagement. Grandpa stood on the red carpet in front of the seated queen and her daughter. The old man excitedly told the queen that he was calling off the engagement. He added that the Tianyu family looked at other people from a great height. Princess very grudgingly told the old man that he was being rude to her mother. The queen told the guest that her son was not at home and to wait until the prince returned. Grandpa angrily shouted back that the family pulling them down from the right path. Suddenly, the old man saw someone in front of him. He was very surprised and worried. His subordinate boys came to City Lord Hades' mansion with a report. Feng Yu asked his master from the doorstep if he had found the girl so far. Hades looked at his guests carefully and said that he hadn't found the girl yet. Feng Yu informed the master that someone had used a very toxic poison to harm the girl. It was supposed to help hide information about her. Hades told his subordinates judiciously that they could continue their search in that direction. Beiking said that it could be that the girl's strength was very small and she could be buried in the ranks of the higher countries. Feng Yu asked excitedly to the master, had his internal wounds healed? Bei King said thoughtfully to his master that he might have been mistaken. Hades stood up and resolutely told his subordinates that he was fine. Blue bright lightning bolts appeared around the Lord. He shouted that he felt great. The Lord attacked his subordinates with a strong and magical blow, and the guys flew back. Feng Yu flew off and hit the wall. His friend Bei King fell to the ground. The disciples were surprised. Bei King told the master that he had very great spiritual energy. The Lord said that if he had done such a thing before, his meridians would have ruptured. But it wouldn't happen to him again. Bei King cheerfully told his master that they would surely find the girl and bring her here to him. Hades smiled happily at his subordinates and wanted to say something to them. A guy remembered meeting a girl. He remembered her asking him if he was really in love with her. Hades remembered meeting the main character. She told him he couldn't live without her. Guy clearly pictured it as if the girl was asking him to save her. Hades thought and said firmly to his disciples not to catch the girl themselves. Hades told his subordinates that the woman was very strange. When they found the stranger, they would be obliged to report it to him. The Bei King disciple obediently replied to the master that they would do it all for him. The master told the lads sternly to obey orders and not to touch the girl when they found her. The underlings bowed in a friendly manner and told the Lord that they would do so. Bei King thought his master was afraid they might not be able to handle the stranger. Bei King wanted to say something to his lord. He was immediately stopped by his friend. Feng Yu didn't let his friend finish. He said he knew exactly what he was thinking. The city streets were empty. There were no people anywhere. Stranger Chagall towards the auction house. Man walked up to the right building. He read the sign to make sure he was near the auction house. After that, the stranger stepped confidently into the room. He was wearing a long black robe. A servant came by. He asked the masked client how he could help him. The stranger said he wanted to sell medicine. The worker asked the guest what kind of medicine he was selling. The customer briefly responded to the interlocutor that he wanted to sell a liquid medicine. The guy asked the stranger with surprise, "What kind of liquid medicine does he want to sell?" The customer told the employee to call his manager immediately about the sale. The piglet next to the protagonist thought to himself that the medicine looked very familiar. The girl in the hoodie sat silently at the table. At that time, the manager came out to her. The alchemist's name was Master Liu. He asked a customer to show him a liquid medicine. The girl carefully pulled a small red vial out of her pocket and held it out to the manager. The Lu alchemist quickly snatched the vial from the customer and said that the guy was amazing. The alchemist carefully opened the bottle. He was still eyeing the customer suspiciously. The manager was surprised when a greenish aroma came out of the vial. He realized that he was looking at a liquid medicine of Earth rank. Master Liu carefully analyzed the contents of the vial. He decided that the liquid medicine in front of him was a heaven rank liquid medicine. The alchemist realized that what he had in front of him was pure medicine without any impurities. The master thought in surprise that even their alchemists weren't capable of making such a medicine. The man smiled evilly to himself. He had a cunning plan to deceive his client. Master Liu said with a smile to the interlocutor, "The quality of the medicine is very good." The alchemist said that the medicine possessed an earth rank of the highest quality. The man saw that the stranger was standing in front of him and showed no reaction. The chemist said he needed to run a couple more tests with the drug. He asked the stranger to wait for him. After that, the master turned around and silently headed for the exit through the open door. The protagonist followed the departing alchemist closely and silently. Master Leo was walking down the street on a path. He was in a great hurry to go to a nearby building. The alchemist quickly ran into the neighboring outbuilding. He decided to check the cure more thoroughly as soon as possible. Liu thought happily to himself that a top-quality medicine had been created by a man who was nowhere to be found. The alchemist thought to himself happily that his luck had smiled on him. He decided that the customer who had passed to him was not lucky enough. After that, Master Liu went back inside the auction house. The alchemist handed the client a vial and said he was returning his medicine. The protagonist took the red medicine bottle back in her hands. Sinston activated her magical vision. She realized that the alchemist had changed the medicine. Master Liu told the client calmly that the medicine can help heal the meridians, but the effect will be very limited. It has no healing effects, but it has ingredients that postpone symptoms. The alchemist told the stranger that he had been duped. The drug is still very rare. The stranger asked the alchemist if his medicine was not what it was supposed to be. Master Liu replied that he could test the medicine anywhere else. The client calmly replied to the master that such a drug was not worth his attention. Then the stranger went to return the bottle and said he was donating it to the auction house. The apprentice asked the master, "Did the client's medicine not match the description?" The alchemist really didn't like the fact that the worker was doubting him. The protagonist and her pet were walking down a city street. The pig angrily told the girl that the alchemist had tampered with her medicine. He grudgingly asked why she didn't expose Master Liu. The girl replied that she would do otherwise and solve the problem the way she wanted. The protagonist told her companion that she was taking him to another, even more fun place. There was a deadly contest between fighters in the bloody arena. There were many spectators around. The guests of the competition were very excited. They shouted and supported their fighters. In the marketplace, two fighters fought each other to the last man. The warrior swung his arm and elbowed his opponent in the face with all his might. The spectators were very excited. They were shouting and cheering the fighters. A girl in pink walked between them. The main character was walking between people in the crowd. Piggy asked the girl, "What are they doing here in this bloody arena?" The pet asked the girl, "Does she really want to get into a fight or make a bet?" Sinston replied to her companion that he would figure it out soon enough. The girl in pink came up to the main character and asked, "What game will she bet on?" The girl said seductively to her guest that there were arenas 1 through 9. The protagonist grabbed her interlocutor's hand and said she didn't like being touched. The interlocutor shouted fearfully for the protagonist to spare her this time. Sinston brushed the stranger's hand away from her very roughly. The girl in pink was frightened. The girl got excited thinking that there could still be men coming into the arena who didn't like women. A fierce battle was taking place in the center of the arena. The spectators were shouting with excitement. The warrior continued to brutally beat his opponent, who was lying in the ring. Blood spurted from the warrior's mouth from the blow to his head. He could no longer resist. The fighter then delivered another hard punch to his opponent's face. Pigott said that the fighter lying in the ring is badly crippled, and all of his meridians in his body are torn. The girl in pink came up again. The main character wanted to tell her about the winner of the match. Sinston pointed her finger at the lying warrior, and said that she wanted to bet 100,000 silver on his victory. The girl in pink surprisingly told the protagonist that the lying fighter would lose and die. Sinston told the interviewer that she wanted to bet on the fighter. She demanded that the girl write it down. At this time, the warrior considered that he had already completely won, and jumped to his feet happily. A battered fighter was lying in the ring. There were bloodstains all around him, and nobody paid any attention to him. Sinston came very close to the battered fighter. She asked him if he wanted to live. The boy opened his eyes with difficulty. He answered the stranger in a firm voice that he wanted to live. Sinston activated her magic skill and directed it at the fighter. She told the warrior to kill his opponent if he wanted to live. Suddenly, the guy's eyes lit up dramatically. He came to his senses completely. The fighter jumped to his feet. Energy flames raged around him. The fighter then accelerated to strike his opponent with an overhand right. The energetic fighter struck his opponent with a powerful arm punch. The blow was so powerful that the guy had a piece of his opponent's hair in his hands. The fighter shouted loudly and joyfully. He thought he had finally won. The spectators shouted loudly that the warrior had used a forgotten technique. Now he must die quickly due to severe wounds. Suddenly, red bleeding wounds appeared on the fighter's body. He could no longer stand. Afterward, the warrior collapsed in the ring due to a very large number of injuries. The protagonist asked the girl if her manager had prepared the money. The interviewee replied that if the fighter won, he was obliged to survive until he was declared the winner. Sinston asked with interest to her interlocutor, who said the victorious warrior would die. An alchemist came to the town leader's mansion with a cure. Hades took the red vial in his hands and scrutinized it from all sides. The lord sitting on the throne asked Master Luo, "Is the one who understands medicine really the one?" The alchemist said proudly that he was able to get the best conditioning of his drug. The end result was a paradise-rank drug. Hades sternly asked his guest who had given him the recipe for such a cure. The alchemist was very surprised at such a question from the master. He was frightened. Hades angrily asked Master Luo, "Didn't the latter just hear him?" The alchemist told the gentleman in a frightened voice that he had created the cure himself, and no one had given him the prescription. Hades told his interlocutor that he did not have the skill to create such a medicine. He demanded that Luo answer who had given him the prescription. Luo kneeled down and turned to the honorable master with a frightened expression. The alchemist looked down at his hands. He noticed burning dark spots appearing on his palm. Master Luo cried out very loudly from fear and pain. He looked at his palm with fright. Beikin grabbed the man's hand and asked angrily, "How dare the man deceive the master?" The boy was very much surprised. He was frightened by the alchemist's burning hands. Beikin noticed with consternation how the Luo's hands began to decompose on their own. Feng Yu grabbed his friend's arm. He shouted excitedly for him to be more careful. Feng Yu told the man that the cure was created by someone else, but greed overwhelmed the alchemist. Luo's body was burning. He shouted loudly that the medicine was brought to him by the man in the black cloak. The alchemist turned around and shouted that he would go look for the stranger right away. Hades thought the person in the black cloak might be the woman he was already looking for. The lord told his subordinates to go after the alchemist. He demanded that the head of the auction house be brought to him. Feng Yu asked with interest, "At the master? Does the latter suspect anyone?" Hades tossed his apprentice a red vial and told him to look at it. The boy opened the red vial and sniffed carefully. He could smell a special odor. Feng Yu told the leader that the medicine in the vial was similar to the one used by the lord himself. Hades said that the vial contained the same medicine he uses. He added that the woman would not have been able to recognize the formula under such circumstances. The leader said that the strange woman was very strange and special. Feng Yu told the master that he would follow the trail and bring him the right woman, at which time the protagonist was in the arena near a battered and lying warrior. Sinston sat next to the fighter. She needed to revive him as soon as possible. The girl brought the vial of medicine up to the guy's face and poured it into his mouth. After that, Sinston pressed the desired points on the fighter's body with her fingers in very quick movements. The protagonist stood up. She realized she had completely succeeded. Suddenly, the fighter's body convulsed. He began to regain consciousness. The warrior very slowly opened his eyes as his body regained its strength. The people in the arena were surprised. They couldn't believe that the fighter had sustained heavy damage and was able to stand up. People were surprised. Someone shouted that the man in the black cloak had helped revive the lying fighter. Sinston asked the guy, "How is he feeling?" The fighter replied that his wound hurts, but he's feeling better. The protagonist asked the surprised judge, "Can he now declare the fighter victorious?" The referee joyfully began to bang the gong. It meant a complete victory for the warrior. The referee informed the audience that Cuo Linfeng was the winner of the match. The audience rushed en masse to the girl. They mistook her for a strange man. People shouted that they were ready to buy the medicine for any money. The protagonist turned to all the people present with a chuckle. The girl told viewers they could call her a ghost eye doctor. The protagonist thought to herself that she wanted to contribute everywhere and have everyone recognize her name. The protagonist was in the guest VIP room of the blood arena. There were 2 people in front of her. The manager called the girl a great doctor and asked, "How much liquid medicine does she have left?" The interviewee said she had 10 bottles of the medicine. She added that she would take 90% of all proceeds. The fellow replied cheerfully to his interlocutor that he would prepare her payment immediately. The girl handed the sheet to the boy and said that she needed special ingredients and demanded that they be retrieved. The pig was unhappy and told the girl that she was giving the medicine to people and they might find something. Sinston explained that she had mixed over 100 herbs and no one would be able to find anything. The head of the auction took the sheet from the girl and told her that he had put his best foot forward and wouldn't let her down. Some guest suddenly ran into the room. He demanded to see the Phantom Eye Doctor. The head of the auction said grudgingly for the guards to throw out the people who dared to approach the Great Eye Doctor. The prince came in. He told the guard angrily that he dare not touch him. The prince showed the guard his secret city ID. He didn't like that this was the way they greeted dear guests here. The guy told the guest that even if he had a dark city ID, he couldn't break into the bloody arena unannounced. The prince replied that he was in a hurry. The head of the arena apologized to the Great Doctor for scaring him. An interlocutor told the eye doctor that they would help him get his Dark City credentials. As a result, he would get the best reception possible. The prince told excitedly that his younger sister had used a secret technique and damaged her meridian. The protagonist sat perfectly still and silent. She did not react in any way to the guest's words. The prince explained that he was a student at a Catholic academy. He explained that he would thank the doctor if he saved his sister. Sinston responded to the interviewer that there are several types of people she does not save. The girl said sternly that she would not save those who made her unhappy. Sinston added that she would not save those who deserved to die and those who could be saved by another. The girl replied to the prince to find someone else. The prince promised the doctor that he would pay him 10 times as much for saving him. The girl answered the prince very calmly, that she didn't care what he said. The person he was talking to got angry. He wanted to say something offensive to the doctor. The servant told the lord that the doctor was unable to save his little sister. The prince replied that they would go and ask Master Liu at the auction house for help. The prince told his men that it was time for them to move forward. At this time, a frightened alchemist ran in. His body was decomposing, and he ran to the sitting doctor. Louis fell to his knees in front of the doctor and said he wouldn't do it again. The alchemist shouted to his companion to spare her and promised to do anything. The howlers began to shout angrily for the eye doctor to tell why he had punished the man so cruelly. Sinston asked the alchemist to have him tell everyone present why he was in this situation. The protagonist slyly called her suffering interlocutor Master Liu. The warriors were very surprised. They could not believe that the man who ran in was a famous Liu master. The head of the auction asked the man, could it be that he is a famous Earth-rank alchemist named Master Liu? The chemist plopped down on the floor and said he shouldn't have stolen his liquid medicine from the doctor. He asked that the doctor keep him alive. One of the warriors told the eye doctor not to punish the alchemist so harshly. The head of the auctioneer said sternly to the guests to be courteous to their great doctor. The prince cut his words short. He said it was time for them to leave. Suddenly, the doctor demanded that the guests wait and not leave. The doctor said unhappily, "Do the guests really want to just vilify him like that and leave?" The head of the auction told the interlocutors that they would not leave so easily. The prince turned around. He asked grudgingly to the eye doctor what he wanted. The doctor told the prince that he would forgive him if he bowed and apologized 3 times. The interlocutor was very surprised and indignant. He did not like such a request. The subordinates began angrily shouting that they would apologize to the doctor but not bow. The doctor asked grudgingly to the guests, wouldn't they apologize? The head of the auction told the guests that if they didn't apologize, they would make them suffer. The boy angrily shouted to the man that they were students at St. Catholic Academy. The interlocutor asked angrily to the guests, do they really think they are in a dark city? The excited and frightened servant looked hopefully at the prince and turned to him. The prince hesitated. He was silent and said nothing to his servants. He had a decision to make. The guy realized he'd have to apologize to the doctor. He had no other choice. After that, the prince decided to bow quietly and apologize. In a mode of complete silence, the lad in front of his servants decided to bow to the doctor. The prince bowed to the doctor and humbly apologized to him. The guy humbly said on his knees that it all started because of him, and he simply wasn't thinking. The prince said he hoped the great doctor could forgive everything. The protagonist was completely satisfied with the interlocutor's bow. She replied to him that everything was very good. Sinston waved her hand at the guests and said they could leave now. The girl threw the vial into the alchemist's hands and told him never to appear before her eyes again. The man happily picked up the vial of antidote. He realized his life was saved. Late at night, the prince returned to his residence. There was a bright moon shining in the sky. A magical ship flew past the moon. The prince was completely alone. The guy sat at the table and thought. He didn't notice the time passing. The boy was silently staring blankly in front of him. He was remembering the events of the past day. Suddenly, the prince saw something begin to appear and materialize in front of him. The boy looked closely. He realized he had just received a message from his father. The prince began to carefully read the message from his father sitting at the table. Suddenly, something in the text really interested and amazed the guy. The prince angrily threw the message on the table and shouted that he would not cancel the engagement. The guy said angrily that Luo Qingtong would belong to him. Even if the girl died, her ghost would also belong to him. He didn't like it that the Luo family went against him. After calming down a bit, the prince decided that if he wanted to marry Luo Qingtong, then everyone else should help him. The guy thought to himself excitedly that if it wasn't for chance, he wouldn't have even looked at the main character. In the royal palace of Tianyu, the ruler was holding a meeting with members of his family. They were reading a letter. The woman asked the king what the guy in the letter said to them. The man said, the prince had finally decided to marry Luo Qingtong after the girl turned 18. The princess was amazed. She couldn't believe her brother could write such a reply. The queen calmly asked, does the guy still not want to cancel the engagement? The girl grudgingly shouted that other people would look at their royal family as a joke. The man angrily told the princess that it was all her fault because she started harming Luo Qingtong. The girl said resentfully that everything she did was for the good of her royal family. She reminded the ruler that he himself had allowed her to do it. The man got angry. He stood up and banged his hand on the table and shouted for the interviewer to shut up. The ruler told his wife and daughter that they were forbidden to harm the Luo Qingtong. He added that the queen should pacify the old Luo man and compensate him for all the damage. After that, the woman went out to hold a meeting with the old man Luo. Grandpa angrily told the queen to simply call off the engagement. The queen replied that they had called the prince back. They have no plans to cancel the engagement. The woman added that Luo Qingtong will become part of their family after she turns 18. The ruler told the grandfather that they would give him gifts to compensate his Luo family. She demanded that the interlocutor say no more about canceling the engagement. Maids appeared in the hall, carrying various expensive gifts on trays. The grandfather dropped the gift box on the ground and startled the maid. He shouted that he would never allow his granddaughter to become part of the Tianyu family. He repeated that he was canceling the engagement. The woman angrily told the old man not to destroy the trust as long as she gave him a chance. The ruler told grandfather to accept the engagement regardless of his wishes. The grandfather angrily shouted at his interlocutor not to speak any more nonsense. The old man sternly said that he was canceling the engagement today. He added that he wouldn't let Luo Qingtong come to this place, even if he had to die because of it. After that, the angry guest turned around and headed for the exit. The woman watched him. The ruler was very much angered by the girl's answer. She couldn't even say anything to him. After a short pause, a princess approached the ruler from the side. Zhu told her mother that her grandfather was very arrogant. She added that the old man should not have been given the opportunity to just walk away. The mother replied to her daughter that she was well aware of her plans. The girl thought for a moment. She decided to offer her mother a way out of such a situation. Zhu leaned over to her mother and began his slyly telling her what they could do in such a situation. At the time, the protagonist was at her house. She was alone. The girl was in the bathroom. She was resting and taking a relaxing bath. The main character was in the water. Her clothes were hanging next to her on a screen. She was resting. Sinton reached out her hand to take the fruit that lay nearby on the tray. Sinton began to leisurely peel the banana. She rested and thought about her own in complete relaxation. The girl didn't get a chance to taste the banana. Someone on the side disturbed her. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a bell ringing at the side, as if someone had come in. After that, the girl realized she needed to get dressed quickly. Her cape was next to her. The protagonist rushed out of the water and grabbed her clothes. Sinton quickly threw her black hoodie over the body so she was unrecognizable. To completely conceal her appearance, the protagonist covered her face with a mask. After calming down a bit, the girl asked sternly, who had come to her now? A guest came in. He opened the door in front of him with his hand. The ruler of the dark city Hades walked in. He asked the girl as calmly as possible how she was feeling. In the surrounding utter silence, the tinkling of bells in the wind could be heard. The main character was scared. She realized the guy had been stalking her the whole time. In as calm a voice as possible, the girl asked her guest, why on earth did he come into her room for no reason? Hades was wary. He found it hard to believe that he was actually hearing a male voice from his interlocutor. The ruler thought the woman was very sneaky and could totally fake it. The guest took out a vial. He asked the Phantom Doctor if he had created this medicine. The protagonist got very excited. She couldn't believe that the guy could have found out the recipe after she improved it a lot. The girl calmly told the guest that she had created the remedy. Sinston asked the guest if he wanted her to make the same potion for him. The guy sternly asked his interlocutor, where did he get the prescription for the medicine from? The eye doctor replied that he got the prescription from a beautiful lady. The governor became visibly agitated. He asked his interlocutor if he had received the prescription from the girl. The interlocutor told the guest that he had saved the girl, so she gave him the recipe. The boy hesitated. He didn't believe at all in the words he heard from his interlocutor. The ruler stretched out his hand to accurately recognize the identity of the person standing before him. Hades swung around. He wanted to yank the black robe off his companion. The main character bounced back in time. The guy ripped a piece off her clothes. The guest looked at the eye doctor with disbelief. He decided to try once more to throw off his clothes. The protagonist became agitated. She realized that the guest wanted to tear her cloak. She had nothing under her clothes. The guest held out his hand and made his way toward his companion. Sinston stepped back. The protagonist had her back against the wall. She realized she had nowhere else to go. The girl watched fearfully as the guest reached out to her. She had nowhere to run. At the very last moment, the protagonist had an idea that would help her. The protagonist grabbed her guest's hand with a quick gesture and pulled it toward her. The girl calmly reached down and took the guy's hand in hers. The guy was very surprised. Sinston guided the surprised boy's hand down straight under her cape. Hades felt something hard under his clothes. He didn't realize it was just a banana hidden by the girl. The guy got really excited. He realized he had touched something hard. Hades remembered the words of the girl who had warned him that the man in black might be a trickster in general. Guest recollected to himself that he was sure the woman would be pretending to. The boy was very much discouraged. He now thought for sure that the masked man was standing in front of him. The main character told a very cheerful guest that she likes handsome men with an aura of power. Kinston said angrily to the guest that he was already sweating all over, only after he glared at her. The protagonist resolutely extended her hand to her guest. The latter drew back fearfully. Hades looked apprehensively at the man in the black robe in front of him. He stepped back. Hades' subordinates were not far away. Beichi King excitedly shouted that everything sounded very cool to him. Fang Yu tapped his friend on the head and told him to keep quiet as they might be spotted. The protagonist walked in the direction of her guest and shouted at him not to be shy. Hades told the black-cloaked interlocutor very fearfully and angrily to leave him alone. The protagonist slyly asked the guest what made him so scared. Is Hades worried because of who will be on top and who will be on the bottom? Sinton told the terrified guy that for her it's not a problem and she's willing to make a guy with his looks and background on top. The girl told her interlocutor that they were about to take a bath without clothes and could have some fun. After that, the protagonist reached out her hand for her companion's clothes. Hades was very frightened and worried. He realized that things had gone very far. After that, the guest instantly ran away and hid from the protagonist. In parting, running Hades shouted that he was disgusted with everything and everything beyond decency. The surprised Fenyu told his friend that they should go and see. Their master is furious. The protagonist was left standing by herself by the pool. She managed to extricate herself from the difficult situation. The girl took off her mask. She finally sighed relaxed and calm. Sinton told herself that she was scared to death and was finding it increasingly difficult to deal with the guy. The girl began to gobble the banana. She said rather to herself that her guest should not have frowned, as she had done nothing excessive to him. After that, the protagonist snapped her fingers to summon her companion. The piglet told his mistress that he could finally leave this broken tower. The pet said he felt the presence of the man from the mountain. He added that the girl was taking a bath before he left. Sinton threw a banana at the pig and said that he had provoked the boy who had come. The pet answered the girl that it was she who had hurt the ruler and even teased him. The girl asked the pet, why did the guest wish to reclaim him and what did he want with him? Piggy replied that a guy kidnapped him from the heavenly palace and asked him a bunch of questions. Then he threatened to kill him. Protagonist asked strictly by her pet about what the guy wanted to know. The pet replied that the guy wanted to ask him about an ancient recipe. He advised to ask the Chenmin questions. The protagonist was interested. She didn't understand what ancient recipe the pig was being asked about. Sinston thought the ancient recipe might have been related to the strange internal injuries. The girl asked the piglet, does he really know nothing about the ancient recipe he spoke of? The pet told the girl that if he had the prescription, he didn't have to run off and sign the blood contract with her. The protagonist cheerfully asked the pet, is he suffering because he signed a contract with her? The pig replied that he wasn't suffering at all. The protagonist decided to leave the building to take a walk around her estate. The girl walked slowly down the corridor. Someone stood not far away and watched her closely. The protagonist became suspicious. She realized that a stranger was following her. The girl said to herself cheerfully. She would consider it as if a free guard had been sent to her. After that, the protagonist told the pig that they would go to the slave market. She added that she would soon be able to gain her power. The protagonist arrived at the slave market with a piglet. The place was full of people. A salesman came up. He asked the great doctor what kind of slave he would like. He added that they had people of all sorts. Sinston replied to the interlocutor that she wanted to buy a couple of slaves to protect her residence. She wanted the strongest. The guy reported that the buyer came on time. He added that the martial arts owners arrived today. The salesman then led the protagonist to a separate building. He wanted to show her the goods. The salesman clapped his hands. At that time, a door opened at the side. The slaves prepared to enter. Very quickly, a huge number of fighters entered the room. All of them had their hands cuffed. The salesman told the customer that the martial arts masters were standing in front of her. He added that these people were completely devoted to their master. Sinston asked her interlocutor if he had the skill to control slaves. The guy obediently answered the girl that he would give her the method after she chose one slave. The seller, looking at the silent slaves, said that they could not interfere with the master's orders or free themselves. The pig informed the mistress that the people in front of her had once been children of heaven, but now they were slaves. The protagonist sadly thought that the strong devour the weak, and it's always been like that. The girl was scrutinizing the crowd of guys. Suddenly something interested her. The protagonist was interested. She scrutinized the slave standing in front of her. The girl noticed a battered fighter standing in front of her who seemed suspicious. The protagonist concentrated. She decided to acquire slaves for herself. Sinston hesitated. She found it very interesting to see the warrior she needed in front of her. The protagonist commanded the salesman that she was taking all the slaves. The interlocutor bowed and replied that the great doctor was always straightforward. With that, the girl rose from her seat and made her way to the slaves standing nearby. The protagonist looked at the guy carefully and asked what his name was. The fighter replied that his name was Sui. Sinston told the guy that he had a beautiful name. She added that he would follow her and become her personal guard. The main character got close to the guy. She said she could protect him. The fighter became very agitated. He realized that his interlocutor knew everything about him. Sinston told the guy that she would be his master, and for him to call her Sethan. Then suddenly the shackles on the slave's arms broke with a clang. The salesman shouted for the great doctor not to release the slave. He added that the fighter had already managed to injure several tamers. The seller was frightened and wanted to warn Dr. C. The freed slave rushed to his master. The fighter bowed. He obediently said that Sui would fulfill all the master's decrees. The warrior knelt before the protagonist and said that he would be one of her men, and after his death, his ghost would also belong to the master. The girl sternly told the guy to remember his choice. She added that she would not tolerate betrayal. Sui looked earnestly at his master and said he would never betray him. Then the protagonist returned to her estate with her new guard. The girl was sitting and drinking tea. Next to her was her four-legged pet. The Sinston turned around and told the warrior calmly that he could take off his clothes already. The pet saw the battered warrior arriving at their door. He was very surprised. The Lord of Dark City was in his manor. He was standing on the balcony. The master's servants were standing by the door. They were watching him closely. Beikang said thoughtfully that their master was angry during the day and night. He asked his friend what he thought of what had happened then. Feng Yu covered his friend's mouth with his hand and told him to shut up. Hades, without turning around, told the boys that he had sent them to follow Dr. Sia. He added that he wanted to know the doctor's every move and every step. Feng Yu replied obediently to his master that they were keeping a sharp eye on the target. The lad told the Lord that if Tom needed nothing else, he and his friend would withdraw. The boys turned around and started to run away quickly. Hades thought that Dr. C was the only lead to the woman he needed. The Lord pondered. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He didn't like the lust the doctor had shown towards him. Suddenly there was a huge explosion in a building in the Dark City. The whole neighborhood was blinded by fire. At Luo Zinston's house, the pig was not happy. He said that he didn't want the guest to undress in front of him. The girl replied to the pet that she had forgotten he was still here. The protagonist then teleported the piglet out of the house after snapping her fingers. The warrior looked at the protagonist carefully and bewildered. He was silent. After that, The fighter bowed slightly to the girl. He decided to take off his outer clothes. To begin with, the fighter decided to unbutton the back of his clothes to remove them completely. After that, the warrior removed his outer garment and began to unwind the white ribbon from his body. The guest gave the protagonist a piercing look and said that she was right to notice the girl in him. The girl asked the protagonist, how did she figure her out? The guest said that she had dressed like a man from an early age and no one had exposed her. Sinston cheerfully replied to her new acquaintance that from this moment she would be his and sole master. She motioned for the girl to approach her. The guest made her way toward her new mistress. Sinston was sitting in a chair. The protagonist stood silently. Her new acquaintance stood beside her. After that, Sinston activated her magic skills and directed them at her interlocutor. Pink lightning bolts hit the girl and traveled down her body. She was very surprised. A sign appeared on her forehead. Lightning bolts went all over the girl's body. Her body shook violently. The guest felt pain in her body as the magic flowed through her body. She screamed. After the magical effect, the sign from the girl's head completely disappeared and dissolved. The guest was very surprised. She asked the protagonist what she had done to her. Sinston explained to her interlocutor that the mark on her forehead had been placed on her by people from the Dark City. The girl knelt down and thanked her master. The protagonist told her subordinate that she must always follow her instructions. The protagonist turned around and told strictly that she wouldn't mind if she wanted revenge later. The subordinate dutifully told the protagonist that she would belong to her master. Sinston replied to her interlocutor that she would be in charge of her entire life in the future. She added that she would have her subordinate distribute the slaves she had purchased to patrol her residence. The protagonist handed her companion a map and told her to organize a patrol pattern. Sinston decided to herself that she would teach all her pursuers a good lesson. The girl obediently took the card from her mistress's hands and said she would do anything. The Lord of the Dark City was hosting guests at his grand estate. Hades sat on the couch on the elevated bottom. An old man sat at the table. The old man asked the Lord politely, why did the Lord call him now? The master looked sternly at his interlocutor and said that he must not touch the man. The old man asked with interest, did the Overlord really mean Dr. Z? Hades said seriously, Dr. Z is one of the people of the Dark City. The Lord thought that he had not yet punished the doctor and other people were forbidden to touch him. The guest told the master with a smile that he had made a mistake somewhere. He added that he had only come here to ask about the medicine. He needed to know the identity of the person who had created such a powerful medicine. The Lord looked indignantly at his cheerful and laughing interlocutor. The old man excitedly said that he didn't want to harm the doctor. Saya is interesting to him simply as a genius. Then the Overlord stood up abruptly from his seat. He was agitated about something. Hades looked sideways and told the old man that very well, if his words were true. After that, the ruler turned around and walked away. The guest watched him carefully. The old man was surprised that the ruler of Hades was very concerned about the doctor. He was particularly interested in the doctor's identity because people said that he was just a fraud. The protagonist was at her residence. Guards were organized around her. There were a bunch of guards walking around the girl's residence. They were closely guarding everything. The bodyguard informed the lady that the man from the blood arena reported that they found the dragon herb of Paradise Land. The seller personally wants to meet with the Zinston. The protagonist cheerfully replied to her girlfriend that the salesman must be a rich scion. After that, the protagonist and her bodyguard decided to visit the bloody arena. Zinston was walking down the street wearing a mask and accompanied by her armed companion. Then the protagonist entered the building, where the salesman inside was already waiting for her. Zinston noticed that the old man had his back to her. She waited for him to address her. The old man told his guest that he was very impressed with the liquid medicine he had created. The protagonist replied to the interlocutor that he was flattering her. She asked, why was the old man looking for her? The interlocutor asked the doctor, can he heal the wound on his body? The old man promised the doctor that if he cured him, he would give him the dragon herb of Paradise Land. The protagonist activated her special magical skill in the form of vision. The girl carefully examined and analyzed the old man's body with her special vision. Zinston was surprised and puzzled after looking over the interlocutor. The main character told the old man that she couldn't cure him in any way. The man told the doctor in surprise that he had not even examined him, and he did not want to cure him. Zinston turned away and told the old man that she could not cure him. The salesman got worried. He shouted after the doctor that he couldn't leave without him watching him. The protagonist stopped. She decided to explain everything in detail to her interlocutor. Zinston told the old man that he had difficulty breathing with a rumbling echo. She added that the salesman had very bad internal wounds. Zinston advised the old man to look at his hands. His nails were blue and his skin was white and flabby. The girl explained to her interlocutor that in his body his meridians were intertwined and eating away at his inner strength. The protagonist told the interlocutor that he was in that state because he relied on his own power. Zinston thought for a moment. She wanted to tell the old man what she had guessed. The girl told her surprised interlocutor that he was 10 times younger than his current appearance. The old man laughed. He was surprised by the doctor's skills. He added that the doctor really couldn't cure his internal wound. Zinston turned around and headed for the exit. The interlocutor yelled for the doctor to wait for him. The old man held a box in his hands. He told his interlocutor that it was very rare for people of the doctor's age to see his inner world. After that, the interlocutor threw the box to the doctor. He said he was inside at Dragon Grass of the Paradise Earth. The protagonist caught the box very deftly. She looked at her interlocutor carefully. The old man told the protagonist that there was a present for her inside the box. Zinston told her guard that they had just seen a strange madman. The bodyguard replied that the old man was a strange man. The Lord of the Dark City was hosting his subordinates at his residence. Hades stared at the image in which he saw the salesman hand the doctor a box of magical herb. The master thought about it. He remembered that the Heavenly Land Dragon's soul herb was an ingredient to neutralize the poison in the girl's body. The Lord menacingly ordered his subordinates to invite Dr. Z to see him. Beiking was very surprised at such a request from the master. Hades looked angrily at his subordinates. He wanted them to start carrying out his instructions as soon as possible. The lad became anxious. He thought fearfully to himself that his master had also turned off the road. Feng Yu tapped his friend on the back with the palm of his hand and told Hades not to worry. After that, Feng Yu grabbed his surprised friend's hand with his own and pulled him along. A guy told his friend that he would die someday because of his words. He advised that the man should use his tongue for other purposes. Beiking asked his friend, "Does he still have hope?" The boy patted his comrade's shoulder cheerfully and said that he would understand everything one day. The protagonist and her guard have arrived at the bloody arena. Zinston was walking down a city street accompanied by her bodyguard. Suddenly, a guy ran up from the side. He fearfully called Dr. Z to him. The bodyguard raised her sword and told the stranger to be careful. The boy fell to his knees. He asked that the great Dr. Xie save his mother. The protagonist recognized the stranger in front of her. She asked the guy if his name was Cu Ling Feng. The stranger raised his head joyfully. He rejoiced because of the fact that the doctor remembered him. Zinston reminded the guy that he had told her earlier that his mother was dead. Cu Linfeng shouted to his interlocutor that his mother was not dead yet. He reminded the doctor that he had saved him after the fight in the arena. The boy pleaded once more and asked the doctor to save his mother. He added that his mother's body had begun to disappear. The boy once again fell to his knees and asked the doctor to save his mother. In return, he promised to become the doctor's servant. The protagonist was interested. She didn't understand how the boyfriend's mother could start disappearing her body. Afterwards, the girl told the interlocutor that she would examine his mother. Tsu thanked the doctor and said that he would now be a master for him. The protagonist replied to the guy that there was no need for her to be his master. After that, Zinston, along with his new acquaintance and his security guard, arrived at his home. The boy called his mother. The woman was lying on the bed. Tsu told her cheerfully that she would soon be better. The mother was unconscious. She couldn't hear anything and she was lying still. The bodyguard told a disgruntled Tsu boy that his mother was dead. The guy excitedly shouted to the guard that his mother was sitting in front of him right now talking to him. Tsu turned to the protagonist. He asked her excitedly, "Does she see what he sees?" Zinston confidently replied to her interlocutor that she saw the same thing. Zinston looked closely. She replied to the boy that she could see his living mother. The protagonist saw his mother's ghostly silhouette standing next to the boy. Zinston said quite that she was seeing a rare disease of a departing soul. Tsu rejoiced that his master saw his living mother. The protagonist slowly and silently approached the lying woman. After that, Zinston activated her magic skills. She put her finger to her mother's head. The protagonist looked at the woman carefully. She decided that there was still hope. Zinston thought excitedly to herself that she needed to get the woman's soul back immediately. The protagonist turned to the guy and asked him to give her his hand. Tsu was willing to do anything just to help his mother. He held out both his hands to the girl. The protagonist grudgingly told her interlocutor that his one hand would be enough. After that, the girl cut the guy's palm with a sharp and quick movement. Zinston grabbed Tsu's arm with her hand to clamp down on his bleeding. Zinston activated her magic skill and used the blood to begin to drive the disease out of the woman. The protagonist pointed her fingers in the direction of the woman's ghost. The boy's mother was surrounded by huge chains. Zinston had to help free the woman. After that, the mother's soul began to slowly return to her head. The mother's soul was being absorbed back into her body in the form of a bluish flame. The protagonist touched her finger to the woman's forehead and drew the magic mark there with blood. The magic mark on the woman's forehead began to fade. She was still unconscious. The protagonist excitedly and loudly shouted that there was no seal. The mother was lying on the bed, unmoving. She didn't show any signs of life. The protagonist rejoiced. She realized that all was well. Tsu continued to call his mother very excitedly. Zinston said that his mother was fine, but the woman would be sleeping for a while. She would need time to replenish her soul. The guy was very happy. He thanked the main character and said he was very grateful to her. Then the girl noticed something unusual on the woman's body. She looked closely. Sinston noticed the sleeping woman holding something in her hands and cradling it. The protagonist asked with interest, "What is it that the boyfriend's mother is holding in her hands?" Sinston held out her hand to see what the woman was hiding in her hands. The boy was very frightened. He shouted to the foreman that he was not allowed to touch the thing in his mother's hands. Tsu told the master to throw the thing out of his hands immediately. Mother used to tell the doctor not to touch the thing. The protagonist stared intently at the artifact in her hands. She said that the thing had no effect on her. The girl and the pig looked at the artifact. They didn't realize what it was right away. The pig informed the girl that she was holding a 1,000-year-old tree that attracts souls. Any living thing that comes near this artifact is immediately sucked into it. That's how the mother's soul was sucked out of her body. The pet explained to the girl that a piece of wood could be a great artifact in the future. It could help her replenish her soul. The protagonist replied aloud to the piggy that she already knew everything completely. Tsu asked excitedly to the master if he was sure he was all right. After that, the main character held out a piece of wood to the guy. He was surprised. Sinston asked her interlocutor, where did his mother get such an artifact? Tsu told the master that his mother had found a piece of wood outside of town where she was gathering herbs. The protagonist and her companions approached the gates of the city. Feng Yu appeared. He asked that Dr. C walk with them to meet the honorable master. The protagonist replied grudgingly that she didn't want to see the honorable master right now. To herself, Sinston decided that Hades wanted a cure from her. The Feng Yu guy replied with conviction to the interlocutor to go with him. After a short pause, the protagonist told the interlocutor that they agreed to go with him. Sinston and his companions arrived at the hall of the lord of the city. No one was there. Feng Yu told Dr. C to wait in the hall for a while. He added that their master would be here soon. After that, the master's disciples turned around and silently walked out the door. The protagonist looked around carefully. There wasn't a soul around. Sinston walked over to the table. She saw that there was a piece of paper with a jade-green heavenly fruit on it. The girl couldn't figure out if Hades had this heavenly fruit or if he was just looking for it. Then the protagonist reached out to the sheet. She noticed something interesting. Sinston realized that she could see the written recipe for her liquid medicine. She was surprised that the prescription was without a single mistake. The protagonist got excited. She realized that an ordinary non-human could not have solved and written her recipe. The girl pondered and realized that the recipe could only be accurately described by one person. Sinston realized that the recipe could only be accurately described by the guy from the Mountain of 9 Witches she'd seen before. A terrible realization struck the protagonist. She realized that the man from the Mountain of 9 Witches was Hades. The girl couldn't believe that the stranger from the mountain and Hades could be the same person. Sinston realized fearfully to herself that she needed to get away from this place as soon as possible. The girl didn't have time to get anywhere. She bumped into someone from behind. The master asked angrily to his guest, where does she want to go if she is already standing in front of him? The protagonist was very frightened. She realized that everything that had happened to her was retribution. Hades pulled the girl close to him and asked her what she wanted to do this time. The protagonist got excited. At first she wanted to ask the master to fight her. After calming down a little, the girl replied calmly to her interlocutor that she didn't understand what he was talking about. The leader eyed his interlocutor with great suspicion. Sinston told the guy in a flustered voice that she didn't mean to offend him. The master got angry. He shouted angrily to the girl to shut up as soon as possible. Hades told angrily the protagonist that he would see if she could keep it up. The girl kept making excuses. The guy sternly told the interviewer to undress or he would undress her himself. The protagonist was very frightened. She realized that Hades might now reveal her true identity. After that, the girl started backing up and backing away a little. She still thought she could save herself. Sinston told the guy in a calm voice that she was used to wearing a mask in the presence of other people. The master got angry. He didn't want to listen to anything else and grabbed the mask on his interlocutor's face with his hand. The protagonist yelled at the guy to stop. She grabbed the mask with her hands. At the last moment, Sinston remembered that she had the ability to change her eye color. The guy angrily shouted to the girl that he was about to take off her mask himself. Hades pulled the mask off the girl's face. She didn't resist anymore. The Lord saw before him the pretty face of a girl with bright green eyes. The guy was scrutinizing the girl in front of him. He was scrutinizing her. Hades stared intently at the girl in front of him. He had no way of knowing who exactly she was. Sinston asked slyly to Hades, what does he want to do to her now after he saw her face? He couldn't figure out why the girl's eyes had changed color. Hades grabbed the girl's face and brought it closer to him. He scrutinized her. The protagonist looked at her interlocutor with an unblinking gaze. After a long pause, the guy told his interlocutor that her eyes had changed. Hades reached his hand out to the girl's face. He groped her very carefully. Sinston grudgingly asked the guy, why is he embarrassing her now? The guy tapped the girl on the head with the palm of his hand and yelled at her to get out. The protagonist thought rather to herself that Hades had gotten better at treating people. The girl looked away. She touched her hand to the guy's arm. Sinston put her hand on her interlocutor's shoulder. She scrutinized him. The girl stood across from Hades. She silently placed her hand on his chest. Sinston looked at the ruler standing before her with great scrutiny. Hades shoved his interlocutor away from him and wondered what she was doing. Sinston calmly replied to the guy that she was helping him fulfill his deepest dreams. The girl asked in a romantic voice to the guy, "Is he really that interested in her?" Sinston told Hades that last time he broke out in the middle of the night while she was taking a bath. This time he wants her to forcibly remove her clothes. The master's underlings were heading for the door. They wanted to lay into him about something. The guys heard the main character say that the ruler is a very hyper-aggressive person. Bei King was very worried. He couldn't understand what his master was doing with Dr. C. A guy asked a Feng Yu friend how good a relationship between the two could be. The friend told the guy that he was still young and didn't fully understand the attraction. Bei King grudgingly shouted to his friend that he was already 19 years old and not young at all. Feng Yu replied with a chuckle to his interlocutor, his mind even younger than his age. Feng Yu thought about it and got worried. He didn't know if he should tell his friend. After that, the guy said that Bei King is still a child, and he won't understand what adults should understand. Bei King asked angrily to his friend to tell him immediately and everything now, and teach him everything. Whereupon, Feng Yu replied with a chuckle to his friend that he would be only too glad to explain things to him. The ruler stared at the protagonist in front of him for a long time. He decided she was telling the truth. Sinston, as the doctor told the interviewer, he was a big fan. She added that she prefers to be on top. After that, the protagonist looked at the ruler carefully. She prepared to leave. Sinston waved her hand in Hades' direction and told him not to try to get her anymore. The girl shouted with resentment to her interlocutor that it was all over for them. Near the exit, the protagonist noticed the surprised and amazed apprentices of the master. The boys looked at the girl with surprise. They still thought it was the doctor. Sinston thought to himself happily that now everyone would know that Hades was a pervert. In parting, the girl shouted that if Hades changed his mind, he could find her again. The protagonist looked furtively at the ruler. She noticed something unusual. The girl looked carefully at the floor near Hades. There was something interesting lying there. Chingston noticed that there was a jade green heavenly fruit lying on the ground next to the master. The girl furtively looked at the green fruit and decided to leave. The protagonist silently headed for the exit. The master's apprentices watched her. Bei King asked his friend, what did the doctor mean by saying that he would be on top? Feng Yu didn't know what to answer his comrade. Afterward, the disciple noticed something that startled and amazed him very much. The angry master gave out the front door and his students flew aside. Hades asked his subordinates in a stern voice, "Did they all hear that?" The boys began to make excuses. Bei King replied in a calm voice that they hadn't heard anything at all. The apprentice told the master that they had news about a woman from the land of Tianyu. The master asked that the apprentice hand him a document with the news. Feng Yu held out a document with the required information into his teacher's hands. Hades read the document. He asked his subjects, have they found the right woman? Feng Yu answered the leader that they had found a girl of a similar description as Hades had given them. The apprentice explained that a squad from the Tianyu country was also looking for the woman. He added that they were waiting for the master's confirmation. The leader looked closely at the image of the girl and said that they did look alike. Hades told the disciples sternly to finish their preparations. They set out tomorrow. The boys bowed. They told their master that they would do it that way. The protagonist has arrived at the secret place behind the city lord's estate. Zinston thought rather to herself that the jade green heavenly fruit was in Hades' hands. The girl told herself that it wasn't easy to get her sight back. She used all her remaining energy to do so. The piglet told the girl that they had been looking for the herb of the soul for a very long time. For her, they would still have to travel 10,000 miles to find an antidote to her poison. Zinston said it's sad that this is all going according to the plan of the man who wants to find her. Interlocutor told the girl that no one could surpass her in the art of plotting against others. After a long pause, the protagonist looked at the piglet and said he was completely right. The girl shouted joyfully that Hades was an ordinary man and would not be able to stop her. The piglet cheerfully supported its mistress. Suddenly, the girl gave her pet a stern look. The four-legged friend was silent. Zinston said sternly to the piglet to move back to the tower immediately. Late in the afternoon, the protagonist arrived at the estate of the lord of the city. The girl stood on the roof. She looked around carefully and saw no one. Chingston said joyfully to herself that she would get the fruit of the jade-green fruit for herself. There were warriors walking along the road. The boy asked his friend Liu, "Is he carrying medicine for the honorable Hades?" Liu replied Gordo to the friends that he was carrying the medicine for the lord. The friend told the guy that he was very jealous of them. Liu said that Hades is good-natured and communicative. The protagonist watched the guy carefully and was made to laugh by the words about Hades. The lad told his excited friends that he would leave them as the ruler was expecting his medicine. A warrior was walking down the street, carrying a tray of various potions in his hands. The protagonist slyly thought to herself that she was going to use this guy. The girl quietly jumped down from the tree. She began to approach the guy stealthily. The warrior calmly applied his tray and suspected nothing dangerous to himself. The main character slipped in behind the guy. He didn't see her. Sinston knocked Liu to the ground and snatched the tray of medicine from his hands. The girl grinned and told the lying guy to take a little nap for her. After that, the protagonist changed into a warrior costume. She prepared to take the tray. Sinston took the tray of hands and prepared to go to the leader. The protagonist carried the tray in her arms. She tried her best to look like a Liu warrior. Suddenly, someone from outside sternly asked the girl what on earth she was doing here. The protagonist saw the ruler's bitch named Bei King standing in front of her. Sinston said in a frightened voice that she wanted to deliver the medicine to Hades right now. The guy ran up and grabbed the girl by the scruff of the neck and told her to follow him. The girl wasn't happy. She didn't like some student pulling at her clothes. Very soon, Bei King stretched the protagonist towards the Hades manor. Bei King threw the girl with the tray inside the building. The protagonist looked at the departing guy angrily. Sinston stood up and looked around carefully. She looked for where the ruler was inside. The girl staggered unhappily. She noticed that she was in the bathroom. She realized that she was carrying a tray of medication for bathing. The protagonist, as calmly submissive a voice as possible, greeted Master Ada. The leader was taking a bath at the time. He took the girl credit and told her to come in. Sinston went behind the screen with the tray. Hades was in the bath at this time. The protagonist was scrutinizing the guy's body. He was sitting with his eyes closed. The girl thought to herself that the ruler had a completely perfect body. The foreman told the girl to be bolder in approaching him. Sinston headed toward him. The girl thought excitedly to herself that the master was treating his wounds again. He was bathing in a new liquid medicine. The protagonist, because of awkwardness, couldn't hold the tray and the fruit spilled out. The girl became very agitated. She looked away. Her attention was completely diverted. Chingston saw a jade-green heavenly fruit lying on the table very nearby. The girl's hands trembled. Fruit began to fall out of the tray in her hands. The master became worried. He opened his eyes and began to scrutinize the protagonist. Sinston became very anxious. She felt her heart beating very fast. The ruler looked very carefully and suspiciously at the girl in front of him. The protagonist was getting more and more worried and scared. She decided to stand up and move away. The girl slipped and fell into the pool. She went straight into the pool. The protagonist fell into the water right in the direction of the master. A moment later, the girl lost her balance and flew forward. She couldn't stay on her feet. The young lady flew straight into the bathroom where Hades was. He didn't even have time to react. In just a second, the girl squelched and crashed headfirst right into the chest of Hades, who didn't have time to defend himself. Soon the girl fell finally and disappeared under the water. The water splashed and splashed. The young lady found herself underwater, right in front of Hades, who was sitting there trying to recover from what had happened. The girl held her breath while she was underwater. She opened her eyes when she felt something hard against her face. After a moment, she lifted her head to look around and see what it was. After a moment, the girl recoiled when she realized what it was. She felt very uncomfortable and almost took a breath underwater. She immediately pulled herself out of the water after what she had seen so as not to make things awkward. The girl coughed and inhaled. Our heroine urgently needed to think of something to somehow justify herself and not look suspicious. While the protagonist was pondering how she would justify herself, she shifted her gaze to Hades. At this time, the man frantically and quickly threw his robe over himself, trying to get away quickly. The situation was extremely awkward. Upon seeing this, our heroine immediately began to wave it off and say that it was all an accident. She didn't mean it, but the offended man didn't even seem to want to hear the pathetic excuses. He had said that the girl deserved to die. Hearing such threats, the protagonist immediately became nervous, because clearly did not want to take her own life. Great Hades was greatly surprised when he realized that it was a girl, not a man, standing before him. He scrutinized her with his gaze. The man stared at her from head to toe. The great Hades didn't recall ever having a woman among his servants. Our heroine immediately tensed when she realized that her disguise was gone. She had been disguised as a man. Apparently, the water had washed away her hair and the transformation on her face. Did the liquid medicine that was in the water suppress her transformation? After a moment, Hades continues to gaze into the stranger's face and realizes that she looks very familiar and wants a closer look. But the protagonist can't let him recognize her, so she immediately heads for the exit and tries to escape. Suddenly, the girl was stopped by something. Before she left, she felt something happen and froze. When Lord Chingston turned around, she saw that the great Hades' wounds had reopened. The water in his white robe were sprinkled with his blood. It certainly wasn't because the girl interrupted the man during the healing. The girl looks worriedly at the wounded man. Perhaps the great Hades' wounds have suddenly gotten worse, but either way, it's none of her business. Luo Chingston decides to leave and not look for trouble. But after a moment, the long-haired girl stops. Doubts eat her up from the inside out. What to do? What decision to make? In the end, humanity does take over, and our heroine heads to the Great Hades to help. A girl comes to the bathtub and tries to get a man out of it. It is very hard for her, because the Great Hades is quite big because of his muscles. After Luo Chingston was able to reach the man, she laid him on the floor. She didn't understand why the wounds had reopened if he was washing in the recovering medical pool. The protagonist performs an examination and palpates his hands. Why have his old wounds worsened and become uncontrollable? Strangely, the meridians that our heroine restored to the Great Hades have become entangled again. What is the reason for this? She takes the opportunity to help Hades explore his body. The girl doctor really enjoys experiencing severe and strange diseases. The more power, the stronger the body, but it seems to be the opposite with a man. Although he is strong, but his meridians are weak and easily broken. Luo Chingston did an examination and concluded that everything was normal. But then what had happened? Hades had managed to cultivate to the divine limit with such weak meridians. The girl sighed disappointedly. The main thing now was to heal his meridians so that Hades wouldn't die of blood loss, and then think about the cause of it. The main character is maximally concentrated on her work. It is very important to be attentive and not to screw up. Moments later, the girl begins her healing. She glows with a bright blue light, and it is extremely difficult for her, but nevertheless, she doesn't stop. And so after that, Luo Chingston cries out loudly. Because this action requires too much strength and energy, she tries her best. Outside the window, it was a dark and mysterious night, which is full of secrets. Only the moonlight illuminated the streets of the city. After that, the girl tries to catch her breath and come to her senses. She doesn't realize what's going on. Is this man really a recovery pill? Every time she transfers her spiritual energy to Hades' body, part of it goes back. If a person stronger than you transfers energy to you, you can die. Our heroine needs to suppress herself now, or she'll recultivate and she won't be able to keep up again. Suddenly, footsteps are heard outside the door. It seems that someone has come to check on the master. At this time, the protagonist is as focused as possible on her job of extracting Master Hades. She's breathing moderately. But, unexpectedly, the girl is distracted by a knock on the door. The main character realizes that they are not alone here. Behind the door are the people who have come to check on Master Hades' condition, as he is not yet fully healed. One of the guys outside the door heard some strange noise and turned to Master Hades again to see if everything was okay. When Luo Chingston realizes she's about to be declassified, and she opens wide another entrance to the street to escape. And so, just a moment later, our heroine, without any hesitation of doubt, jumps out of the room and finds herself on the street. Meanwhile, the people who have come to visit the master are getting nervous because he is not answering them. They decide to go inside and see for themselves. The leader orders his subjects to guard everything outside and block all exits so that if there is an enemy here, he can't escape. Having said that, already moments later, the main man opens the doors wide and enters the room, expecting to see the master there. The guys are shocked when they see what is inside the room. Everyone is immediately concerned about the master. When the man looks around the room, he sees Master Hades lying motionless on the floor, his robe stained with blood. Seeing such a horrible picture, the subordinates immediately rush to Master Hades for help. We must act immediately! The master's wounds are open, and there is an urgent need to rush to compose him to wake up. A subordinate goes to prepare the spiritual chariot. At this time, the protagonist had already left the building and was in a dark, dense forest. She was all alone, wishing to remain unnoticed. If Lin Feng's words are to be believed, what our heroine is looking for must be around here somewhere. The main character is debating whether she should suppress the spiritual energy in her body like this. A brilliant idea seems to come to mind. The girl steps on a dry branch and it makes a quiet crunching sound. Suddenly someone's crying and sobs are heard in the air. Luo Chingston looks around trying to figure out where the crying is coming from, which is getting louder and clearer by the second. Some dark clouds of mists appear in the air, leading to a huge tree in front of which the girl stands. It's very interesting that it has spirit intelligence. Come to think of it, it was Lin Feng's mother's weak body that made her escape the disaster. All this noise is coming from the tree. Violet waves come off, and someone complains about the sheer violence. Suddenly, a voice starts calling the girl to herself. Hearing these words, the protagonist seems to stop being herself. It was as if her mind went blank, and she started following the direction of that strange voice like a zombie. There was no more glare in her eyes. The protagonist slowly walks to the call of that voice. The tree continues to emit small purple waves. With each step, our heroine gets closer and closer to the tree that calls to her and speaks of cruelty. Luo Chingston doesn't seem to be in control of herself, and her consciousness is completely shut down. She just follows the voice. And just as she was about to approach the tree, it transformed into a huge monster with a wide mouth and red eyes. The ghastly creature opened its maw wide to devour our heroine, who was still following the voice. But as it turned out, none of that was true. The girl's eyes flashed bright scarlet again, just as they had before. The protagonist, like a true warrior, launched an attack. She ran up to the tree and kicked at its trunk. The horrible creature experienced intense pain from the girl's blow and thundered with a shriek. The voice echoed throughout the forest. When the monster opened its mouth wide, a small gem that glittered with a lettuce color could be seen in its throat. It was a 1,000-year-old heartwood tree that attracted and deceived the souls of men. The protagonist seemed to be completely unafraid of such a horrible monster. On the contrary, she looked at it and studied it with excitement. Moments later, the girl decided to strike out at the horrible monster, who wanted her to stay in his heart forever. Moments later, the entire clearing where the battle took place is covered in dust from the main character's blow. The battle continues, but so far, it doesn't seem to be in the monster's favor. The horrible creature screams in pain from the girl's blows. Luo Qingston, on the contrary, was more relaxed and rested because she let out a tremendous amount of power from her body, experiencing intense relief. The terrible creature in rage begins to insult our heroine because she dared to destroy his basic roots. The monster threatens the girl, saying he will kill her, then directs his powers at her. This doesn't scare her at all, but only makes her smirk. A moment later, our heroine reaches out and orders the double fatal sword to appear in her hand. A light appears in the air. A couple of seconds passed, and the same fatal sword that Luo Qingston had summoned with her own strength appeared in the air. This was the main character's weapon. But in fact, this sword is far from ordinary. One sword gives life, and the other sword brings death. Moments later, the girl's eyes light up again with a beautiful scarlet color as she summons the sword of death. The protagonist didn't wait, but instead attacked her opponent immediately. She raised her sword and struck a lightning-fast blow at her enemy. Our heroine defeated several enemies and quickly ran forward to meet the rest of the opponents, who were already ready to fight. Luo Qingston skillfully wielded her sword and defeated her enemies. It was as if she and the sword were one and the same. There was a black light emanating from her sword. The sword of death was designed to kill, and it was capable of striking absolutely everything in this world, no exceptions. The main character is completely relaxed and calm. The girl does not perceive threats on the account of her death, because she clearly surpasses the enemy in strength. But, unexpectedly, while Luo Qingston was talking to the creature, it launched its attack, aiming hundreds of sharp leaves towards the girl. The sharp leaves flew at lightning speed, but even so, the protagonist reacted to the attack in time. The girl instantly dodged the attack, and just a moment later, those leaves pierced the ground where the girl was standing. The young lady reminded the creature that he was only an inferior spirit, so he could die because of any mistake. But apparently the evil spirit isn't going to listen to her, no matter what it wants to win, and a moment later it launches another attack. His vines-like weapons surround the protagonist on all sides, giving the impression that she's in a cage. It's a trap. But it seems that the protagonist is not going to give up. Apparently she has another plan in mind. She puts the sword in the ground. The young girl's gaze is filled with seriousness and determination. Now the young lady is more focused than ever. A moment later, Luo Qingston gets into a stance and uses a black light spell, causing the tree vines to start disappearing. The trap in which our heroine was imprisoned begins to deform. It is immediately clear that something is going on inside her. And just moments later, the protagonist easily frees herself from the trap while the vines around her disappear from her power. This causes irreparable damage to the evil spirit that Luo Qingston tried to resist, but unfortunately in vain. The last thing this horrible creature had time to do was let out a loud and heartbreaking cry of pain. Immediately afterward, small blue particles that emitted light began to pour out of it. A precious crystal also appeared from it. This is just what the main character needed. She stands proudly on the battlefield while everything around her is covered in scarlet colors. After a moment, the young lady's legs begin to wobble. Apparently she was too tired after the battle. Soon enough, our heroine is crouched on the ground, leaning on her sword for support. She is breathing heavily and trying to recover. The protagonist is indeed exhausted because she spent too much of her energy on this thing. Now she needs to rest. At this time, in the forest, which is located not far from the scene of the accident, some events are taking place. In this forest is a group of people walking in an unknown direction. A long-haired girl runs up to her older brother and says worriedly that she has noticed something terrible in the distance. It was true. When everyone looked to where the girl was pointing, they saw a huge black column of smoke. With each passing second, the black smoke grows thicker and thicker, and the column of smoke grows higher and higher. It spreads through the air. It's hard to believe that something could happen to a 1,000-year-old oak tree that attracts people's souls. But the guys decide to check it out for themselves. Someone has managed to get hold of the heart of a 1,000-year-old tree that attracts human souls. The man wants to take it, to complete his mission. A moment later, the man rushed downstairs while the girl was thinking and trying to keep up with him, asking him to wait for her. At this time, the protagonist is still at the site of the battle. The girl is resting and trying to gain strength. Suddenly our heroine hears approaching footsteps that interrupt her rest. We must act. The young lady covers half of her face with a transparent black cloth, leaving only her eyes. She can't reveal her identity, whoever it is. Moments later, the footsteps get closer and closer. The boys try to get to the scene as quickly as possible. Soon, several people come into Louis Inston's field of vision and head in her direction. The young guy immediately looks around, and his gaze clings to the stranger who appeared before the crowd. The girl stands motionless before the crowd that has just appeared before her. Her silky hair blows in the wind, and she is mesmerized by her beauty. But nevertheless, the protagonist behaves vigilantly. The girl scrutinizes strangers with her gaze. Suddenly, the man starts moving towards Louis Inston. He steps very carefully so as not to scare the girl away. She's like a fairy, but not a fairy. Like a demon, but not a demon. The young man's blood boils because the girl has charmed him with her extraordinary beauty. Another girl who arrived here with the group notices that her older brother is under a spell. She says the guys should take away the heart of a 1,000-year-old tree that attracts people's souls, because the tree is gone, and the stranger must have the heart. But all the girl's words flew past the man's ears. He did not react in any way, but only looked at Louis Inston mesmerized. The white-haired man doesn't react in any way, even when the girl screams and calls loudly for him, trying to bring him to his senses. Realizing that no help will come from her brother, the girl takes the situation into her own hands. She is ready to fight with a stranger for the heart of the tree. But as soon as the sword appears in the young lady's hand, the man grabs her wrist and stops her. The man stops his sister, for he has noticed that something is wrong with Louis Inston's eyes. We need to sort this out first, not attack a blind man. In her younger sister, the girl recognizes Aya. Yu and Mo went to her and begged her for help. The girl looks quite energetic, but the girl doesn't agree with her brother. She thinks that the stranger charmed the guy, so he stood up for her. The white-haired boy doesn't respond to these words in any way, but only clears his throat, coughing. He seemed embarrassed. Then the man does turn to the stranger and asks what happened here, after which he adds that they came for the heart. But the protagonist already knows that they only came here for the heart of the 1,000-year-old tree. It's too obvious. The long-haired girl just ignores all the guy's questions and words. Instead, she turns around and heads away. The white-haired man stares after her and doesn't understand why she doesn't want a dialogue with him. The younger sister, seeing such insolence on the part of our heroine, did not tolerate it, but made a swing with her whip. The young girl's face becomes as cruel and unpleasant as possible as she prepares to strike. It's as if it gives her pleasure. The man immediately yells at his little sister when he sees what she wants to do and tries to prevent it. The protagonist turns around just as the whip almost reaches her head. After only a moment, our heroine's eyes are bright scarlet again, and she is ready to prevent the attack. Thanks to her eyes, the young girl can see exactly where the whip is now and can prevent the blow. Soon, Louis Inston grabs the whip with one deft movement of his hand, stopping it right near his face. The white-haired man worriedly shouts to the stranger to let go of the whip, for this will definitely not lead to good. But the sadista only laughs and calls the stranger names, saying that she will definitely not be able to defeat her with such methods. In fact, it's not over yet. The cruel woman wanted to ruin Louis Inston's face, but now she's going to get her answer. Moments later, the protagonist releases the whip with all her might and points it in the direction of the sadist. In just a couple of seconds, the whip crashes into the sadist's face with a violent whip and strikes her cheek, leaving a red mark. The man, seeing this, immediately runs over to his little sister to see if she's okay. He is clearly concerned. From such insolent behavior of a stranger, the girl becomes furious and orders everyone to grab the cheeky girl. The sadist's face continues to redden where her lash was struck back. She screams loudly in pain. Hearing the girl's scream, everyone runs up to her and tries to figure out what's happening to her so they can help in some way. The girl screams frantically in pain. Her face itches incredibly badly and she scratches it frantically, digging her nails into the skin. Everyone is nervous because the teacher told them to take special care of their little sister, because she is like his own daughter. A white-haired man runs up to the injured girl and advises her not to touch the point of impact, lest it get worse. But the itching is so intense that the girl can't control it. She keeps scratching the wound only more. A moment later, when one of the guys looked at the girl's face, he was horrified at what he saw. The white-haired boy's yellow eyes also glanced at the sadist's face. The young man was startled by what he saw in front of him. From such a sight that he saw, he immediately recoiled from the girl. It was really horrible. Seeing the guy's reaction, the girl became even more worried. She didn't understand why they were reacting like that and what had happened to her face. With tears in her eyes, she tries to find out what is wrong with her face. At this time, her cheek seems to be covered with blood and turns brownish red. The protagonist watches the whole circus from the sidelines and does not interfere. She smiles and is proud of herself. Sister had applied just a drop of bone-decomposing poison to the whip. but it shouldn't cause itching in such an effect. The girl yells at the stranger, for she is sure that she is the one involved in what is now happening to her beautiful face. Louis Zinston admits she did it. Sister got what she deserved. The heroine can't help the sadist because she didn't bring the right ingredients with her. Upon hearing this, the young girl becomes furious and shouts threats towards Louis Zinston. She wants her dead. Suddenly, the white-haired man grabs his younger sister, preventing her from approaching the stranger. He tries to calm her down. A moment later, the girl feels an incredible weakness in her body. Her eyelids are getting heavier and heavier with each passing moment. Soon the girl collapses, unconscious. The older brother catches her and supports her so that she does not collapse to the ground. Seconds later, another guy runs up to them and helps hold the girl down and get her on the ground. The white-haired man apologizes for his sister, acknowledging her terrible behavior, but he also says he shouldn't have used such despicable methods. He proposes a deal. The boys volunteer to give Louis Zinston the heart of the 1,000-year-old tree, and she in return is obliged to heal the wounded girl. This is very unreasonable because the heart belongs to Louis Zinston, and they wanted to take it away, also to kill her. The girl refuses to heal the sadist because she got what she deserved. In that case, the man will use force. He draws his weapon and prepares to fight the stranger. From behind the protagonist, enemies are also being sent to the back of the protagonist, ready about to strike. It's an ambush. Our heroine is being set upon by the same white-haired man who wants to avenge his younger sister and win back her heart. But the young girl is not going to give up, even though the opponents are outnumbered. Her eyes glow scarlet again. The young lady is completely calm, even when two enemies with guns jump on her from behind. A moment later, the girl vanished like the wind from the spot she had just stood on. She dodged nimbly, because the girl instantly disappeared. It turned out that the two guys were now attacking the white-haired man. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reaction, the young man was able to fend off the blow and ordered to continue chasing the stranger. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl was in the trees. She was as elusive as lightning and as fast as the wind. She tipped her hand that the man did not live up to his status as a brilliant student at St. Ramon's Academy. From such words, the young lad's ego was clearly shaken, and he was extremely offended by such remarks. After only a moment, the white-haired man quickly began to move toward the stranger to teach her a lesson. But lo and behold, he soon crashed into a blue barrier that prevented him from getting through to our heroine. The blow was slightly unpleasant, but the white-haired man immediately raised his gaze upward to look at the girl. At this time, the protagonist had already hidden behind the thick foliage of the trees, leaving only empty space behind her. Everyone admired this girl, for they did not understand how a passage could be created in such a short time. But he calms the guys down and says that this stranger only knows a couple of unorthodox spells and is a little smart. After a moment, the barrier began to disappear, but there was no point in chasing anymore. Now they had to get their little sister back to the academy. The man seriously wondered who this mysterious stranger was, for he sensed something unusual about her. Some time passed, and the protagonist found herself in a dark city on the very outskirts. The girl tried to be as inconspicuous as possible and walked without attracting attention. Louis Zinston is very curious about how the man whose wounds opened in the bathroom is feeling. Is he okay now? Unexpectedly, the girl's attention is attracted by passers-by who are discussing an incident that occurred at the residence of the great healer. Hearing this, our heroines immediately become nervous, because they do not understand what could have happened in her residence. They didn't know why the esteemed Hades had left in a hurry. Now something had happened at Healer Z's residence. Rumors were spreading all over the town. Rumor has it that someone knocked on his door in the middle of the night to take revenge, but the healer wasn't there. They even kidnapped Dr. Z's lover. Passers-by praised the appearance of the healer's lover, but the protagonist never realized which lover they were talking about. Our heroine was very annoyed that she didn't understand what it was about, so she needed to find out everything urgently. After a moment, Luo Chingston decided to take action instead of just sitting idly by. She reached for her dark cloak. The young girl threw her cloak over herself and quickly headed away while the owner of that cloak tried to find it. After a while, our heroine came to the right place. The streets were deserted. Clouds floated smoothly across the sky. The young lady was disguised so that no one would recognize her. She walked leisurely to the big red gate. The young girl's face was carefully hidden under a red mask. No one would be able to understand or recognize the girl. After a moment, Louis Zinston made up her mind after all and thundered open the door, slamming her hand down hard on it. From such a spectacular appearance, everyone immediately turned their attention to the stranger, for they did not know what kind of uninvited guest he was. The protagonist foresaw such a reaction, so she already had a plan. The girl introduced herself as a gentleman. As it turns out, someone came to the residence for revenge. They wanted to buy Sui, but they were refused. So they attacked the guys at night and kidnapped Sui, saying that he was waiting to be tortured. The protagonist calms them down and tells them that no one will dare touch her people without permission. She is well into the role of a gentleman. Hearing such encouraging words, the young boy immediately became enthusiastic and began to praise the master for his kindness. Louis instant orders to call everyone here and distribute healing water to all the wounded, and then call the people from the bloody arena here. Some time passed, all the guys quickly began to carry out their lord's order. And so in a couple of minutes, everyone was standing in formation, just as their master had told them to. Most of the boys were wounded. Lord Z listens to the apologies from his subordinates for allowing some strangers to strut around within his residence. The man was terrified and kept apologizing to the Lord. They had already sent everyone they could to investigate the case, but the Lord will not forgive another mistake like this. If it happens again, the Lord will break off cooperation, and their men from the bloody arena will never be found again. The man heard that the Lord was very serious when he said those words. He went on to apologize and promised that it would not happen again. Lord told the guys that there was nothing more to investigate, but the guys didn't understand why they weren't allowed to investigate the attack. The protagonist did not answer their countless questions in any way, but only leisurely walked straight ahead. The girl turned to the guys and said that there was no need to investigate since there was someone here who already knew everything. Having said that a moment later, our heroine kicked the tree trunk with all her might. Right after that, 2 people fell out of the foliage of the trees. It turns out that the guys had been there the whole time. The protagonist knew there were people there, so she was completely calm. Small grains appeared between her fingers. A moment later, the young girl hurled those grains, and they scattered all over the area they were in. As soon as our heroine did so, screams of pain from the grains hitting someone were heard everywhere. Grains kept flying all over the place and crashing into someone. It made the air fill with screams of pain. The Lord ordered these men to come out and show themselves, for it made no difference whether they were hiding or standing in front of him. Hades is gone, and they're still here. Immediately after these words, one of the boys, who had been hiding in the bushes, neatly showed himself to the others and climbed out of the foliage. The Lord didn't purposely make them reveal themselves, so they could complete their task. Did they just watch his residence get trashed? The fact that they self-disclosed their presence to the Lord, he won't cover for them. He makes the excuse that they couldn't deviate one step from the rules. The young boy felt guilty that they hadn't done anything. He tried to justify himself in some way, but he couldn't. If the Lord said so, then so be it. Hades is willing to spend a lot of effort on him because he values him greatly. And if they have to take the case, the guys can't escape responsibility. This guy is creepy. Upon hearing this, the boys immediately fell on their knees in front of Lord Zai and begged for mercy. They bowed at his feet. The protagonist conditions them that they must tell her the name of the person who massacred her residence. The young guy was very scared and trembling with fear. He quickly said that it was Zuji's men who had sent them here. These are some scions of the upper class. No wonder they are so self-righteous and arrogant. Apparently they see the Lord as a threat, and now any little brat thinks they have the right to wipe their feet on her and humiliate her. The scarred man continued to bow low and beg for forgiveness. He trembled and swore it would never happen again. In fact, the boys dare not cross them, for they are greatly intimidated by the ambiguous relationship of the Honorable Hades and the Lord. They would immediately report it to the higher authorities, and they would send a warning to the people from Shuji country and Dark City. If they dare to stand in the Lord's way again, they will be sanctioned immediately. Louis Zinston agrees to these terms. After a moment, the protagonist decides to let the delinquent boys go and take pity on them. Hearing this, a group of young guys quickly headed away before our heroine changed her mind. Then, the Lord ordered the people practicing martial arts to head after him. The rest of them stay here to protect the residents. But the young boy screams and volunteers to go with them, because without Sui, he can't even eat a bite. The young boy happily twirls around and shows our heroine his new clothes that Sui gave him. But the protagonist rejects his request and tells the guy to look after the residents. The Lord sets off and leads Sue back. At this time, somewhere far away, a ship was flying over the forests and mountains, with light purple smoke beside it. Senior Liu arrived to join them. With the man's presence here, they would feel much calmer on this trip. With a cultivation level like theirs, one would be able to break mountains, so there was nothing to be afraid of. It was fortunate that they had crossed paths on his way back from the eastern country. Senior Liu is definitely right. This was just a small errand. But the mustachioed man has a question about who sent them here. Is it possible that it is Gentleman Lin? The enemy of Gentleman Lin's younger brothers had been sold as a slave. They have mobilized their resources to get him back. Now the master can take out his anger. After a while, a group of people walks forward, and the kid asks the guest to look at something very interesting. And then, a moment later, a young lad tears away the dark veil, and the iron grating is revealed. When he tore the curtain away, the others all saw an exhausted fellow who was chained to the bars. The body was covered with blood and wounds. Meanwhile, it's not very peaceful at Hades' pavilion either. There's something going on in his building. The wounded Hades lies in bed and rests while the men who watch him are crowded around him. In parallel, the caretakers will check the pulse of the Honorable Hades to monitor his general condition. The kid is worried about their master's condition and hopes he's okay. Hades had been feeling a little better lately, but now he felt bad again. The man yells and asks him not to buzz over his ear. He's only taking his pulse. He screams and asks to be left alone. He asks Senior Sei to calm down. Xiaobei is only worried about Honorable Hades, so he did so. Hearing this, the gray-haired, bearded man calmed down slightly, but he was still grumbling and dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, Xiaobei abruptly bounced aside from the guy who was protecting him. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks. The long-haired guy felt embarrassed that Xiaobei recoiled from him so much after touching his hand. He assumes that his hand is stained, but the young guy immediately starts denying it and shaking his head, saying that he's got it all wrong. After a moment, the man walks closer to the kid with a soft smile and wants to know the real reason. But suddenly, the young guy's dialogue is interrupted by the doctor's voice, who has noticed that something is wrong with one of the meridians. Xiaobei immediately becomes worried about Venerable Hades and wants to find out what's wrong. The elderly man wants the boys to tell the whole truth, for some other alchemist has treated the wizard's wounds before. But the guys didn't understand what it was about, for they themselves didn't know about the alchemist from before. Of course, they immediately began to deny it with one voice, for the other doctors had not treated the Honorable Hades. When Xiaobei and him entered the bathing area, the only thing they saw was their master who was lying on the floor unconscious. They searched the entire area and found no one. It's strange because Hades' meridians are stable, but his central meridian is also slowly recovering. Someone must have treated him before. The gray-haired man doesn't understand why the guys are hiding such an amazing alchemist from him. He's going to leave. Suddenly, a young kid goes to the doctor and asks if the master is really stable because someone treated him before. It really is. The treatment is half done, but it is enough. The central meridian of Hades is now self-repairing. And if this result continues, the honorable master will no longer be on the verge of life and death. Xiaobei, as soon as he heard such news, immediately started clinging to it like the last hope. The boy was glad. But the other man didn't immediately believe it, and asked if the doctor was sure about it, because it was no joke. This is definitely information. The doctor would never lie. The alchemist who cured Hades is superior to him. The young boy is very happy that their master is going to be okay. He is so touched that tears are flowing from his eyes. The man asked the doctor to calm down, for they really didn't know anything about the other alchemist. The bearded man scrutinizes the guy's face and tries to find any details of the lie. Something like this has happened before. Recently, there was a girl on the Mountain of 9 Witches who healed a wizard. A gray-haired, bearded man suggests that this was the same girl Hades is obsessed with. That's right. They weren't sure about the stability of Master's health, so they wanted to find that girl as soon as possible. Now I can see why his wounds look like they've reopened due to the medicine this time. This is to assess the meridian measurement in the wounds. The gray-haired man doesn't understand how the venerable master's illness improved then. Perhaps he was healed by a ghost. Suddenly the senior doctor twitches and a shiver runs through his body as he hears some sounds. It was the Honorable Hades, who by this time had already come to his senses. He was rubbing his head. At this time, that very flying ship was somewhere in the midst of the forest that was full of fog. There was not a single living soul here. The young boy was badly beaten. There was hardly a cold spot on his face from the blows. The man in front of the cage gets really annoyed when he sees the guy's intense stare on him. He advises the prisoner to be obedient and not make things worse. It seems he used to be the third in command of the Su family. Su's family has long been destroyed, and the steam is very lucky to be sold as a slave. Soon the young man's luck is law, for their master makes one beg for death. The evil man continues to laugh as he looks at the prisoner. The young boy doesn't answer anything. He seems willing to endure to the end. After a moment, this seems to annoy Fury, so he pummels the cage with all his might and throws a leg kick. Does the guy really know how and exterminated their family? Is it because they lost the key to the city? After saying these words, the young lad's gaze immediately becomes anxious, for he wants to know the truth. He immediately raises his gaze and asks the observer what he means. The Su family has run an army in every generation and defended the borders. Isn't it strange, Lisa, that they miscalculated so badly in that war? After these words, the young man was horrified. It was as if a logical chain had formed in his head. The young boy became furious when he realized that they had done it all. He tried to break free from the shackles. He tried to pull away. He felt bad for his father, who thought it was their fault until the very end. Humor was in full frenzy. It wasn't just their Chung family, but also the Imperial family. Their first master was able to get into the Dacha Academy, and their most talented master had passed away early. The guy started gloating and pushing the hurt, telling how he listened to the screams of Su's family members. A young boy won't listen to this and screams and threatens to kill everyone involved in his family's death. When Chung's family arrives here, the boy will be in real misery. Suddenly, some unknown person appeared behind him. After a moment, the stranger says they won't get that chance. The man immediately turned around and turned his attention to the stranger who had so brazenly invaded their ship. The Lord replies that he came here to take the life of a horrible person like him. The young boy is very excited when he sees that it is the master. He does not understand why he has come. I understand that it's Healer Z. The master from the servant has a very reverent relationship since he came here. The young lad shouts for the master to go away, for he is not worth the effort. The evil man wasn't going to let the healer go so easily. His eyes were filled with cruelty, and he had a plan. After a moment, the man ordered his subordinates to grab the uninvited guest. He would be a servant to their master. But the main character also had a trump card up her sleeve. She snapped her fingers in order to surround the enemies. After this action, several of our heroine's subordinates also appeared on the deck of the ship. The enemy laughed, for the Lord had only brought a couple of war pawns. He calls the girl a redneck and various other words. And then, after a moment, the main character doesn't want to keep listening to this and launches her attack. A moment later, a sword appears in her hand, and she is already on the move towards her enemy, preparing to teach a lesson. But the man is ready to fight back. He's a 6th-ranked martial artist. At the same time, he's acting very confident. But mere moments later, the man also breaks away from Paul and heads toward his opponent. With each passing second, they grow closer and closer to each other. The violent man prepares to strike. But suddenly, right before impact, his main opponent simply disappears from sight. After this, the violent man immediately becomes nervous, for he does not understand where his opponent has gone. A moment later, our heroine finds herself behind her opponent's back and brings her sword over his head. And in just a few seconds, our heroines take this cocky scumbag's head off. The severed head falls to the floor with a clatter while all of his subordinates watch in horror. After that, the young girl heads towards the rest of the enemies who are already trembling with terror. Dead men do talk a lot, so he paid for it. She's not an easy martial artist. Moments later, the protagonist launches an attack on the rest of the enemies who are still watching. First, she struck at one of the enemies, who immediately died, for blood gushed from his stomach. Then the main heroine switched to the second enemy, which was nearby. She cut him down. No one was spared. After a while, she killed another guy. Healer Z wanted to finish off another enemy, but he activated some sort of defense barrier. The young girl tried to break through that barrier again and again, but nothing worked. The guy is now on the cusp of developing a martial arts marquee and different from the garbage the girl just dealt with. But the protagonist seemed to have another plan. She gripped the hilt of her trusty sword tightly. The Sword of Life can absorb the power of the enemy to replenish the wielder's energy. The Sword of Death can inflict a wound that is difficult to heal. Accordingly, a moment later the girl summons the Sword of Life in order to fulfill her duty. After activating the life ball, the girl starts attacking her enemy's barrier again. This time, everything comes out, and the sword begins to absorb the opponent's spiritual power. The barrier gradually disappears. The man stares in horror at the healer who managed to break through his strongest barrier after all. But the main heroine did not hesitate to answer the stupid man's questions. She activated the Sword of Death. And just a moment later with that sword, she lightning nosed towards her enemy to deliver the final blow. The young lad was very scared, but he hoped that Senior Liu would still help him, and they would manage together. But unfortunately, there was no help. Just a moment later, the sword pierced the young boy's chest. Blood gushed out. The kid only looked pitifully at Senior Liu for the last time, who refused to help him. At this time, that same Senior Liu was standing to the side and watching these killings with interest. The mustachioed man is very much in love with the sword wielded by the protagonist. It's absolutely marvelous. The girl turned around and said that a man can only get this sword in his dreams. She wouldn't give it up for anything. Hearing such harsh words, the man became furious. If she gave him the sword, he would spare her puny life. But our heroine doesn't back down. If the enemy is so capable, he can come up and take away her sword. After saying that, Senior Liu didn't hesitate. He used the fury of a martial arts king and headed towards the enemy. Master Su warned the healer that this man was a martial arts king. Healer urgently needs to escape. The boys volunteered to hold off the enemy while the master escaped. The most important thing was to keep him safe and sound. But just a moment later, Senior Liu directs his power towards the guys and shouts that no one will leave alive. The martial arts king is capable of throwing an energy blast and ranged attacks. After a couple seconds, the girl used her strength to push the guys away from herself so they wouldn't get hit. The protagonist was not going to give up. She continued to stand until the end. With each passing moment, the girl's strength and the man's strength were approaching each other. The inevitable is about to happen. As soon as the two powerful energies came into contact, there was a violent explosion. The whole place shimmered. Fortunately, our heroine continued to stand on her feet. She is completely intact and uninjured. Master Su is surprised that the young girl's attack is so powerful. He looks at her with admiration. Senior Liu, after that, only became more interested in Louis Chingston's sword. Now he wants to take it away no matter what. But the protagonist is not going to just give up her sword. She's quite confident in her abilities. But the mustachioed man is not about to give up either. Moments later, A sword that emits a red aura appears in his hand. A man intends to show his opponent the true power of a martial arts king. Not even the sword of life and death can stand against such a thing. The young guy warns the girl and tells her to be careful, or better yet, to run away altogether. But the main heroine does not listen to anyone and continues to stand confidently on her feet. And she's ready to fend off this attack. The mustachioed man knew that she wouldn't run away and laughed evilly. The girl would definitely not be able to parry this attack. Moments later, the mustachioed man's attack still reaches Louis Zinston's defense and easily pierces through it, and they themselves evaporate. Fortunately, our heroine was not injured in any way. She remained standing there without a single injury. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand begins to tremble, but even so, she holds her sword firmly. Her spiritual power is already at the level of a martial arts king, but her physical strength is still weak. Forcibly using the 2 balls had drained most of her spiritual energy. Senior Liu was completely furious and horrified that his enemy still managed to parry such a powerful strike. It's very strange, but even still, the mustachioed man won't let it go on. He's ready to try something new. Moments later, the blades of his ball are covered in bright flames, and he grips the hilt tightly. After a couple seconds, he directs his blazing, flaming blast directly towards the protagonist, who is already exhausted. She realizes with horror that she can't defend herself against an attack of this level. There is no strength to even switch back to the sword of life again. Suddenly, someone starts running very fast towards the master in that flame vortex. It was Sue. He wanted to save the master, so he set himself up and pushed the girl away. The young boy selflessly pushed the girl away. More than anything, he wanted her to survive. But the protagonist was not going to let her subordinate go so easily and grabbed his wrist. A moment later, the flaming strike reached the spot where the boys were standing, but they managed to dodge. The young lad was very wounded, but even so, he covered his master with himself so that she would not be hurt. The young man was in incredible pain, but he was still bent over our heroine and bleeding. The girl looked in horror at her subordinate, who was incredibly badly injured, having sacrificed himself. Louis Zinston carefully and gently held the injured guy. She was going to get revenge on that scumbag no matter what. But the mustachioed man wasn't going to back down a single step. He smiled cruelly and was about to deliver the final blow. Nero's main character had to think of some way out of the situation. Suddenly, a star appeared on her forehead. After a moment, the young girl released the pig and ordered her to block the enemy's attacks while she replenished her energy. But the pig was shocked by what she saw. She refused to block such a strong blow and was scared. The little pig was very frightened at the sight of such a strong attack. But luckily, a foxy little pig came to the rescue. Just a moment later, the snow-white vixen roared loudly and released its magic from its mouth. As the animal growled, a barrier would appear from its mouth to block the flames that could harm them. The defense didn't last long at all, for within a couple of moments the barrier was covered with cracks. When the defense did break, the piggy pushed the vixen away so the fire attack wouldn't hit and hurt her. At this time, Louis Zinston's warriors are resting and regaining their strength. They hear the defense breach and collapse. A moment later, the protagonist took a blue crystal in her hand, which for some reason began to emit a bright light. Seeing that his attacks weren't working, the mustachioed man became furious and nervous. How could his opponents repel such attacks? Piggy advised the vixen to absorb more spiritual energy from that tower, because he can't even block the fireball properly. But their opponent wasn't going to wait, and just a moment later, the formidable man lunged forward to kill everyone. Piggy was immediately frightened and snuggled up to a fox cub named Snowball. Snowball was going to protect his little brother. After a moment, Snowball growls loudly again and tries his best and lets his power out of his muzzle. The small beast's attack hits right in the leg of their opponent, causing him to naturally hesitate. Because of this successful attack by Snowball, the mustachioed man loses his balance and falls to the floor, dropping his sword. Seeing how clumsy their enemy is, the little piggy starts laughing, because the man really does look like an idiot. But a moment later, the man was back on his feet and heading towards the boys. Snowball had to keep slowing down the enemy. The snow-white beast immediately begins to growl, in an attempt to direct another attack at the enemy. Everyone concentrates. Snowball tried very hard, but with each passing second, his growls grew quieter and quieter, and there was no attack. The animal starts to feel sad and cry because he couldn't help. At this time, the piggy reprimands him and scolds him. When the man saw that his opponents had failed at something, he was immediately inspired. He used his weapon again, preparing to destroy them. Immediately afterward, Piggy pushes Snowball away and prepares to take control of the situation. He has stockpiled a lot of spiritual energy. The small but brave animal is as focused as possible. He is ready to protect Snowball and the others. But the protagonist had already raised her sword and was ready to engage the enemy. She told everyone to get out of the way so as not to get in the way. Her eyes blazed bright scarlet as she pondered over the battle account and came up with different strategies. With each passing moment, her grip grew tighter and tighter on the hilt of her sword as she summoned a blazing fiery strike. A moment after the spell, she raised her sword high above her head and took a swing, preparing for battle. The young girl directed all her energy and power directly at the mustachioed man. A huge scarlet orb headed towards him with lightning speed. The mustachioed man seemed to have been taken by surprise, for a grimace of horror and fear froze on his face. A moment later, our heroine's attack did reach the man and engulfed him in its bright scarlet flames. And within a couple of seconds, a loud explosion rang out on the deck of the ship, signifying someone's victory. Fortunately, the young lady was able to stand up to such a powerful foe. That's one of her abilities. Perfect copying. She could copy any skill she saw and use it as long as there was enough spiritual energy. After this event, the animals clearly calmed down and relaxed, and Snowball fell asleep on the piggyback altogether. Piglet looked around the deck and found the impact site. There was only ash and a huge dent. Piggy is horrified to realize how terrifying this woman is after all. When this horrible incident finally came to an end, the flying ship set off again. At this time, the Chen family of Suji country is at the cottage. There are obviously some important negotiations going on. Chen Ling Yun sits in the room, and to his right is the head of the Chen family. Silence prevails in the room. Moments later, Chen Ling Yun anxiously states that the souls from the ghost ship have been wiped out. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chen family is greatly surprised and can't even believe his ears at first. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts into the room and informs him that the souls of Elder Liu, Butler Zhang, and others have been destroyed. Hearing this, the man jumps up and yells that it's impossible, and they took a ghost ship to capture the guy from the Su family. Moments later, the subordinate hands the man an envelope containing a letter from the Dark City with trembling hands. This letter is a warning from the Dark City. They couldn't insult people from there, could they? The mustachioed man unfolds the letter and begins to read it. But a moment later, he tosses it on the table and smacks it with the palm of his hand. Suyu is under the command of Healer Z, and he is an important guest of the Dark City and should not be provoked. The question arose as to what to do with the ghost ship, for it was a reward given to him by the Holy Academy Dacha. But unfortunately, the man realizes that they are protected by the men of the Dark City, which means there is nothing left for them to do. But they can hire an elite league of assassins to do everything for them. They are the only dark force that can match the Dark City. Meanwhile, there's also some considerable gathering going on in Hades' palace. Hades is sitting at his desk reading some letter with his subordinates sitting across from him, and an alchemist on his right. When Hades finished reading, he was disappointed, for he realized that his subordinates had figured out very little information. Xiaolu was hit and passed out in the flower garden. Something must have pretended to be him and broke through to the bathing area. The green heavenly fat tree disappeared. The servants feel guilty and ask to be punished for failing to do their work. Hades blames the girl who tricked them. But the alchemist does not understand why everyone is so aggressive towards the girl. After all, she healed Hades. The old man recalls how the master was brought here with almost no clothes on. He says not to be shy and tell it like it is. Hearing those taunting words, the Honorable Hades' mind flashes back to the memory of the girl collapsing into his water. But Hades immediately starts to defend himself and says that he is not a pervert. He starts threatening Elder Yui to send him back to Healer's Alley. As soon as the old man heard about it, he immediately began to refuse and tried to leave, citing urgent matters. Moments later, as soon as the old man said goodbye, he immediately ran away to avoid getting into trouble. The woman is capable of healing Hades' wounds and stealing his heavenly green fatty. He could see her eyes and assume she had already regained her sight. If she regained her sight, there would be no need to risk her life to steal medical ingredients. Most likely, she's learned some secret technique that allows her vision to be restored briefly. The Honorable Hades gave orders to bring him a list of medical ingredients, which was given to the people from the bloody arena. After that, the long-haired man was serious. He was as focused as possible on his future work. Memories of this young girl flashed through his mind. He remembered every tiny detail of her. A moment later, the Honorable Hades shouted loudly and called for his servants to stop, which they did. After a couple seconds, the man grabbed a brush and began to outline something on a blank sheet of paper. It turned out that the master was putting a portrait of the protagonist on paper. The brush wandered deftly across the sheet. A few minutes later, Hades finished the portrait. The drawing was very similar to our heroine. All the details were transferred. He gave the drawing to the Data and ordered copies to be hung all over the Dark City to find the girl as soon as possible. This time here, the Honorable Hades was confident in his strength and in his ability to catch the fugitive. Immediately after the subjects received the order from Venerable Hades, they went to the inner courtyard. They scrutinized the drawing and don't understand why they should now find this beautiful young man instead of a woman. Feng Yu moves closer to the young lad to get a better look at this portrait too. He has never seen this young man before. As soon as Feng Yu got close to the guy bounced away and glared at him. It was strange for him to stand so close when they were just talking. Feng Yu recalled how Xiaobei used to be drawn to him, always wanting to be near him, running after him, sleeping with him, and even wanting to bathe together. Remembering this, a strong blush appeared on the young lad's cheeks. Times were passing, and he had already grown and changed. Feng Yu is offended that Xiao Bei doesn't need him now that he's grown up. The young man is even more embarrassed, but he denies everything and says that the guy is acting like a child. This was just childish. Next time, Xiao Bei should say hot favorite big brother or else he would be punished. After Feng Yu told Xiao Beiyu about the man-to-man relationship, he started acting strange. Does he really have hidden feelings for him? Hearing this, Xiao Bei flashes bright red and immediately starts to deny everything his friend says. His justification means he's trying to hide his intentions, which means he really has feelings for Feng Yu. After a moment, the young boy covers his friend's lips with the palm of his hand to keep him from saying anything unnecessary. Right after that, he takes his brother by the neck and tells him that they should hurry up and finish the tasks they got from the master. Hearing his friend call him little brother was pretty cute. A blush appeared on his cheeks and his heart beat faster. Feng Yu swore that he was not like Master Hades, which meant that he would only love one single person and would never leave him. In fact, Honorable Master Hades has just been called a scumbag for no reason. In this way, a few hours flew by. The heavy and tiring day was replaced by a mysterious and peaceful night. At this time, some events were taking place at the residence of Dr. Z, who saved his subordinate. The young lad slowly opened his eyes after a long sleep, which helped him regain his energy. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a joyful guy in front of him who was shouting loudly and happy that Sue had woken up. The main character walked into the room and told the young man to leave, because he was making too much noise. Our heroines walk over to the bed and take a seat on the very edge, watching their subordinate closely. All the meridians in the young man's body were torn off, but the girl was able to restore them. Now the boy's abilities have changed a lot. Hearing this, the young lad immediately had an interest and wanted to look inside to check it out. The young lad immediately began to visualize his inner body and check all his meridians. He's finished. Fortunately, all the meridians in the young man's body were circulating and working well, which meant that he was in no danger. The martial arts king's central meridian was barely functioning, and the guy had a body with natural talent. Immediately after the boy heard those words, something in his gaze changed. He admired his master. A moment later, the young man bowed low before our heroine and thanked her profusely for all she had done. Sui kneeled before the girl and swore before his lord and his soul that he would never betray or forsake the master. The young man swore that he would serve the master forever, and if he ever harbored other intentions, heaven and earth would destroy him. A moment later, the kid bent lower in front of our heroine and decided to ask her for one favor. The girl assumed that he wanted to destroy the Chung family, or Shuji's country. He needn't worry since she had already authorized it. But the boy wishes for a more brutal purge for those who exterminated his family. He wants them to feel endless hopelessness and torture forever. Sui asks permission to go to the southernmost region, a place of chaos. The boy will establish a new order of power there on behalf of the master. It's dangerous because this region is in chaos. It's a gathering of aggressive and ferocious monsters. Even the 4 holy dynasties can't handle it. But the young and ambitious lad objects, because there are plenty of resources out there. He is not afraid and is ready to do it for his master. Seeing such sincere eagerness and desire to help, the main character smiles softly and sighs, then gives her permission. After a while, the guys head into a side room. The girl has prepared useful things for her subject's journey. There's healing water, which is plentiful, so you can't skimp. The young lad is very pleased that his master cares for him so much. It can't help but cause admiration. A moment later, the girl holds out a guy wearing an ancient brigandage sword and a king-rank fire strike skill manual. But, as it turns out, this is not all that the protagonist wants to help her subordinate and grabs the fox by the tail. The young girl took Snowball in her arms and introduced him to her subordinate. She handed the fox cub to Sui and told him to take it with him. Snowball would be able to protect the boy at a critical moment. In just a couple seconds, the young lady had already handed Snowball over to her subject to be protected. As soon as Snowball was in someone else's hands, he immediately became nervous and anxious, eyes wide open. After only a moment, the snow-white fox starts kicking and struggling furiously, trying to break free from Sui's grasp. Piggy explains that Snowball doesn't want to go without him. He says he will go wherever Piggy goes. Piggy says that Snowball is not a baby anymore, which means no one is going to coddle him. The boss is not his mommy, but it seems that the snow-white fox is not going to listen to the pig's moralizing, because he immediately starts growling and kicking. But Piggy isn't going to listen to him yelling, so he just turns around and is about to walk away, chasing Snowball away. But all of a sudden, Snowball bites the piggy on the back and won't let him go. He's not going to let his friend go so easily. The little fox clung to the pig's ass and was not going to let go for anything in the world. The boys didn't expect that from Snowball. Piggy started screaming and crying loudly for the guys to help him and pull Snowball away from him, because he was in a lot of pain. After a while, the boys managed to pull Snowy away from the piggy. Sui stroked the fox and tried to calm him down while he was sad. Suddenly, one of Master Z's subordinates approaches and asks for permission to travel together to Sui. Hearing this, Sui immediately started shouting and objecting. If the guy goes with him, he'll just die. But the young guy is going to stand his ground until the end. He says the boy is in no condition to defend himself. After a while, a serious meeting began in the hall, which was necessary for all subjects. Our heroine pulled the mask over her beautiful face again so that no one could see her. A young boy was standing next to her. Everyone here with Master will go back to the Low family. The rest will stay in the Dark City. No guests are allowed until Master returns. As soon as she said that, she allowed everyone to disperse. Those who would go with her should leave the city separately and not attract attention. Immediately afterward, everyone obeyed the Master and dispersed, doing as she asked. No one objected. The protagonist informs the only remaining boyfriend that she has packed her bags, and they will be moving out soon. But a moment later, the young lad falls to his knees before his master. The young man fell to his knees before the Master and bowed. The boy begged for permission to stay in the Dark City and not to leave. But the protagonist falls into reflection, because she does not understand for what reason the young man does not want to leave with her. The young man explains that he is still too weak, so he won't be able to protect the Master and will be dead weight. He wants to become stronger. He has no strengths, he is not afraid of pain or being hurt. The more he gets hit, the stronger he gets. That's why he wants to stay. After listening to his subordinate, our heroine allows him to stay in the city and leaves the others under his command. She looks at the kid closely and agrees that his body is indeed a little weird. Luck always smiles on the jerk. When the young lad heard the Master give his consent, he immediately burst into flames with joy. She will leave a letter for the people of the Blood Arena and ask them to take care of the young man. She will also leave some healing water for the boy. The kid is still sitting on his knees in front of the Master and starts sobbing from all the care and kindness he is receiving. At this time, something is also happening in Hades' reading room. Meanwhile, outside, a merciless wind is ripping the bright green leaves off the trees. The man squeezes the piece of paper hard, so hard that his hand begins to tremble. Right now, Master Hades was incredibly angry at the creepy healer, the ghostly martial artist. Venerable Hades was absolutely furious at this woman who was messing with his head. He vowed to strip her of all her clothes and watch her hide from them. Hearing these words from the Master, Xiao Bei was horrified, for he didn't understand why he wanted to strip the creepy healer of all his clothes. Soon, Hades ordered his subordinates to prepare his ghost ship, for he urgently needs to travel to the eastern region of the Dark City. But it's not that simple. Fei Yun's spies have reported that Healer Z has already left the Dark City, and his trail has been lost. Moments after hearing this, the Honorable Hades becomes enraged and breaks the table in two with one blow. He asks to tell all 36 lords of every major and minor district of the Dark City to engage in a search for the ghost healer. And in the event that they do not obey the order and learn nothing, Hades will remove all their clothes and send them in that form to the colored square. When the boys heard about these conditions, they were immediately horrified. They didn't really want to be naked in front of people passing by. After only a moment, they got down on one knee and swore that they would be done to the best of their ability and would not give up even if they died. Right after that, Xiao Bei and Feng Yu quickly headed away so as not to earn any unnecessary trouble. Xiao Bei resented their master's behavior. He seems to have stepped on a slippery slope. He even likes the creepy healer. The young lad continues his musings as suddenly, from behind him, he hears a painfully familiar voice calling out to him. That serious and intimidating voice sent shivers down my spine and made my hair stand on end. Behind him stands Master Hades, who has heard all of his subjects' outrage. He suggests that he go to the square right now. The realization that Hades had heard his entire monologue, the young man collapsed to the floor and began to crawl back in fear. Venerable Hades ordered Feng Yu to take off all of Xiao Bei's clothes and throw him into the colored square, and not let him out without permission. Feng Yu looked at Xiao Bei with excitement and grinned playfully. The boy was only too happy to follow his master's instructions. A moment later, the young lad had already collapsed at the feet of the Honorable Hades and begged him not to do it. But no one would listen to the young man, and Feng Yu, meanwhile, had already grabbed Xiao Bei and started dragging him away. The young boy resisted and tried to struggle. He did not want to be stripped of his clothes and thrown into the colored square. Meanwhile, a strong wind was still raging outside, blowing leaves off the trees. Ada's reading room. All this time, Venerable Hades had heard what Xiao Bei had said about him, and his assumptions about Hades' feelings for this girl. The Honorable Hades heard absolutely everything about what his subject was saying, and it irritated him beyond belief. The master was greatly annoyed that anyone would even dare to suggest that he liked this woman. Master Hades is too beautiful to be in love with this woman. All the girls are chasing after him. And if something like that is construed as liking, then the Honorable Hades is definitely indifferent to this girl. As the ruler of the Dark City, Hades had already been tricked a couple times by this conniving woman. And if she caught his eye, she would be unfortunate. At this time, Some other events are taking place in a certain city in an eastern country. There are many signs hanging on buildings in the city, and different hieroglyphics and symbols written on them. Everyone around is discussing that the Luo family is having a difficult time, as the head of the family wants to break the engagement with the Tianyu Imperial family. It was by breaking this engagement that they had offended the Imperial family, so now they were being oppressed. Our heroine listened attentively to the gossip that filled the room. She thought about everything. The Tianyu country has been shameless with them, and they did the right thing to break the engagement. Their eastern side is only a bug in their eyes. The protagonist listened attentively to every word, but unexpectedly a clinked waiter who was passing nearby. Our heroine paid the waiter to tell her more rumors about the East country and the Lo family. The waiter immediately agrees after seeing the money. The waiter knows absolutely all the rumors about the Eastern country, but the girl wants to hear about the head of the Lo family. The kid tells him that not only has the head returned wounded from Tinyu country, but his whole family is being oppressed. The old man won't have long to live if this continues. He is often summoned to the Tinyu Imperial family to humiliate and reprimand them. The waiter even heard that he was stripped of his title. The Imperial family is doing all this to prevent the engagement from being cancelled. But the old man of the Lo family is very stubborn and won't agree no matter what. If we reflect globally, the first lady of the Lo family should be very grateful to have such a grandfather who is willing to protect her. Moments after the story ends, the young girl stands up and agrees that the young lady was indeed lucky. Before leaving, Louis Zinston tosses money to the waiter and advises him not to blab what he shouldn't. Some time passed, and events quickly managed to move right into the depths of the densest forests of the county. It was here, in the middle of nowhere itself, that the flying ship was located and full of warriors that stood beside it. Louis Zinston gives orders to board a ghost ship and go forward to protect the Lo family. There's also the head of the family to protect. Upon hearing the order, a huge crowd of warriors immediately rushed to the ghost ship to begin execution. The main character was serious. Those who lay a finger on her grandfather would not be able to escape punishment. While Louis Zinston's warriors have already set out on their journey, an important meeting is taking place in Ada's reading room. The young master gathered all his subordinates to see if they had any information about the insidious healer. The girl is trying to hide her location, so it's impossible to find a place to start looking. Even the people at her residence don't know where she's going. Ha doesn't want to listen to excuses and offers to throw Feng Yuya into the flower square. Hearing this, the boys start to shiver and beg for mercy. Even though they didn't catch the girl, they gathered some pretty valuable information. The Venerable is surprised when he learns that Feng Yu suspects that the girl comes from the Tingyu country. Considering her skills, she's quite a remarkable individual. Even if she's not from there, she must have been there once. Hearing such information, the Honorable Hades orders a ghost ship to be prepared for them to travel to the land of Tinui. Feng Yu asked if Xiao Bei could be brought along, because right now, as many people as possible were needed to investigate and capture the girl. The Honorable Hades paused for a moment, but finally authorized it. The boy's punishment was over. After a while, a young guy heads to the colored square to pick up a friend. Feng Yu walked down the corridor and is already standing at the entrance of the plaza. The young man is about to go inside. Suddenly, screams are heard from the room. Zofei seems to be trying to beat Xiao Bei again for the second time in a row. Since the guy got into her square, he must look like one of her people. The girl brushes his hair and dresses him up. She said something about his face, and it seemed to hurt the kid. He immediately started grumbling. But the girl did not back down and advised the guy to learn to behave femininely, because this is the most basic principle. The young and freedom-loving lad did not want to obey, but still he had to do it, albeit reluctantly. Xiao Bei started practicing and tried to act more feminine while asking the girl for advice in parallel. Watching all of this was Feng Yu, who had just entered the room. He said, "That won't do." Then the young man came up behind him and put his hand on his thigh, telling him that this part needed to be raised a little higher. After a moment, the guy's hand slid higher up my back and reached my lower back. He said to flex here. The embarrassed kid immediately turned around and started grumbling at Feng Yuya, while he had a smug smile on his face. The girl watched it all and didn't understand what was going on here, or what she was even doing here. The young lad heeded his friend's advice after all and began to carry it out while he praised him. The kid grumbled at Feng Yu, thinking that he was just messing around. The master allowed Xiao Bei to go with them to the Tinyu country. Hearing this, the boy was inspired. Now he needs to change his clothes quickly, and they will go on the mission right away. The long-haired guy didn't hesitate and immediately ripped off his clothes, exposing his pumped-up young body. Seeing such cuteness, Feng Yuya's face immediately became covered in a bright red blush, and he covered the girl's eyes. At this time, some events were already happening where the group was headed, the country of Tinyu. There were quite a few people on the streets here. Everyone looked friendly, and the architecture here was marvelous. Our heroine walked around the city and looked around. The girl noticed that it was a rather prosperous country. A marvelous building that freezes you with its architecture and small details opens before your eyes. The main character sits at a table and appears to be drinking tea in the company of her piggy. There is complete silence in the room. The piggies are very interesting as the girl wants to deal with the Imperial family. Suddenly he might be able to profit from it. She wants to plan everything to make them suffer to the point where they can no longer annoy her low family. Piggy sighs when she realizes that Louis Zinston won't say anything. She's always right anyway. Quiet tire and the guy's calm is interrupted by loud shouts of admiration over the looks of some prominent person. These cries immediately attract the attention of the young girl and Piggy, so they set their gazes there. But when our heroine saw what these exclamations of admiration were from, she was utterly horrified and shocked. The protagonist realized with horror that none other than the venerable Hades and his servants had entered the room. The young guy was very attractive and dazzled everyone around with his head. His blue eyes attracted attention. Louis Zinston spat out her tea in surprise, for she had no idea what Master Hades was doing here. The girl reflexively turned her back to the wall and covered her face with the palm of her hand so the guy wouldn't get a good look at her and notice her. She cradles the piggy in her arms. Piggy grunted because she didn't understand why they were meeting Hades now. If they spot the girl, Piggy can't escape either. Piggy reassures the girl because she is dressed like a man, so she won't be recognized. The protagonist turned away and tried to hide, for Master Hades had seen her face before in the Dark City. All he knows is that she's a creepy eye healer, but he doesn't know she's the woman from the Mountain of Nine Witches. Our heroine thinks about it and realizes it's a great idea. Then the young girl decides to lead the Honorable Hades around by the nose, now that she has the opportunity. But the piggy refuses to do it. She doesn't want to turn into ordinary pork without the divine creature. Unfortunately, Hades' servants couldn't buy out the entire dining hall, so he'll have to be cramped for a while. Good thing the girl disguised herself. Obviously, they don't present themselves like they do in the Dark City, but definitely hide their identities. She is quite curious as to what became of the wound on the guy's body. There really is a disease in this world that defies her gaze. From such words, the piggy became unbearably frightened, for it seemed to her that our heroine was walking on a blade and playing with fire. Well, the plucky young girl didn't seem to be afraid of anything. A slight smirk appeared on her lips. The girl's excitement builds, and she wonders if she can get close enough to Hades. A moment later, the young girl rose from her seat and made her way to the Honorable Hades' table. She walked over to him, took and put a hand on his shoulder to get his attention. She complimented the guy's aura, saying that he makes you admire yourself. The girl wants to sit with him. I wonder if the Honorable Hades has realized something. His blue eyes stare straight ahead. Yuno tries to hold back and clenches his fist with all his might to keep from snapping. But after a moment, his serious face becomes playful and he smirks softly. After that, he grabs our heroine by the arm and seems to want to do something. After a moment, he looks up and allows the protagonist to take a seat at his table. It was very good of the Honorable Hades to accept the company of Louis Zinston, but he still touched her hand. It's really weird, and she assumes the guy is actually gay. She's stunningly beautiful in man's clothes, but still. In that case, if Master Aida doesn't mind her company, the girl dares to take a seat next to him. She is very uncomfortable as the man continues to hold her hand very tightly. It all looks very strange. Xiao Bei tries to find out who the stranger is, but Feng Yu thinks it's just another jerk. Honorable Hades is still holding our heroine's hand and doesn't understand why she doesn't run away. The girl is confused because she doesn't understand why he's saying that. Is it possible, Lisa, that he suspects something? The protagonist tried to drive suspicion away from her as calmly as possible. After a moment, he let go of her hand. When the young man let the stranger go, he told her not to be shy and to take a seat. The protagonist obediently sat down next to them. She was still dressed as a man, so they didn't know she was a girl. Hades poured tea for his guest, and wondered why he had elicited such admiration from him that he even came over to their table. Our heroine was not confused and explained that the guy looks like an outstanding personality. That's why others admire him, especially since it's not just her, but a lot of people here. The girl is cheekily sucking up to the guy, because it's a good start. Hades immediately recognized the conniving girl and thought that she just fell in love with him. That's why she took the initiative so many times. And if it's her, the Honorable Hades will allow her to be by his side as long as she doesn't run away. Louis Zinston is getting nervous because she doesn't understand what's on Hades' mind. Perhaps she should run away. After a moment, the man raises his shot glass and introduces himself with his real name, Ye Qianming. He let her know his real name. Hearing that, the main character relaxed and exhaled in relief. He didn't seem to suspect anything. After a couple of seconds, the girl also raised her shot glass to clink with her new acquaintance. She calmed down, for it seemed she had just made it up all by herself and was freaking out because of it. The guy picked up on the fact that the girl was very cautious and constantly ran away for fear that her feelings were not mutual. But Honorable Hades has no way of knowing a girl's feelings unless she speaks to him. Foolish woman. Soon, our heroine introduces herself with a fake name, Seaton, but Hades can just call her Xiao Tong, decoding. Si, evil, Tun I, Xiao, baby. Hades grumpily pointed out that the girl hadn't revealed her real name, and it wasn't the first time he'd figured her out. Ye Chunming noticed that this name was quite strange and unusual. It stood for Ghost Eye Healer C. She is surprised that Hades has heard of her. But in fact, already the entire Dark City is looking for her specifically. Hearing such news, the protagonist almost choked and coughed, trying to clear her throat. Could it be that the man sitting in front of her now is looking for her? Or is someone else looking for her? Louis Zinston tries to change the subject, and wonders for what purpose the Honorable Hades is going to the land of Tinui. That question makes a smile blossom on the young man's face. He's heading over there to catch someone. As soon as the woman heard these words, she became even more nervous, for it was all extremely suspicious. Xiao Bei is startled when he realizes that this is the person the master drew. Now they need to find information about 2 people instead of a crowd. Hades is currently focused on the healer, so he can't hear what the guys are talking about. If Xiao Bei acts this nervous again, he'll end up in the colored quarter. At this time, our heroine shivers at the thought that maybe Hades is out to get her. The guy behaves casually and offers to drink wine. The protagonist tried to relax and put aside all doubts and heads. She took a drink with the Honorable Hades and smiled. She relaxed, for if he was really looking for her, he wouldn't be able to contain himself after what she had done to him. The Honorable Hades continues to pour the guests wine. Tonight they plan to drink until they are intoxicated. In fact, the Honorable Hades wants to see how long the girl's eyes remain sighted. But our heroines do not suspect anything, so they continue to quietly drink wine in the company of a young guy. Some time passed, but the guys were still sitting at the table and continued to drink alcoholic beverages. The main character was already very drunk, but even so, continued to pull shot after another portion of alcohol. The Honorable Hades, on the other hand, still seemed to be quite sober. He noticed the girl's beauty, even though she was drunk. The man didn't keep the girl waiting long and held out another shot of wine to continue their drinking. Louis Zinston immediately started waving her off because she realized she was too drunk, and more alcohol would definitely hurt her. While the young girl is still drunk, then offers to talk while she is able to do so. After a moment, the Honorable Hades extends his hand to his guest and says he wouldn't mind asking her about everything. The master notices that even though she is drunk, the girl still thinks about his illness. She must be head over heels in love with him. Hades placed his hand in front of the protagonist, and she gently touched it with her fingertips, pulling her close. At this soft and unexpected touch, the Honorable Hades clutched his hand. The boy's blue eyes go wide, for he certainly didn't expect to receive such a touch. The Honorable Hades turned away, not wanting to show his embarrassment to anyone. His whole face flushed red with embarrassment. The young boy averted his gaze, and his cheeks blazed with a blush. The girl had touched him on purpose. She's still a pervert. A moment later, the protagonist's eyes regained the bright scarlet color she had before. She decided to look at his meridians. They were still thinning, but the power of his bones and muscles was unknown. Louis Zinston gently touches his arm. But unfortunately, even her eyes can't detect the power of his bones and muscles. Hades hates the touch of humans, but the girl's touches didn't disgust him, which was very strange. On the contrary, they embarrassed him. Of course, the further you cultivate, the more powerful your meridians are. But Master Hades has it the other way around. The longer he cultivates, the more meridians he loses. The Honorable Hades inquired how it went and what was wrong with his body after all. After a moment, the young girl reluctantly let go of Hades. Unfortunately, she was unable to get any information. Louis Zinston gets up and is about to leave, citing that it's about time. If fate smiles, they will meet again. Honorable Hades didn't want to let the girl go. She wants to escape again, and he immediately recognized the cunning girl's plan. The young lad couldn't let this happen, so he immediately grabbed Louis Zinston's shoulder, trying to stop him. Like he'd said earlier, no one leaves here sober, and if the girl leaves, that means she lied about admiring Hades. The protagonist realizes that something is not right here, as Master Hades is clearly deliberately keeping her from leaving. The young girl claims that her words earlier were sincere. She justified that she remembered that she had urgent business to attend to. But Hades has figured her out. The whole point is that if she stays, her eyes won't last much longer. He'll wait for the lady to reveal herself. The sly guy insists on his own way, saying he'll go with a guest. Since fate has tied them together, her problems are now his. The man must have guessed who she was, so he waited for the girl to reveal herself. The young man has indeed gotten smarter, but the protagonist herself is to blame because she took the initiative and put herself at risk. How to get out of it now? Hades teases the girl when he sees that she has clearly started to get nervous. The guy says he can help her with her problems, but the protagonist steadfastly continued to repel his verbal attacks and stay in character. You can't get caught. Louis Zinston tries to find a solution and comes up with nothing better than to say that she needs to relieve herself. Despite the girl's desperate attempts to escape, Venerable Hades was unwilling to let her go. He sent Xiao Bei with a guest. The young lady had clearly not expected this turn of events. She tried to get off the subject, saying that there was no need for that. But if Louis Chingston doesn't agree to Xiao Bi going with her, then Master Hades can personally go to the restroom with her. Our heroine refuses and decides that after all, it is better to go along with Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei immediately jumps up and informs his master that he will keep a vigilant eye on the girl to make sure she doesn't run off anywhere. After a moment, Louis Zinston gets up from his seat and heads away, parallel rushing the guy. The Honorable Hades seems completely confident. He stares after the girls with excitement, wondering where she'll run off to this time. Some time passes, and the Honorable Hades peers more and more closely through the doors, expecting to see the boys. The young man doesn't understand why Xiao Bei and the guest still haven't returned. It got to the point where he was personally going to go and check what was going on. Feng Yu stops the master because if he goes to check on them it will be too suspicious, so Feng Yu goes first. But fortunately or not, no one had to go check on the boys. They had already entered the room themselves. They returned and behaved as before. The girl put her arm around Xiao Bei's shoulder and apologized for the long wait. The young lad's gaze immediately darkened as he looked at the guys in front of him. He immediately noticed the girl's hand on his servant's shoulder, and it made Hades have a sudden urge to cut the guy's shoulder off. The girl walks up to Hades and grabs his hand. She wants to introduce him to her friends, who, as it turns out, are also here. The Honorable Hades stares mesmerized at the beautiful but treacherous girl, absorbing her every word. The young man also feels her gentle touch on his arm, which surprisingly is not aversive. The master did not ponder long, but immediately agreed to get acquainted with the new friends of the mysterious guest. She suggests leaving Xiao Bei and Feng Yu here to pay the bill. Her friends might be embarrassed to see the huge crowd. When Louis Zinston received consent from Master Hades, they headed to the place where her friends were. The protagonist led the Honorable Hades to some room. Finally, they're here. Our heroine turned to her friends and warned them that she had already brought Hades and was about to lead him inside. Suddenly, the young man had a bad feeling. His heart beat faster. As soon as the door opened, the guy in front of him saw a huge crowd of people all at once throwing themselves on him. There were so many people they kept running and running towards the Honorable Hades, shouting compliments. Master Hades was stunned for a second when he saw such a scene. The young man obviously didn't expect to see such a crowd of admirers, but just a moment later, Master Hades came to his senses and took control of the situation, starting to fight back against these people. Soon, great cries of pain were heard from the room. Hades defended himself by scattering these men around him. After a while, these people were already lying on the floor, unable to even move. They were all moaning in pain. The long-haired man immediately turned around to grab this treacherous girl who had once again circled him. But within a couple seconds, a huge crowd of guys were running toward the man, clearly not friendly. The warriors of the manor presented themselves in front of him. They wanted to capture Master Hades, for he had dared to injure their young master. The long-haired boy looked at the warriors and blamed it all on the ghostly eye healer. She had tricked him again. Meanwhile, there was already a dark orange sunset outside. The pink blossom of the trees beautifully decorated the streets and courtyards. The protagonist managed to escape from the persistent Master Hades, and she was already heading away from the building. But suddenly, the building that was behind our heroine shattered. Boards and stones were flying all over the streets. The girl was really scared. It seems that Hades has really lost his mind. She can't understand how he managed to reveal her. Piggy grumbles at Louis Zinston, because it's like she needs to walk on thin ice and provoke him every time. But our heroine, as if nothing had happened, coughs and says it was an accident, absolving herself of responsibility. Piggy called her crazy, and after these words the girl looked at Piggy with a horrified look and threatened to cook him on a spit. After a moment, she calms down and tells Piggy to get out his space storage rings. She'll reward him when there's no more space left. Piggy pulled out his rings. One spatial ring holds a couple hundred squares, isn't that enough? Apparently that's not enough for the protagonist, as she uses their warehouse for thieving purposes. Since that's the case, the mistress is obliged to reward the piglet with some of the goodness when she reaches her goal. The girl tries to chase the pig away. Meanwhile, the scene is a shambles. All of the guys are lying on the floor exhausted and unconscious after Hades' attack. The Honorable Hades turns to the people who are lying on the floor and asks what this deceitful woman has told them. One horrified guy explained that a stranger told him that Hades liked role-playing and even asked them to be rougher. She also said that the guy was incredibly fond of being mobbed. That made Hades furious. Venerable Hades could not contain his negative emotions, and in a moment he had already shattered the wall to pieces. The long-haired man just couldn't seem to believe his ears, and what a brazen lie this woman had come up with. The frightened boy fell to his knees and begged for mercy, for he had been deceived by that girl. She asked the guys to serve Hades well, that's all. But the Honorable Hades was so furious that he didn't even want to listen to the guy's pathetic excuses. So a moment later he used his strength to hit the man in the face, and the young man lost consciousness from that blow. Master Hades was simply blazing with anger. Did Healer Z really want to get rid of him so badly that he would do such a disgusting thing? A man is truly saddened when he ponders whether the words of admiration for him were lies and bluffs. After a while, Hades' subjects Xiao Bei and Feng Yu came running to such a loud noise. The master explained to them that the girl had tricked him again. This is very brazen and impertinent of her. He thinks about how he will catch her soon. Xiao Bei says that once they catch her, they will cut her into 8 big pieces and make her suffer. Then she definitely won't act so impertinent. But the venerable Hades, as soon as he heard such cruelties, turned to his subject and forbade it. Xiao Bei didn't understand the reason for this. After all, our heroine had done many terrible things to Hades, and he still can't get her out of his mind. The long-haired man thought seriously about the fact that he couldn't get the girl out of his mind. After that, the young lad's mind immediately flashes back to the memories of Xiao Bei thinking that he liked the healer. And afterward, he recalls fond memories associated with this conniving girl who had deceived him so many times. He remembers how close they stood, how they nestled against his chest. Those memories triggered warmth. The young man also recalls how the healer once collapsed in his bathroom and disturbed his peace. The Honorable Hades recalls the events that took place today, of her gentle touch and pleasant voice. And all these memories caused the young lad a great deal of shame and embarrassment. Did the healer really like him? Turns out, the inability to get a person out of your head is what love is all about. An amused blush appeared on her cheeks. A sepulchral silence hung in the room. Master Hades was in thought. Xiao Bei broke the silence by saying that Hades liked the healer. But Feng Yu approached the kid from behind and covered his mouth with his palm to prevent him from saying too much. Hades was already having a hard time. Xiao Bei still tries to break free and say something, but Feng Yu holds him tightly. At this time, Master Hades comes to his senses. After a moment, the long-haired man turns to his subordinates and asks if this is what they call love. When a person is special to you, incomparable to anything else in the world. Only this person plays with your emotions, and for him you want to do everything. This is love in Feng Yu's understanding. The boy smiles warmly and shifts his gaze to Xiao Bei. Venerable Hades falls back into reflection and realizes that this is love after all. His feelings are sincere, and since he likes this mysterious girl, he must have her, no matter what. She'll be his. The main character was the first to provoke him, and since she did so, now she has to pay for it. Without a second thought, the Honorable Hades heads forward and calls his loyal subordinates after him. After a while, the warm day changes to a mysterious and dark night. Imperial Palace. Now all the events were taking place in the dungeon. It would be dark and cold here if it were not for the fire on the walls. The protagonist cleverly infiltrates this dungeon without causing unnecessary trouble or noise. Nastia is actually a young girl very experienced at this and seems to be quite confident in herself. After a while, she finds herself in front of the entrance to some room, but the doors are protected by a barrier. After only moments, the beautiful girl's eyes regain the bright scarlet color they were before. With the power of her amazing eyes, the young lady effortlessly breaks through this protective barrier and opens the right door. Piggy marvels at the strength of her mistress. The protagonist doesn't pay much attention to the piggy's compliments, but passes on and is asked not to suck up. Piggy grumbles upon hearing the displeasure on the part of the mistress and sneezes. They say it is but a trifle. The girl approaches the right door and notices that there is a seal on it that blocks the way in. Our heroine's eyes flash bright scarlet again, and she immediately tries the door. The protagonist immediately tried to break the seal and get inside, but unfortunately, absolutely nothing worked. The seal wouldn't budge. It's a special seal that can sense the blood of a certain family. Only the Imperial family can open it. But Piggy wonders how to solve this problem because they've gotten this far and can't just give up. But just a moment later, the girl opens her eyes and smiles excitedly. The word surrender is not part of her vocabulary, so she will go all the way. Luckily, besides the blood seal, there is also a hidden lock here, and she will try to deal with it. Moments later, using her power, the long-haired girl reaches inside the lock and tries to open it. This was so that this lock could be opened with a key in case of an emergency, should something not go according to plan. Piggy wondered what kind of extreme case this was. It must be the case when the entire Imperial family dies. The protagonist confirms Piggy's words. After a couple of seconds, the girl removes her hand, because she's already finished picking the lock. Suddenly, a moment later, a soft pink butterfly flies out of the castle and immediately soars up, leaving a pink trail behind it. The main character watches the butterfly closely, and when it starts to fly away, decides to follow it. After some time, our heroine finally comes to the right place. There is a beautiful cherry blossom tree. The butterfly continues to fly onward while Louis Zinston and his piglet follow it, trying to keep up and not lose sight of it. They approach a huge building, and the street outside it is full of people who seem to be having fun. The young girl smiles broadly when she realizes that they have finally arrived where the butterfly led them. The protagonist heads forward without a drop of fear, and steps inside this large building without question. Inside is full of beautiful girls who get up to men and fondle them and compliment them. A small group of people notice some handsome guy and immediately set their amorous eyes on him. But our heroine is not interested in this handsome man and continues to follow where the butterfly flies because it is very important. After a few moments, Louis Zinston notices a butterfly flying toward one couple. She realizes that the key is in the man's possession. As soon as the butterfly landed on this man's shoulder, it gradually began to disappear. Small particles soared into the air. A chubby man was drunk, and next to him was a slender girl. He approached Louis Zinston and invited her to have a drink together. Our heroine, who was still pretending to be a guy, immediately agreed to such a favorable proposal. At this time, some not inconsiderable events were also taking place in the room of the Honorable Hades. The subordinates got down on one knee in front of Hades and apologized for not being able to catch the creepy healer, meaning they were useless. Xiao Bei takes the wine for he didn't notice anything strange at the time, and even allowed the master to fall into the girl's trap. But Hades is not angry with them, for even if they had the opportunity to capture the girl, they are no match for her. The woman is too cunning. It's time for the Honorable Hades to teach the cheeky one a lesson. She's getting further and further out of line. A moment later, Master Hades takes out a thick strand of his hair. It seems that the young lad has some idea. Xiao Bei and Feng Yu immediately became nervous when they saw what their Master Hades was about to do. They immediately rushed to stop him. They started to stop him and asked him not to use this spell, because it would damage his cultivation, and his body was still very weak. But the Honorable Hades didn't seem to be listening to his subordinates. They were crossing the line. Use a special blood spell to find healing, but it drags his body, and his power will drop by 50% for a full 6 months. Xiao Bei picks up and adds that the master will not be able to use his cultivation for the next 2 hours. He will become an ordinary person. But suddenly Feng Yu grabs his friend's sleeve and pulls him along, trying to calm the young lad down a bit. Feng Yu pulls Xiao Bei to the floor, and they sit down on their knees in front of the master, continuing to change his mind, for they care about his condition. Xiao Bei still hasn't given up hope and tries to change the man's mind. It would be very dangerous for a person like Master to lose his power. But the Honorable Hades is not going to back down and continues to stand his ground. He just has to find this woman. We can't wait any longer. After their meeting, Louis Zinston must have guessed that Hades had revealed her identity, which means she would now be even harder to find. The venerable Hades subordinates seemed to have already lost whatever ghostly hope they had been grasping at. Now they were simply in a stupor. Xiao Bei is the most stumped because he doesn't understand why the master wants to find some woman if they were looking for a creepy healer. After a while, it comes to Feng Yu's attention that the creepy healer they've been looking for all this time is a woman. Even these two didn't notice that the healer was a woman. Then how are they going to catch her? The extent of her cunning is too high, so Hades isn't going to back down. And already, after a short moment, a long-haired, determined man started to use this spell and is making his way inside. This naturally causes a little pain to the Honorable Hades, but he stoically endures the pain and continues the spell. And after only a moment, the determined man managed to cast a spell and take out a drop of scarlet blood. The Honorable Hades began the ritual. He was full of confidence and determination to find the treacherous fugitive. Soon, everything around me began to sparkle and glow a bright blue color. The spell took effect almost immediately. A couple of seconds later, a light blue ball appeared in the air above Venerable Hades' palm and levitated. It was with the help of this spell that the long-haired man was able to see where his Lady of the Heart was now. With this spell, he sees this conniving woman near the pool with some man. This drunken man invites our heroine to join him in the pool and start having fun. At this time, the main character is brazenly flirting with this drunken man. She doesn't mind getting down to business herself. Seeing such a picture, the long-haired man instantly flared up with jealousy and anger. He urgently needed to act. There was not a second to delay, so the brave man immediately rushed to his beloved to catch her. And after a short moment, the brave and courageous man completely disappeared, leaving his subordinates all alone. Xiao Bei and Feng Yu immediately rushed towards the place where their master had just been, but it was already too late. He had simply disappeared. It's too dangerous, as Venerable Hades has lost almost half of his power and left alone. There was not a second to delay, so Feng Yu and Xiao Bei immediately decided to go in search of the master so that nothing would happen to him. It was already evening, which smoothly changed to night. Our heroine continued to seduce this drunken man. This drunken man started to get at our heroine, but she played with him and did not let him touch her. Louis Zinston did not wish to hurry things, and first asked the impatient man to look into her eyes. He, of course, obediently complied. After a moment, the young girl's eyes take on a bright scarlet color again. She seems to be up to something. But as soon as the chubby pervert saw those eyes, he immediately pulled away, sensing something amiss. Turns out Louis Zinston used hypnosis, and has now ordered this pervert to take off all his clothes. This man does not think anything anymore, because he is completely under the girl's power. He obediently began to undress. The protagonist already had a plan. She began to clearly act on it. After only a couple of minutes, the hypnotized man had already removed his outer clothing, exposing his stomach. A young girl examines the pervert's naked body and notices a gold pendant around his neck. The young lady realizes that this is just what she needs, so she orders the necklace to be removed and put in her hands. She didn't have to wait long, because after a couple of seconds, the perverted man obediently gave his gold pendant right into her hands. The long-haired girl carefully but cautiously examines the necklace she has just received from the man. Suddenly, the young girl's laborious work is interrupted by a deep male voice calling to her from behind. This startles the young girl greatly, and she twitches with fear and surprise, then immediately turns around at the voice. And after the girl turned away, then the hypnosis spell broke, so the male pervert came to his senses. The pervert didn't waste a second of his time, so as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately grabbed the girl's leg. The nasty pervert was burning the young girl with his lustful gaze. He grabbed her leg and was about to drag her into the pool. The young lady didn't expect this, so she didn't have time to react, and couldn't keep her balance. A moment later, the young girl collapsed into the pool with the pervert. There was a great splash. In just a couple of seconds, the door to the room was already broken. Splinters of wood scattered all over the room. The Honorable Hades has arrived. The man is furious and ready to tear everyone and everything into little pieces. The young man gasps with jealousy as he sees this pervert reaching his nasty hands out to his lady of the heart. Master Hades' voice is full of anger, and he shouts in an orderly tone to the pervert to move away from the girl immediately. The young man decides not to wait for the man to fulfill his request, but decides to help him and directs his attack at him. And just a moment later, the chubby male pervert flies out of the water away from our heroine. From such a hard blow, the man flew right back into a concrete wall, causing him to injure himself and start coughing up his own blood. The chubby man slid down the wall without strength or consciousness. Hades' attack had done a great deal of damage to his body. The protagonist immediately became nervous when she saw the Honorable Hades in front of her. She did not know what to do. Louise Instant didn't understand how Master Hades could find her, since she had carefully covered her tracks. So what to do now? Where to go? A moment later, the Honorable Hades, without saying anything, took a quick step towards the girl who was still in a stupor. In just a couple of seconds, the Honorable Hades was already in the pool with our heroine, who did not understand what he wanted. The girl was as wary as possible. But the young guy didn't bother to answer the frightened girl. Instead, he grabbed her wrists with his huge hand. The main character clearly didn't expect it, because her gaze was full of surprise and shock when Master Hades made this move. Seconds later, the girl was already lying on the floor as the long-haired man held her wrists and dangled them over her body. The girl was thoroughly embarrassed, but the serious man only cared about one question: what the protagonist was doing with this strange man. He wouldn't take his eyes off her for a second. But Louis Instant didn't understand why the guy was having this reaction. He should want to tear her to pieces for all the deception she'd told him. But the young girl, as if nothing had happened, replies with a smile on her face that she was just playing with this man. Nothing more. But the man doesn't realize what she was playing with him. He doesn't understand why the girl didn't blow off that strange male pervert. He's choking with jealousy. The Honorable Hades is furious because he thinks the girl lied about admiring him. She must have said that to everyone. Louis Instant admits it. She did say those words to a bunch of people, not just Hades. But there's nothing wrong here. The protagonist does not understand why the Honorable Hades cares so much. She teases him and assumes it is nothing but jealousy. These words make the young boy cringe, and he is greatly embarrassed when he realizes that it must really be jealousy. For a second, he falls silent and doesn't know how to answer. At the huge and beautiful gate stood several men who were there for their protection. A moment later, the guards that stood at the gate bowed their swords and blocked the way of some stranger who wanted to go inside. But the man immediately started aggressing at the guards. After all, they have no right to treat the Luo family's second master like this and are not doing their job well. The warrior guards were completely dumbfounded and glanced over when this man introduced himself as the second master of the Luo family. The mustachioed man started cursing when he realized that the guards didn't even recognize him. How could the Luo family even put such clumsy guards guarding the door? He is Uncle Kingston, and the head of the Luo family is his brother. This Luo residence is his home, and even so, they're not going to let him inside. Upon hearing these accusations, the guards immediately apologized profusely for insulting the second master. They had only recently arrived at the guard's post. At this time, some events are happening in the hall of the Luo family's residence. The weather outside is windless. The mustachioed man who introduced himself as the second master of the Luo family earlier enters the room. An old man is also sitting there, looking at some papers. As soon as the old man notices the man entering, he immediately starts shouting, "How could he have the nerve to come here? Kingston has suffered a lot because of him." But the man asks to calm down. because he had no idea that Luo Xingyi had done such a thing. But he can't even teach her a lesson because she's gone. Just a moment later, the mustachioed man fell to his knees in front of his father and began to apologize, making excuses for being fooled by Shinny. The gray-haired elderly man looks at his son carefully and tries to see if he is truly repentant. After only a few moments, the old man softens and tells his son to get off his knees. The atmosphere seems to be calmer now. The second master of the Luo family brings his father his favorite dim sum, roasted duck and wine. He wants his father to taste the dishes as soon as possible. The gray-haired man decided to try the dishes his son brought him. It seems his son is not heartless after all. The mustachioed man hurries his father, for he wants him to eat quickly and taste his dishes. But the old man apparently was in no hurry and was stretching out the pleasure. He slowly brought the tidbit to his lips, preparing to take a bite. The gray-haired man's gaze was filled with seriousness and alertness as he finally tasted the food his son had brought. The elderly man chewed the food thoroughly. It tasted the same as before. In that case, father should eat some more. The man felt guilty and couldn't sleep properly. Now that the weight was off his shoulders, he could go to his room and rest. The gray-haired man allows his son to go and rest. He waves to him and sends him to his room. The mustachioed man obediently walks away, leaving his father alone as he continues his meal. The father shouldn't blame his son for this, after all. No one forced him to be so stubborn and insult the Tingyu Imperial family. They want to cripple the old man's cultivation. Therefore, the man had to join them. Xingyi will definitely be able to start a new life and lead the Luo family to glory again. At this time in the baths is the protagonist and the venerable Hades, who has found her again. The Honorable Hades does not for a moment take his gaze off our heroine beneath him. And while he gazed, mesmerized at the girl, she stealthily began to release her wrists from the master's grip. The young girl flirts with Master Hades and leans closer. He seemed to want him to be the first and only one she admired. The Honorable Hades was in a stupor as the protagonist moved closer to him. He couldn't believe his eyes. After a moment, the girl snuggled up to Hades and lightly embraced him while he was still in a stupor from it. Venerable Hades was completely shocked at being so close to Louis Chingston. He was burning with embarrassment, and his head was almost exploding. Our heroine was just playing with a naive kid, waiting for the right moment. She could feel his pulse racing. And just a moment later, the protagonist pushed the venerable Hades away and quickly headed for the exit to escape. But the young girl did not succeed, because she immediately crashed into an invisible barrier, which was prepared by Master Hades. The long-haired man knew that the young lady would definitely try to sneak away, so he prepared a protective barrier in advance. The main character was shocked when she realized that Master Hades was getting smarter every time they met. It's truly terrifying. The long-haired man looked intently at our heroine, who seemed to be trapped. After only a moment, the Honorable Hades boldly grabbed Louis Zinston's wrist and pulled her closer to him. Without a word, the man covered the young girl's lips with his own. The two boys merged in the soft and tender kiss that Hades had longed for all this time. Master Hades recognized his feelings for the treacherous girl, and after all, decided to have the kiss he had longed for. The Honorable Hades himself didn't know what he was doing, but the young girl had his head so far up his ass that it didn't matter. When the long-haired man finished the kiss and pulled away from our heroine slightly, she was still in a stupor. But just a moment later, the protagonist's facial expressions changed, and an amused smile appeared on her lips. In just a couple of seconds, the young lady had once again snuggled up to the Honorable Hades and reached for his lips, beginning another kiss. Louis Zinston had now taken the initiative, so the Honorable Hades was stunned. It was as if he could not believe what was happening. But after a moment, the Honorable Hades came to his senses and took control of the situation. He pulled the young girl closer to him and ran his fingers through her hair. The guys continue their tender kiss, and the two of them seem to be enjoying it immensely. Kissing and feelings take the young guys head over heels. As if in a fairy tale, they can't stop and keep kissing. Some time passes and soon night falls. The wind picks up the cherry petals and blows them all over the city. But then suddenly the Honorable Hades stops the sweet kiss and turns to the young girl. He seems angry. The girl is tearing up and trying to regain her normal breathing rate while Hades watches her. She does as she pleases again. Master Hades, it turns out, excels at kissing. Such a long and pleasant kiss almost made the protagonist faint. This is definitely not Hades' first kiss. He seems to have kissed a lot of women, because it's not something you can succeed at all at once. And Louis Zinston has had a very difficult time quieting an angry Hades. The young man wants to let her go first so he can catch her later. The girl reassured the guy, confessing that it was her secret clinging technique that affects the meridians but doesn't hurt and can help. The girl wonders why every time she meets Hades, his condition gets worse, and this time he lost half of his power altogether. But the Honorable Hades did not answer the girl's question, but only began to tease, for she clearly cared for him. That's the whole essence of a healer. The young girl tells Master Hades not to make up more than that. If she didn't get caught by Hades, it would be bad. Hades wouldn't be able to move for another hour. She'd sent his guards away beforehand. No one would be here until dawn, which meant the boy would be fine. Our heroine still has things to do, so she urgently needs to leave. She walks away and hopes she will never see Master Hades again. Honorable Hades can only watch as the lady of his heart walks away and leaves him alone. He forbids her to leave, but the protagonist doesn't listen to the long-haired man and walks away, leaving him all alone in the pool. In fact, the young man was worried for nothing, because she would never let that man take advantage of her. The girl wouldn't let anyone hurt her just like that. After these words, Louis Zinston headed for the exit while the Honorable Hades continued to stare after her and did not take his eyes off her. The long-haired man was very serious. He was thinking about everything that had happened today and about the words the girl had said to him. But after a moment, the Honorable Hades softened and smiled as he escorted the girl with a look. He realized that the lady would not let herself be offended by anyone. At this time, the night became quite eerie as the blood moon covered the entire sky. It lit up the whole sky with a scarlet light. A group of men in cloaks and masks were walking somewhere. The streets were thick with fog, but they kept walking. This handsome man is the best of the big league assassin men, and he is also an expert on the divine worlds. Their target is in this location. This is reliable information, and now the warriors await the leader's orders. Lord Judao commands them to begin. The gloomy night is still going on. The dark night sky is dotted with many dim stars. Our heroine is in the secret room of the Tinyu Imperial family. She sneaked in here stealthily and cleverly, however, as she always does. Piggy sits on Louis Zinston's shoulder as she walks down an empty, dingy hallway, holding the very necklace she took from the pervert. The protagonist looks carefully with her scarlet eyes around, trying to catch every, even the seemingly smallest and most unnecessary detail. But after a moment, this necklace that was glowing with red light starts to split into small pieces and disappear. And from these small pieces that came out of the necklace, the very key that Louis Zinston was so desperately searching for is assembled. The piglet and the young girl are very happy and enthusiastic when they see the results of their actions. It really worked. Our heroine decides not to hesitate, and immediately goes to the right locked door. In an attempt to open it, she inserts the key she has just received into the lock. The young lady is very hopeful that everything will work and go smoothly. After a moment, the young lady turns the key in the lock, and thankfully, after only a couple of seconds, the lock gives into the key, and the door manages to open. Louis Zinston is very proud of herself, and in fact, it's well-deserved. The protagonist did not wait long and immediately opened the huge doors. As she entered the room, a beautiful view opened before her. Mountains of gold and treasures. The young girl scrutinized the place carefully. This is the treasury of the Tinyu Imperial family. There are so many treasures and jewels here. Piggy can't stand it, and a moment later, he jumps into the jewels, diving into them as if in the sea. There are a lot of spirit stones here. Now they are rich. Whenever there is danger, the piggy quickly hides. But now all of a sudden he's so persistent, and it's all because they found so much treasure. But with Piggy's strength so weak, all she has to do is hide all the time. It would be much scarier if our heroine lost her cultivation. The protagonist decides not to continue this topic. The most important thing now is to hurry up and get all the spiritual stones. You can't miss even one of them. Louis Zinston walks around the room and scrutinizes every corner to find what she needs. She's as focused as possible. The protagonist continues to walk around the treasury as suddenly, her gaze is caught by something to the side of her. The young girl held her hand in that spot, and a moment later, a soft blue light appeared in that spot. Finally, a girl has managed to find what she has been looking for so long. The treasury is where they keep their most precious good. It's the most important place in Tinyu. At this time, Master Hades is still in the baths. The full moon illuminates the whole city. The lights were still on in the baths, which meant that someone was inside. It was the Honorable Hades, who had been left there by the girl. The Lord scrutinized the entire area and stated that their target was inside this building. He gave the order to begin the mission. A moment later, all of his subordinates rushed towards the building like rabid dogs that wanted to pounce on their prey. These soldiers seemed to be well-trained, for they moved lightning fast and left hardly any footsteps or noise behind them. Venerable Hades, at this time, was still standing motionless in one place. He calmly inhaled and exhaled, trying to restore his energy as soon as possible. After a moment, the long-haired man became alert and more vigilant. I think he sensed something wrong and became alert. A couple seconds later, the window to the room was rattled, and men in cloaks and masks entered the room. Warriors in cloaks and masks continued to enter the room, and they were clearly not friendly towards Master Hades. A few moments later, the leader of the group jumped onto the windowsill. He didn't look friendly either. Venerable Hades looked around and instantly realized that these people were top-league assassins. If that was the case, it was a bad thing. The unexpected guests explain nothing, and a moment later their lord orders his subjects to kill the Master of Hades without any regrets. His soldiers obey all orders, and this one was no exception. They all ran headlong into the long-haired man, who was immobilized. One of the Lord's warriors also started to run to attack, but suddenly he stumbled as he stepped on some light blue thread. And as soon as the young fighter stepped on it, then everything around immediately turned light blue colors. Something began to happen. Some kind of magic began to happen in the air. A swirl of blue light resembled a tornado, and the warriors were immediately alert. It was all the work of the Honorable Hades. He wasn't going to give up, and he was willing to fight for his life until the very end. The League of Assassins could not defeat him. The main character's eyes glow a bright scarlet color as she gazes at what is around her. In front of her, the young lady sees a huge seal that sits across the area of the entire wall. Suddenly, the girl is taken out of her thoughts by the sound of vibration. Our heroine doesn't understand where the sound is coming from. The sound made the young girl immediately nervous, and Piggy saw her uneasiness. He hurriedly inquired what was wrong. It turns out that the bond that Louis Zinston built for the Honorable Hades has been broken, which means he's in danger. But the Piggy doesn't understand what's wrong with that, because if the man dies, he can't chase the girl anymore. He's got a lot of enemies, so they found him. But the protagonist doesn't answer, only casts her fierce gaze at the Piggy. It is so horrifying that it gives you goosebumps. The connection that Louis Chingston was making was very strong, but it broke in a minute, which means that the people who attacked Hades' master are very strong. Piggy is trying to regain his breath and calm down a bit, because he was not jokingly frightened by that fierce look of his mistress. The protagonist does not understand how to be in this situation, because she herself personally froze the meridians of Master Hades, which means that he is immobilized and completely powerless against enemies. The long-haired girl finds only one way out to solve this problem. She herself must go to the guy and save him. But just moments later, the young girl decides to put the scheme out of her mind in various ways. She shouldn't do this. After all, Louis Zinston is a cold-blooded woman who only cares about herself. She has never cared about other people's lives. She vowed never to be soft-hearted to other people. And right now, the most logical thing she can do is rob the treasury clean and not waste time on useless nonsense. But conscience does not give the young girl rest. It is because of Louis Zinston that Master Hades is now in danger, and his life could be cut short at any moment. Common sense still takes over, and the protagonist decides to put these silly thoughts away. She should only think of herself. Now the boys need to use their time wisely. This passage looks tricky, and the piglet is worried that enemies might discover them. Inwardly, the piggy grumbles at the foolish mistress for not being able to abstract herself even when danger is breathing down their backs. The main character's head is full of thoughts that fight each other, but still, the thoughts about the difficult passage take over and win. Louis Zinston looked at the complicated passage and concluded that, indeed, she could not open it so quickly. It would take time. Hearing these words, the piggy is immediately saddened. He doesn't understand what they can do in this case. Can't they work on him? But the clever girl already has a backup plan. There's one remedy that might work. The girl's fist bursts into a scarlet flame. Apparently, Louis Zinston is now about to use her power, for her eyes are full of determination and confidence to overcome all difficulties. And after a short moment, our heroine directs her crushing blow at the passageway, and it shatters. Seeing such strength and power, the piglet is frightened again, for he is shocked that his mistress is such a strong woman. She's crazy. Piggy began to reprimand his mistress for doing this, for the enemies might find out everything. There are many experiments in the land of Tinyu, and if they find out about her power, she will be in trouble. But the main character doesn't seem to care at all about the pig's words. She runs her hand over the jars and flasks on one of the shelves. A moment later, these flasks and jars disappear from the shelf. The girl has appropriated them for herself. She's only benefiting from what's happening now. Suddenly, with her whole body, the young girl feels a shiver and a noise. It feels as if someone is approaching her. The pig and his mistress were immediately alert and ready for anything. They watched carefully and waited for the one who would appear before them. But Louis Chingston wasn't scared at all. She was smiling, because now the entire Tinyu Imperial family and their elders would have to come out to see her in person. A lot of guards had already rushed to the treasury to check what had happened to it. They all heard a rumbling sound. Everyone realized almost immediately that someone else had gotten into their treasury. Immediately, the order came to move all the warriors there and strengthen the defenses. The gray-haired man threatens his servants that if anything happens to the treasury, he will cut off the heads of all his subjects. The old man Lightning quickly commanded his subordinates to take the thief into a cordon. They can't let this intruder get away. A multitude of subjects immediately rushed to the scene to stop the enemy, who dared to encroach on their jewels and treasures. Soon, the warriors arrived on the scene and searched the entire area for the thief. But unfortunately, he was already gone. Piggy hurried our heroine and asked her to run away quickly, away from those soldiers. Some experts are still able to find her, even if she hides her presence. At this time, there is a terrible brawl in the bathhouse. The League of Assassins continues their attacks on the Honorable Hades. As it turned out, it was not so easy for these horrible cloaked men to kill the Honorable Hades, for he was able to defend himself against their attacks. The Lord of the League of Assassins ordered his subjects to continue attacking at full strength. They must kill the Master of Hades at all costs. But the long-haired man was protected by some kind of barrier, and all the attacks of the enemies were in vain. They simply could not reach the target. A moment later, several more enemies were heading towards Hades. They pointed their sharp swords at the man, preparing to cut his life short. But fortunately, help arrived just in time. Xiao Bei and Feng Yu were there to defend their master. Feng Yu apologizes to Venerable Hades for taking so long to come to their aid. The important thing is to keep your enemies away from Hades while he figures out how to free himself. The long-haired man and Xiao Bei are willing to protect Venerable Hades for as long as it takes. This is their main task right now. Xiao Bei will take care of the enemies that are coming from the back, while Feng Yu will protect Master Hades from the back. Even if they die here, they will protect the Master. Xiao Bei is determined to protect Venerable Hades, even at the cost of his own life. He will be a loyal subject until the very end. Meanwhile, the protagonist moves quickly across the rooftops of Chinese houses and the pavement. The girl is being chased. Our heroine keeps running away, but the enemies are still on her tail. They run right behind the young girl, not wanting to lose her trail. The piglet is running with all his legs and trying to keep up with his mistress. At the same time, he reprimands her for being so stupid. The pig is incredibly frightened, but the young girl is not going to feel sorry for the piglet. If he's not going to help, then let him go back to the tower and don't make Louis Zinston uncomfortable. But Piggy doesn't even seem to mind. He is only happy with the idea. After a moment, the pig disappears and leaves our heroine with her own problems. At this time, a fierce battle between Hades' subjects and his enemies is taking place in the bathhouse. The battle has been going on for a long time. The League of Assassins continues to do battle with the Venerable Hades subordinates, but they're already visibly exhausted and barely on their feet. Feng Yu is already very exhausted, but he still continues to defend Venerable Hades. The ringing of swords echoed throughout the room. Xiao Bei does not give up either and desperately continues to defend his master, even though he can barely stand on his own feet. The young boy continues to attack his enemies. Meanwhile, while his loyal subordinates protect him, the Honorable Hades is busy trying to break the stupor that the girl had previously put on him. The sounds of the battle are getting harsher by the second. The clang of swords and the screams of wounded men completely fill the room. The cloaked men continue the battle as suddenly something else catches their eye, and they are distracted from the fight. It turned out that now the boys were not alone. Finally, another man came to the aid of the Honorable Hades. But who was it? Seemingly for a few moments, the men even stopped their fierce fighting and looked at the intruder who had appeared to them and invaded space. In fact, it was our protagonist. It seems that her conscience gnawed at her, and the young girl decided to come to the Honorable Hades for help. A moment later, the main character's eyes shone bright scarlet again. It means that the young girl is ready for battle and will crush everything in her path. The young girl's gaze slides around the room and immediately notices the Honorable Hades, who is trying to free himself from the stupor that Louis Zinston has put on him. Seeing that the Honorable Hades is safe and sound, the protagonist exhales with relief. Now she can rest easy. A long-haired man gets a shock when he sees that the lady of his heart has returned to him. The man can't believe his eyes. The Lord notices the intruder who so suddenly invaded their space in battle. All eyes were directed only at Louis Zinston, but the long-haired man doesn't seem to want to hear what the young girl has to say. He sends her to hell, because he doesn't want her here. The young lad doesn't understand why this treacherous woman is back here again. Venerable Hades is incredibly worried that the girl might get hurt. But the protagonist doesn't seem to care at all about what Master Hades is yelling at her. Right now, she's busy looking around the room. The young girl was assessing the strength of these men she would be fighting against. These men are incredibly powerful, and if she had met them before, she would definitely die. But now it absolutely does not bother and does not frighten the young girl, because now she came prepared and ready for everything. The main character playfully winks at the long-haired man and says she came here specifically to help, because it's partly her fault. But the Honorable Hades is too proud, so he does not want to accept help from the girl. Louis Zinston flatly does not agree to leave because she must help. The protagonist immediately realizes that the Venerable Hades is worried about her, which means that he is not heartless. It turns out that the girl did not return for nothing. Lord of the League of Assassins is not going to retreat, and since our heroine dared to stand up to them, they will deal with her too. That won't be a problem. The Honorable Hades keeps yelling at the young girl to get out of here immediately. At the same time, one of the enemies pounces on her. Louis Zinston doesn't seem to be frightened by this, as she reacts to his actions with a smile. It's about time, because now she's going to pay them back. A moment later, the young girl launched her attack to defend herself. She would not let anyone hurt her. In fact, the protagonist had used that key to the Tinyu Imperial family's treasure trove that they had been searching for so long. The people of Tinyu country can only track our heroine because of him, which is why Louis Chingston planted the key to them. The enemies continued to advance on the young girl. Her self-confidence seemed to annoy them. They were ready to kill her on the spot. But suddenly, as soon as the golden key touched the Assassination League leader's shoulder, it broke. Its tip rattled and disappeared. After a moment, everything around the opponents begins to glow, and yellow shards seem to appear near them. They don't understand what's going on here and how to get rid of it. The men immediately cover themselves with their hands, trying to protect themselves from those strange shards that had so suddenly appeared in the air. The protagonist doesn't answer her opponent's questions, but things must be going according to her plan, because a smug smile appears on her face. Venerable Hades seems to have completely forgotten about all his negativity he was just experiencing. He is watching this devious woman's every move with admiration. The young girl is completely absorbed in herself and her thoughts. She pulls the red ribbon with which she has tied her silky long hair, and just moments later, Louis Zinston pulls back the red velvet cloth, releasing his gorgeous locks of hair, which are now free to develop in the air. Our heroine seems to have some kind of plan, because after a couple seconds, she starts yelling loudly to the whole street that the thief is here. After that, the protagonist instantly jumps over the window frame and deftly lands on her feet as she always did. She touches the wooden floor with her thin, long fingers. After a moment, the girl begins to radiate magic. The main character uses some kind of spell and casts a seal. When she does, pink light and symbols fly around her. Their opponents don't realize what's happening, because after just a couple of seconds, the entire space is filled with pink light, which is emitted by Louis Zinston's seal. The masked man is horrified to realize that this young girl is creating such seals right on the fly. Is this young lady really a master of seals? The protagonist is not going to hesitate for a second. Louis Zinston quickly runs up to the Honorable Hades and tells him that they need to get the hell out of here right away. The noise and rumbling continues at the estate. All the people are scared and there is real chaos going on. Everyone is trying to catch the thief and his accomplices who are still here. After a while, the next warriors arrive to help the others. They have to catch and kill their enemies who are so brazenly stealing their treasure. The whole bathhouse crumbles to pieces as the men desperately try to find the thieves. The whole bathhouse is shattered, pieces of planks flying all over the place. The male leader grasps at the ghostly hopes of catching these thieves, and threatens his servants with death if they don't. The League of Assassins finally broke the seal that our protagonist had placed on them. Thus, she has apprehended them. The ringleader orders his subordinates to rather run after their target, the Honorable Hades, while he in the meantime will detain his aides.